And with that game time, morning folks. So, round 2, right? Still got Black Tuesday, but sectarian powers, sectarian violence has been ended peacefully without needing to ban either the red swords, young swords or red youth. Sorry, it's early. It's like 10 a.m. here in the a.m. All right, so I'm learning that every time your budget gets too bad is when you trigger Black Friday. But I kind of like the budget deficit I have right now. It does mean I do get worker protections while getting the L1 line done on time. So I'm kind of happy with that. Because it'd be -2 right now. A mere -2. If I said no to worker protections, which would have put the reformist against me, and then paid what's-his-face, paid Taurus Holdings additional money to finish on time with the extra expenses, because you gotta make sure the rail line's done. But once the rail line's done, that's what, +1 to your budget maybe, or is that just an economic boost? But aiming for trade deal with Magnolia and Velen to ensure that I do get some budgetary relief. Alright, and I put some money into Lauren for their Rust Belt. And since I do want to maintain trade relations at least with Vogelsland as well, I don't know if you can do it with Lesbia too. Then Lauren is pretty good for trade here. I'll admit it, since I did finish a playthrough already, I've been completely hands-off about looking through the tropes pages, the burgeoning wiki, the Reddit. The good news is, by this point, most of the spoilers are things I've already suspected or knew already. But even with knowing a lot of the mechanical stuff about the game, it's still a huge puzzle. Radicals go what to say. Archaic state of Soden's conscription laws, and reign to meet with Smolak and Van Hoorten. Alright, what is the first thing on the docket today? Ministry of Health discusses privatization. I've given you money, you don't need to do that anymore. Black Tuesday, in dire straits, emergency freezes on transactions and lowered interest rates to incentivize spending. Troubling news, but oh well. Market crash in Lockhaven. Oh, that just completely gutted my economy, my economic development. 3 bars to 1. Okay, so you really don't want to keep a budget deficit so bad that you trigger Black Tuesday. Everything says you can recover from it, but I haven't been able to do that in the previous playthrough, so who knows? Maybe it's just something you completely want to avoid. United Contana offers aid, or Religious Harmony Bill. Well, gotta get the aid, because the aid is gonna help the budget a little bit. And the boats in Conriat and the officers and all that is gonna help modernize the Navy. So probably should. And I did promise my dudes that we would maintain relations with the East, so alright. Budget of +1. What do we have now? Investments from United Contana. Military, United Contana Naval Office visits, which is gonna exacerbate things in Hegeland Island. Condemnation from Arcasia, but who cares? It turns out that my pet project, the International Airport in Benfi, which I was hoping would diversify my economy, and didn't help much at all when they had political unrest in Benfi and all across the country. is most helpful if you have rich tourists from Arcasia coming in, and thus Arcasia relations. But oh well. Religious Harmony Bill. For the purpose of increasing religious harmony and unity, following laws are established in religious affairs. Ensure the Day of Dissension ceremony in the Art Sanctuary of Dare shall from now on only hold sermons in the Sordish language. Forbid sanctuaries from holding sermons in Bloodish without special approval from the Archpriest of Swordland. Enforce that all priests applying to be state sanctioned have Sordish descendants and be able to receive their salaries and promotion. Straight up no. President Rain protects religious freedoms. Darn right, radical. See the radical I love? They might have their obvious bias, but they only ever speak the truth. A call from Gus Manger. Is this about my personal wealth, my investments? I guess we'll find out if it's the same result each time. Not so great, Gus. Have you seen what's going on? Sorry to hear that. Not great on our end. Some of our investments in Swordland suffering due to Black Tuesday. Armadine Industries. We came out unscathed. Alright. So I guess the investment is always going to be a good thing then. No reason not to do it. No reason to go all in. Since apart from maybe bribing... What's his face? Albin Clavin? Would you take a monetary bribe even? At this point in the game, there's not really anything that you can spend your wealth on. Unbelievable. How could you say that when the Swordish economy is crippled? You're right, Mr. President. I'm sorry, but we made nearly 3 million Swordish Ren. It's all thanks to you, Gus. Why not? At first I liked Gus because Minister of the Agriculture and so on. I thought, hey, if we're gonna have any land reform, Gus is gonna do it. But the only land programs that Gus is interested is in personal real estate or his own personal portfolio. Maybe now that we have the anti-corruption squads, we can see what Gus is all about. Maybe. Nia hasn't gotten back to me about that. Personal wealth increased to 4. Alright, what's going on in private party at the Gentleman's Club? Briefing room on the status of immigration regulation. Let's do the party first. Nothing significant happens here except we find out that Peter's been cheating. But we always knew that. Present to you Peter Vector, the first alcoholic vice president of Swordland. Joke didn't sit well with Peter or the crowd. Ah, well, too bad. Raise your glass, cheers, sip your whiskey. Find the chandelier, how are you paying for all this? How is he paying for all this? Because Gus, all the elites, benefiting off the market crash, buying up all the businesses and properties that have gone pear-shaped. He's donated 30% of his vice presidential salary to charities, though. Peter's actually got a good heart, at heart. Too big of a heart, considering his womanizing. But he does actually care. He's just an awful VP. What it says at his tax forms, at least. Never mind, he's an absolute cheat. I take back everything I said. He's just a drunk and a lech. So this is what you've been hiding from Evelyn? No one's hiding anything from Evelyn. That's why Evelyn is so angry. Peter, I'm warning you, don't make a mistake. But it doesn't change anything. Heard this mansion's a result of your connections. I don't know. It still doesn't sit well with me. That of course my administration has ties to real estate. We're the government, of course we do. But I don't really like that my people in the administration are benefiting so much from situations that they have awareness with. I suppose maybe it's a product of the time because it is the 1950s. So I don't know how the world sat with conflicts of interest in this regard back then. Strangely enough, despite my leanings towards like history, geography, geopolitics, anthropology, that's kind of a blind spot. How did the people of the mid-20th century see conflict of interests between government, finance, and real estate? Glad my investment decisions are paying off, he says, as the country just lost all of its economic development. So let me see, did the Geralt of Ribri last time? 2 personal wealth, though, to invest in Enrica FC. Gus doing his best to make them champions. More expensive than the vineyard, but the season will bring a lot of returns. He's quite positive. Why not? The vineyard was a nice option. I don't know if the Lancia junta seized it, but I like to think that when Anton Rain I retired to the country to garden, that he retired to his vineyard. But this is a different Anton, so I think the football club for this one. I got the money for it. And it's an achievement anyway, FC Enrica. Then Peter comes back. Told you in the washroom. Be direct, be with the waitress. What? No, I'm a married man. We never do get to talk to Evelyn. Even though we told Monica, hey Monica, I'll totally talk to Evelyn for you. Since our personal friends are having issues. President Rain saves the day. Oh my goodness. It's almost comical how different the Sorlin today is, if you choose to agree with Mr. Caranti. I've never expected the Sorlin today to have so much praise for me. According to the information we received, President Rain has decided that he will veto the Religious Harmony Bill. The bill itself has the words harmony in it. However, don't be fooled by the name. The proposal prepared by Kessero Kimmener took a stab at the heart of the Bloodish populace by banning the Bloodish language from being spoken at religious assemblies. If not for President Rain, this bill would have come to pass. Every single Blood should be grateful for the exemplary decision by the President. G.O. Politico accepts financial aid from United Cantana. That variable remains the same. Immigration policy. Yosef is here. I didn't raise the military budget, nor did I drop it though. So I think there shouldn't be reason for Yosef to explicitly go against me this time around. The litmus test will be the parade if we do it. Doesn't make any sense that a foreign citizen should come before a Swordfish citizen. Is it about putting the foreigners first? That's a common rhetoric, but isn't it more about extending basic human rights and dignity and equality to outsiders as to insiders? Oh, Simon. Entire fucking stock market went down the tubes. At least Simon does agree that keeping immigration lax helps the economy. Because let's face it, businesses love the cheapest workers they can get. And that often is the people from outside. Be careful, Simon, don't burn yourself out. I already know he takes all the economy stuff seriously. So we gotta recover from Black Tuesday, not just for success of the state, but for Simon especially. Financial aid from communists. Need to be friendly with potential allies. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I have done this with the Swordfish citizens in mind, nothing else. That's how they take over countries. I don't know. They didn't take over Swordland last time, we just joined the CSP block. Need to modernize and reach the levels of superpowers. Need to consider the economic impact of immigration. We do need to modernize. Or consider the economic impact. Money flow should be of utmost concern. At this point, Simon, I agree. Got decent investment projects underway that should help out. Since the since the violence in the streets just does not exist, that is no longer going to hinder the productive potential. It's so much easier to do commerce and trade when you don't have people seizing facilities of industry and commerce, you know? Current legal status of immigrants. Work permit on arrival, decent. Many illegal immigrants work for corporations, just like ours. How many immigrants do we have? 2 to 3 million only, which isn't all too much, all things considered. How do they usually arrive? Anlet to Agnolia, Bergi to Velin, the Lauren Coast. Agnolians by far the largest group. Promise to keep our immigration laws relaxed, which we shall do. Just gotta make sure Yosef isn't too hurt by this. According to the Reddit, let me see. Who said it? I know there are quite a few threads where Ata Sergei Novak was giving a lot of mechanical stuff. But I think there's like 20 or so triggers for Yosef to betray you. And I somehow must have chipped all of them in the first playthrough. So if I'm delicate with him, and keep those triggers to a minimum, then he should be alright. What are the consequences of keeping the policy relaxed? Prosperity, modernity, continuous improvement. We have the capacity, and the current system is good for the era. I don't hear any downsides. Continue protecting investments from foreign countries, keep our trade steady, we'll be seen as trustworthy partners, and all for the side benefit of being a bit more humanitarian with immigration. Again, I don't see the downsides. LILEAS Graf questions this ability, but that's only because she's a hardcore conservative who sees everything from the view of this person bad, send police to bad, bash bash bash, no more bad. She's nuts. Swordland first, Yosef. I don't think it makes a difference to ask, but I'm going to, for theatrics, ask about tightening immigration, just to make him happy. Mechanically, I don't think it makes a difference to ask, but might as well make a show of it for Yosef. Keep the immigration laws relaxed. But forced to handle new waves of migrants from Magnolia. It's alright, Yosef. Because of compromises with Dublin, we're going to end up closing that border off anyway. And no native swords are being abandoned. This administration is going to prop up everybody. Not leaving Swordland unprotected. The citizens of Swordland are not forgotten. Our work for them continues. Maybe that's a better answer for Yosa, since he specifically, in the coup ending, uses a language of betraying the country. He doesn't care about democracy, more so just Swordland as an entity itself. So not leaving Swordland unprotected, citizens of Swordland aren't forgotten, our work for them continues. I kind of like the first one for Yosef, because it's talking more about Swordland as Swordland. But he also talks about like Swordish first. So number 3 is also appealing to not forgetting the Swordish people just by doing this. I think 3 then. But Yosef is still disappointed. Thank you for your contributions. Let's get to work. Changes to be made. Get used to the new changes or new direction. Yosef doesn't like new directions. Alright, thank you for your contributions. Let's wrap this up. And upcoming trade talks. David is looking forward to it, but so am I. Keep up the good work. Alright, so updates. Country overview. Order. Streamlined immigration is in yellow. Nationwide protests quelled without any of LILEAS Graf's draconian policies, without banning the young swords or the red youths. So really, all you have to do is visit places that are affected in person. Having the Swordland today probably helps. I'm assuming it does because the first time through, we were not on Mr. Karanti's good side, and the Swordland today had nothing but bad things to say. So I'm assuming that the press not dividing the country is a major factor, along with actually showing up and not hiding behind the TV. Relaxed immigration. Financial aid was the answer to the recession. Recently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that Swordland will be taking financial aid from United Cortana. At times, sacrifices need to be made for the greater good. This may appear to be as an issue at first, but a great leader knows better. They're really laying it on thick. It comes as no surprise that President Raid has decided to make a small sacrifice in return for helping Swordland achieve prosperity once again. This has been only a logical outcome, and nothing else left for us to do but applaud President Raid for his success in making Swordland a better place. It's like it's a wholly different newspaper, I love it. Benfee, report in Hallsword, report from Ministry of Justice. Alright, now that you have a budget, what's the report? Ministry of Justice reports that the restructuring of the ministry has been completed with success after the increase of its budget. According to the report, a large portion of the budget was transferred specifically to solve the case backlog issues at lower courts, which has already helped ease the situation. Additional efforts will be directed at fighting corruption, upholding the integrity of judges, and consolidate the rule of law, which should, I hope, help the economy also, with less corruption, with less of a backlog holding up essential cases, maybe for the tax evaders. Minister Morgnas said that she intends to bring back the trust of the justice system with more accessible and efficient courts, a public information campaign, and by rooting out corruption in society. All things I dearly love to hear. Opening at the Benfee Festival. Sorry, Monica, darling. Will you ever forgive me? Told you my reasons. I don't know. Maybe if I let Monica speak here, like she does interrupt, that's gonna happen anyway. We already have the votes of the conservatives, and by extension the moderates in the party. So the USP is pretty much guaranteed. The reformists are a tiny minority. But I'm wondering if speaking up in Monica's defense here, I think my wife is right, will make Gloria Tori renege on her promise to me. I do fully intend to work with her, to work with my wife, I mean, on women's rights and equality. That's non-negotiable. This backward speech is. I don't know, just let it be. Nothing but perversions after all. Women's walking around in skirts and midriffs of the 1950s. Ugh, heaven forbid. Monica, sit down, making a fool of yourself. Shush, Monica, please sit down. I don't know, maybe it's brownie points. If I make a show of trying to get Monica to sit. I will not sit down at this time. Women of Swordland, don't let Mr. Less use religion as a justification. Monica, that's enough. Oh, she's gonna hate me. But Monica, I promise we'll work on this at a later time. Could you please control your wife? But I don't wanna. Now is not the time. Please sit down. I'm so sorry, Mr. Les. Please finish your speech. I really want to say, you know what, Curtin? My wife is absolutely right. Monica, we've been over this. Now is not the time. Sit down, please. But what if she doesn't sit down after that and just keeps on going? Would that be a weakness that everyone else will capitalize on? Crowd was in an uproar. I had to lean to catch Monica's next words. I'm so sorry, Anton. Maybe next time I'll stay in the kitchen. Oh, she hates me. And his speech afterwards is about the same as last time, too. A bit extreme, but he's right. No. Sounds more like a priest. Oh, Monica's responses are not going to be as nice as last time. There's no way. Monica said nothing. Oh, she hates me now. That actually wounds me in my heart. Like, I feel that physically. It's alright, babe. I promise. I told you there's gonna be future opportunities to work on women's rights. Refugees in Vernon. 1,000 people running away from the Vesik military towards the Swordfish border. Protests and looting in Esterd. What's the news? Geopolitical. Vernon deploying special forces to Vernon. So just more previews for the Velen situation. Oh no. Downtime at home while Monica hates me. That's gonna be new, isn't it? Felt like an eternity since the Benfi festival. Had it really been only less than 24 hours? I was at home now, drinking an afternoon coffee on my balcony. A stack of newspapers lay by my side. I picked them up one by one, reading and rereading the articles about the festival. Some of the newspapers are merciless against Monica for interrupting Curtin during his speech. A few even called for her to be barred from political matters. Others expressed their support. In any event, I was relieved that the incident hadn't reflected too badly on me. I was putting the last newspaper down as Monica joined me on the balcony. So, you've seen the news. Monica, I know we can talk about this. What's there to talk about? I'm a disgrace with no support from my husband. It says so right here. Darling, believe me, my hands are tied. Do not reply. Darling, believe me, my hands are tied. Anton, how could you? First you denied me the opportunity to speak at the festival, and then you let that dinosaur Les make a mockery of me and my cause. Could I undo? She grabbed the top newspaper from the stack and started reading it out loud. With her shameful outburst at Enrica, Mayor Curtin Lest, First Lady Monica Rain, once again proved that politics is an area best left to gentlemen. With the president providing no support, her challenge to Les was quickly defeated. The president provided no support. You can't even stand Les, and you took his side, while making me look like a fool. Darling, please, he told you to sit. After all these years by your side, playing the doting wife. You know, my mother was right about you. Oh no. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I understand if you never forgive me. Just tell me why. Couldn't she have said something? Didn't want to lose Curtin's support. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the good of the country. You've got to learn that if you want to enter politics. I was afraid I'd make you look weak by stepping in. She might accept that as nice words, but the results are in, and she seems weak in the papers already. But it's about sacrifice, isn't it? Even I gotta sacrifice in this. But why did the sacrifice have to be me? Never mind, you had your reasons. There is another chance, you know, for you to show your real support. Perhaps a festival wasn't the proper forum to air my views on women's rights, but I still need to do this, Anton. I want to officially adopt this cause as First Lady. Alright, it kind of sounds like from here on is kind of the same script, but who knows, might be some minor variation. To actually get involved in politics, to not just give impromptu speeches. I can even help your education minister with those reforms she's working on. I know this is something you're passionate about as well. Could I count on you? From now on, yes, of course, my love. Looking forward to working closer together. Oh, Anton, this means so much to me. Okay, alright, it's not the end of the world. We still have happy wife. We're still promising to work on women's rights. Good. And then Dina comes up. Make Papa the best snack ever. I made her a national embarrassment, and she's still making me a snack. Oh my goodness. Anton does not deserve Monica. She is the best person in this entire country. Monica, Serg, and David, top 3. Peaceful at home after that. United Kantanen access to Conriat base. Economic report. Ministry of Statistics, along with the Ministry of Economy and the Central Bank, delivered a preliminary economic status report detailing the recession is deepening and the financial system is headed towards a potential collapse if we don't take serious action. Which probably manifests as, at this point, you better start privatizing. But there's no way I'm going to do that. Budget allocation for the Swedish Armed Forces. First Lady disgraced. No support from her husband. I'm not gonna read that, I'm sorry, even if it's different on the second playthrough. It just breaks me too much to read it. Formation of the new police force. Okay, that's gonna make me happy. Carl Greaser arrived for a meeting to discuss the new police force. After Livia informed us of his arrival, Lucian opened the door and let him in. Hello, Mr. President. Mr. Gallade. What a sunny day, isn't it? It must be cloudy. He said good morning when Peter was dead. The weather outside was beautiful indeed. Clear sky and sunshine made the scenery look lively. I could even hear the sound of birds chirping from the palace garden. You are right. Need to go out more often nowadays. Good to see you, Carl. The weather isn't much of a concern right now. You are right. Need to go out more often nowadays. I work too much. Good idea. And when you do, the Presidential Guard will be there to protect you as always. Please have a seat. We don't want you to feel uncomfortable. I am used to being uncomfortable. He took a seat and corrected his posture. We have been informed of the establishment of an anti-corruption police under the Ministry of the Justice. Indeed so. Minister Morna has given me full authority to lead the new force in order to fight corruption from within. It's a very powerful force, one that didn't exist in Solon before. The important question for us is where your loyalties lie, Carl. So far, I think I could trust Carl. Then again, wouldn't he be part of the intelligence community that would have informed me about Sol's arrival in the assembly, at the parade, about the changes at the parade that led to my near assassination? It's a very powerful force, one that didn't exist in Swordland before. Or I hope we become close partners in the fight against corruption. Sir, we have a tough and long fight ahead of us. It will take years, but we will win, you can believe that. I want to make it absolutely clear. My belief in you as a leader is unquestionable. Minister Morgna, though not as inspiring as you are, has also shown great capability. The more I work with her, the more I am convinced that she is a very motivated and efficient administrator. She takes her work personally. Her motivations to fight corruption are real. So, the anti-corruption police is separated from the interior, and you are our best man for the job, and I am sure you will excel at it. But is it separated from the interior? Yes, it is for a good reason. We have found some irregularities in our police forces. Some of our top officers were involved with corruption, and straight up were giving weapons to the young swords back when we had violence on the streets. Therefore, having the new police force separated from the interior helps its independence and objectivity. Carl leaned closer and lowered his voice ever so slightly. There are elements within our state that have ulterior motives. What do you mean? May I speak frankly, sir? Of course. I like the "you are among friends" option, but my natural response was of course, so of course it is. There are some very powerful deep state forces inside the administration. Our investigations have just begun, but certain links are discovered are troubling. Mr. Hawker has financial and other ties to certain figures. He is a dangerous man. Currently, we are collecting evidence to find out exactly what his network compromises. We always suspected the existence of such a deep state. The real question is, who in the government and the cabinet is on Mr. Hawker's side? Don't poke the bear when we're not ready to fight it. Oh yes we are. I guess Minister Morgna is on our side on this. She really wants to tackle corruption inside. We need to find out who has ulterior motives and root them out of the administration. Keep pursuing this, Carl. If you encounter any obstacles, my full authority will protect you. We need to find out, though. 3 is objectively true. Who has ulterior motives, and root them out. Maybe this can help me with the general staff? I couldn't agree more. Anyone who corrupts our system and creates a parallel organization is a threat to Swordland. The most important subject here is the Old Guard establishment. They pose a direct threat to us. A very existential threat. Once enough evidence is gathered, we should be able to begin the corruption trials if we want to. If we want to. Hawker, Heron, and the rest of the Supreme Court won't be able to be prosecuted at all. Hey, Ricky. With Walter White. Who's Walter White? I don't see Walter White. Lucian Gillade is no Walter White. Carl Gresser, completely not. This means we can't cut the head off the snake, but we will be able to strangle everyone around them. Lucian, I like the sound of that. Besides them, there are other elements we are aware of. The oligarchs seem to have some people on the inside as well. We have received some unconfirmed reports about Mr. Tusk having bought people in the administration. That's not Walter, that's Anton Rain, President Anton Rain, the 4th president of Swordland, and the player character. And they seem to be evading taxes through bribery and exploiting the gray areas in our laws. Our investigators in Esterd and Narble have also found some suspicious activity from some of their corporations. If their tax returns were to be made public, it would help us track irregularities in their filings. Ho-ho! So I could specifically target Mr. Tusk. I like that. Give me a reason to seize his properties and his wealth, even before we get to nationalization. We could look further into Tusk and the Lothar-Berg group. Bribery eradicated. The economy must be controlled by the state. Lothar-Berg has too much influence. We could look further into Tusk and the Lothar-Berg group. Specifically, and not touch on the HOS. I like the sound of this. If that is your desire, we can certainly inquire further about their operations. Marcel Caronti and the HOS also have a strong presence in the media and many industries. There are some patterns we observe that are unusual. I don't want to touch that, because I'm pretty sure that the agreement I've made with Mr. Caronti would count as corruption. It really seems like they have a powerful influence in the majority of the so-called independent news organization. Carl, that's the only reason I'm surviving so far. They might not be so independent after all. Mr. Caronti is very supportive of my administration. He's a close friend. That's called a conflict of interest. That's called corruption. Who cares about him anyway? He's been very supportive and a close friend. He might not be innocent, but if you think he isn't an issue, then we can move on. Carl sighed. Last but not least is the opposition leader, Franz Richter. We have received intelligence that he has connections to Arcasia. Intelligence from the old guard, I'm guessing. I don't know. I still trust friends. He is more capitalistic than me, but apart from that, he does want democratic reforms. Upon further inquiries, we can't see anything illegal here besides a mismatch of information. The old guard must have pushed this forward. We shouldn't even consider moving on the reformist leader in our position. He's our ally, we shouldn't move against him. Nothing illegal, so why even talk about this? Richter is a loyal servant of Swordland. The old guard is trying to pressure him. Or he must have some dirt, should look deeper. Richter does enjoy taking bribes. Is a thing. Maybe we can investigate. And if something is dug up, I could use that as kind of blackmail to force him to vote my way. Richter's a loyal servant. The old guard is trying to pressure him. My own security man working for the new anti-corruption police says there's nothing illegal besides information mismatch. This is nothing more than old guard pressure. The way we received the intelligence was unusual, to say the least. It totally came through the back channels. There are so many potential corruption cases here. Therefore, we need to pick a faction to focus on. We can't investigate everyone within the remainder of this term and come up with a thorough and compelling case. The most logical step would be to use the ACP to pressure either the oligarchs or the old guard. Achievement unlocked, Drain the Swamp. An ironic achievement name considering the whole language of Drain the Swamp came from the most corrupt president in American history. But I actually get to this time. It's alright though, Ricky. It's a fantasy alternate history, so maybe in this universe, Drain the Swamp actually means draining the swamp. Although, I suppose if you do use the anti-corruption police to focus on Franz Richter instead, then it's sort of the same thing. It's claiming to go against corruption and instead going against pure reformists. Oh no. We've had some pretty rotten presidents. And sure, George Bush Sr. doesn't have his hands clean either. But we straight up broke records, I think, in sheer awfulness and corruption of the last 4 or 5 years. There's really no compare. It's like when people say, well, at least he didn't start any wars. You guys must really love war. If you hate Trump, who didn't start any wars, completely ignoring every other violent conflict we're either still involved in, still supporting, that we're exacerbating. Like, sure, lots of people do awful things, but in recent history, we've been trying to win medals and doing awful things. But yeah, gotta go for Tusk and the oligarchs. Seize that wealth, legally. Get some budget in from it. Focus the anti-corruption investigation on Tusk and the oligarchs. Yes, sir. We'll focus our research and investigation on the oligarchs. Well, it's been decided. That should conclude the meeting. Thank you for your time, Carl. Good day and good luck, Mr. Gresser. Good day, sir. Carl and Lucian left the room. Excellent. And what's the news? Anti-corruption police formed. A special police department has been formed to fight corruption within the state, business, and police itself. The new anti-corruption force, Anti-Corruption Police, AKP, will be serving its duties at the Justice Ministry of Swordland. Nia Morgna, Carl Gresser, and other government officials spent the past months building the anti-corruption department from scratch. The unit consists of officers of the General Police Service, the Justice Ministry, and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. "We are ready," said Karl Gresser, the newly appointed chief of the anti-corruption police. "We're already conducting a crackdown at corruption within the state institutions. Our officers started working on the intelligence reports," Gresser said. And what do we have in Uzuren? Budget allocation of the Swordist Armed Forces, I think, is going to go the exact same as last time. Shrink the conscription to modernize the military, but avoid any language that might upset Yosef. Conterran warships and Conriat never see the day, keep them in close surveillance. Good, make sure you keep an eye on them. Of course, Mr. President, now to the military. Tell us about the army. The army's pretty cool, equipment status is outdated. Where we deployed and mostly along the borders. How do we compare? We're pretty weak. Other branches, the Navy's pretty cool. They're all throughout the Marquian Sea. It's a bit outdated, but otherwise. And the Air Force, we actually have an Air Force, but we still have propeller planes in 1957. How experienced? Not too experienced because of the budget cuts. How's the Air Force work with? Pretty well. Other branches? There are no other branches. So, for the budget. Military is important, but not a priority right now. Resources were needed elsewhere. Military has always been well funded. Be willing to support the military in other ways. We could come to an agreement. We talking like payment-wise or my personal budget? Any support we can get. Military circle has been moody when they heard the decision. Military equipment. Or relieve half the forces. Quality over quantity, I do like it. That's not just giving lip service to Yosef. A broad pool of less trained troops does nothing but send more body bags back home, but fewer elite troops. That wins wars. Kruger is such a size queen. It's not about the size, man. It's how you use it. A better equipped, smaller force is much more preferable. Leave the military untouched. No reason to break a working structure, but it's not working. Reduce the size by better equipment with surplus. Reform the army. Create a smaller, better equipped force. That's just logical. It is going to cause some unemployment as those conscripts get cut off. And I don't know how to buffer against that. Apart from just giving money to the military, keeping the conscripts, and equipping everyone anyway. Dismissed. They're military men. Gotta speak their lingo. They don't do well with how do you do's. It was a time. It is time for the foreign visits. L1 Railway nears completion. Education reforms already underway. Reduction of hours taught in citizenship, solism, and nationalist subjects. Significant efforts being made to lessen the political indoctrination of education. Other changes in curriculum, pedagogical improvements that can improve teacher-student relations, emphasis on critical thinking development. We're probably not going to see the benefits of that in this administration, but that's an investment in the future. I don't care if it doesn't manifest in-game. For the fictional universe of Swordland, they're gonna feel it. In the futures we can't see. Military force reduction. Second contact satellite in space. Alright, was it? Velen. To speak to Mr. Smolak. I haven't done too much different. Made some changes, but not significantly. What's new? Military. Adequately equipped military. So should be able to do the exact same thing with a Saddam Hussein stand-in and get the same deal. Pull him aside for a couple of poses. Thank you for inviting us. Keep professionally distant. He doesn't seem to mind keeping professionally distant. Do nothing. Saluting is for local generals. I am not a local general. Whose statue? His statue. Maybe he just likes, if you see a statue, say it's a nice statue, smoke his hookah. Is the city always this empty? Had it removed? Had everyone removed? What will happen to the man who was protesting you? Which man? He's used to it. People tossing stuff against him, disappearing them. It's a very lifelike statue. Pay the street vendor. Then he does a show of force and pays himself. I'd like to think, I haven't tried it, but I kind of feel like if I didn't make the show of paying this for the strudels myself, he wouldn't have paid at all. Talk about our trade deal, not to the man, but before that, the quiche. Alright, partake of the quiche. Can I call you Anton? Professional distance, prefer my official title, very well, Mr. President. What do I think about Rumberg? A threat that needs to be dealt with. Or their own country, with their own needs and their own agenda. Oh yeah, Ricky, the game's all about decisions. And they tangle up so well, like such good spaghetti. But that's what makes it fun. You go through the first time with their own ideals and goals. And you watch all of them collapse. And then you go through again, thinking, alright, I see what I did wrong. I like this, I'll keep this, but I'll compromise on variables W, Q, and F. And then you go through it again, and the economy still collapses and everything goes down with it. Okay, they are a threat that needs to be dealt with. Maybe he'll like that. Maybe he'll like a strong leader. Agree with your sentiments, Mr. President. A threat to everyone in the region. Their time will come. Regardless, though, I would rather prevent further conflict in the region. And now he wants my support to exterminate the Brutish people within his borders. I don't support any military action this close to our borders. Here's the deal. The best deal in the region to help him crush the so-called terrorists on both of our borders. But I will not meddle in Velen's military interventions. Gonna keep firm on that. Not just Velen's problem, also Sordlin's. See, I don't see the Brutish people as terrorists. If they are rising up, it's because of the situation in Velen, because he is actively trying to exterminate them. Oh, I can't make the thing go away. Oh, there it goes. It was just slow. Like, we have our own Brutish population in Bergia. We do have elements of the Brutish Freedom Front, and a non-militia political party with ties to it. And I'm fairly certain that if you do go the LILEAS graph route and have the police violently oppress the people, they'll rise up just as hard. But if you don't, and you simply recognize their right to self-expression and take care of them, nobody rises up against you. There hasn't been any Brutish violence in any of my playthroughs so far. There's like the tiny starter ones, the one woman that poisons a school, the one bombing, but that's it. It's downhill from there to total peace. What kind of support do you need from me? There might be international ramifications. To hell with international ramifications. What he wants from me, in return for all the money and resources, is a joint operation between our armies. Too risky. I'm afraid I can't accept it. Or negotiate Soda's contributions to this operation. Too risky. Wait, Mr. President, wait. Unlike Hegel. See, Smolak here spoils me. Smolak is willing to offer me anything for any support, but Hegel's like, you need us more than we need you. Accept this, or I walk. Wouldn't offer anything else, but he likes me. He's just desperate, that's the issue. Final offer. With or without you, stragglers trying to cross into Swordland. Just support the operation, even if you do not join. Stop the terrorists fleeing into your country, and you'll have your deal. Simple, isn't it? Deal. That I could agree with. I won't support him at all. What goes on in his country is in his country. I just get his money. Alright, that's the easy one. Velen border defense. Additional military forces moving to reinforce the border between us and Velen, which I'm pretty sure must weaken me militaristically, since I would need more military forces against the Rumburg border. Recovered trade volume. Recent successful effort since a new comprehensive trade deal has recovered the trade volume of Swordland to pre-recession levels. But we're still suffering Black Tuesday, so... Tariff-free oil trade with Velen. Okay, now I need to get Agnolia. Budget currently -3. This time, I'm going to see if strong arming with Agnolia actually helps the situation. Because last time I was super polite. I didn't give him the dog. I shook his hand, normally. But the whole point of Agnolia, and Van Horten in particular, is that they want to strong arm us and change the angle of the seesaw to make the trade deal more beneficial to them, to us. They don't want equality, they want to be strong businessmen and bully us around. So what if I bully them back? So many conflicts over a small piece of land in Hegeland. It's a very strategic position. Don't care who we're against, we'll cross that bridge. Nobody wants to make an enemy of Volga's land, me neither. Do our best to stay in the middle ground. I'm going to experiment and see if strong arming Anglin is actually a thing. Or Agnolia. But I'm fully expecting that the only thing you can do is accept the trade for paying way overblown price for their steel, or recognized Hegeland for Agnolia. Never knew Agnolians are so ungrateful. They can do all they want. There have also been many issues in Swordland. I can't call myself a great leader, I just crashed the economy. Surg is too pure. Gotta make sure Surg stays alive. If I keep Yosef happy, and don't spark assassinations, there won't be any reason for Surg to take a bullet for me. Okay, PM Van Horten, shorter than we thought. Prime Minister, thank you so much for the warm welcome. Good to see you, Martin. Martin? Veneer of politeness for now. Overpower his handshake. Overpowered his handshake, and he got caught by surprise as the press took the picture of me having the upper hand. He smiled awkwardly. Okay, maybe you do want to strong-arm the businessman then. This way, please. A gift as a sign of friendship between our countries. Okay. Part of this is experimentation, but part of this is for Zoku. They wanted to see what happens if I give him the dog, knowing that he hates dogs. But I was too nice last time, and they didn't get the channel point redemption to force my hand in time. It's an amazing gift, thank you. Gift a swordish-bred puppy, despite Martin's known fear of dogs. Martin stepped backwards and the puppy howled. He very uncomfortably held the dog in his hands and tried to smile at the reporters before putting the dog on the floor. The cameras flashed again. Okay, now does it actually make a difference? Thankfully, note the ceremonies. Just about to say the same, not fond of those either. And share a laugh between the boys. What would I like to drink? Agnolian vodka or an Ellery maroon? Let's have some vodka. Can't control your protests. Lashing out at me before we even started discussing the trade deal. Please look at your own country first, before indulging with Agnolian matters, Mr. Rain. Alright, sure, let's look at my country first then. Started the administration with violence in the streets and protests, and now it's all quelled. Are you not? I'm not even a good statesman, and the protests and violence are quelled. What does it say about you, Mr. Van Horten? Been watching your recent changes to immigration policy. Glad he decided to keep it relaxed. Immigrants are very important. Agreed. Thank you. Are you implying that we haven't been modern? Well, certainly not under Tarkin Soul. What do you call him? Corporal Soul? General Soul? Colonel Soul. And you will learn to respect him. Or you did your homework. We think alike, don't worry. I will modernize the country. Very good and refreshing to hear. Hope you can do it. Is Sordlin a reliable trading partner to Agnolia? Not if you keep acting like you have the upper hand. Then you see we might have a problem. Are you going to talk all day about what I have done? Or are you going to sign this deal? With all of your actions so far, I am not convinced that Sordlin is the right partner for Agnolia. So heavy-handedness actually does work against me. Sordlin is simply too volatile. Elected politicians are getting killed in your country left and right. It's only been the one. Not to mention the subsequent protests in between, the left and the right. What's he talking about? That's been quelled. We were willing at first, however. The situation has changed. We have no confidence in the state anymore. Wow. You are making a grave mistake. Did you bring me out here to ridicule me? Of course not. Well then. We must continue the official program. As you know, we'll pay a visit to the founder's grave for the ceremony. Afterwards, we'll move on to the state dinner. Alright, what a free dinner. Dang. Okay, so going the squeezes hand too hard and given the dog route doesn't inspire any confidence in him. But I do want my trade deal though. I don't want to accept Agnolian claims to Hegelin because that will block out Vogelsland, I'm pretty sure. What if I just play nice then? Strategic position. Don't want to go against Vogelsland. Wave at the crowd. Thank you, Serg. Serg is too sweet. I want Serg as my vice president to replace Peter. Good to see you, Martin. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Shake hand and hug after. Received well by the Prime Minister. The press went wild. Okay. An amazing gift, thank you. And in exchange, give him an ornamental ceremonial sword made with swordish steel. Remind him who's got the superior product. An ornamented ceremonial sword made with swordish steel. Ah, an excellent specimen. This must be hundreds of years old. It looks like this is swordish steel as well. Very fitting, thank you. The cameras flashed again. It's a symbolic gesture, you see. The sword means no cuts to the existing trade agreement. Done with ceremonies. Not fond of those either. Tougher parts of our job. Agnolian vodka probably sits well with him. Straight to business then. Let's. Glad he's decided to keep my immigration relaxed. Good. Implying we haven't been modern. Might seem like a bad thing to say, but don't worry, we think alike. Modernize a country. Actually good and refreshing to hear, so it might inspire confidence. Is Swordland a reliable trading partner? As long as Agnolia is a reliable trading partner, or of course, Mr. Van Horten, you could trust Swordland. As long as Agnolia is reliable, we shall be too. I could assure you we are. So what's it going to be? If we shake hands on it, the agreement is going to be really beneficial for both of us. Should be able to solve your recession in no time with the investment and money flowing coming from us. On top of the reduced tariff trades between our countries. Of course, a return. Privileged access to agricultural markets. Kind of okay with that. Because Vagosland wants the fisheries, not the agriculture. Buying steel from us at a much higher price. Can I avoid that without having to make a statement on Vagosland, on Hegeland? That is not a beneficial deal for Swordland. I can't agree to the higher price. We prefer to continue with the current steel deal. Agnolian steel isn't worth that much, Mr. Van Horten. Is that so? Rather imported from Rumburg, then. Discuss if lower prices are possible. No, but it doesn't change the fact that the prices are too high. We believe that Swordland has been given an unfair advantage for too long because of the previous agreement. I don't know. Is there no room for discussion? Sorry, but answer is no. I don't mind reloading a bit here to see what I could explore with. But I don't think there's any other possibility but accept his high steel prices or side with them on Hegeland. Is there no room for discussion? But they don't want to lose cooperation. Agnolia and Vagosland. He's asking for too much. No position to judge me. There's nothing else to talk about here. Be careful with your words, Mr. Van Horten. My apologies. Oh. Alright, so I simply have to accept his deal or no deal. It does mean another -1 to the budget, but having both Velen and Agnolia will kind of even that out, plus another bonus from Vagosland. So really, ultimately, it makes no difference if you choose to strong-arm him with the dog or be nice and happy with him. Wave at the crowd. Be nice to Serg, show some humility. An amazing gift, thank you. Ornamented ceremonial sword. Is he not fond of ceremonies? A waste of time, but one of our jobs. Can trust Swordland? What if we go trusting Swordland? Very good. So what's it going to be? I can't agree to this. We prefer to continue with the current steel deal. Agnolian steel's not worth that much. Let's discuss if lower prices are possible. Sword has been given unfair advantage for too long. That just loops back around. No room for discussion, just goes to the Hegeland issue, right? Don't want to lose a cooperation with Sorlin. Maybe I can agree with the old prices, and then Hegeland. And then you don't get a chance to say, you know what, fine. If we can't agree on Hegeland, I'll just take the higher steel prices. Alright. Seems like all I can do then is pay the -1 budget for overblown steel prices. For the sake of trade volume, and fixing the economy in this recession. It's like an investment, you could say. An investment in Vogelsland. Hand in a hug. Renewal of friendship today as well. Hope so, Mr. Van Horten. Ornamental steel sword to show him who's got the better steel. Maybe a thank you instead. Can trust Swordlin. What's it going to be? Deal's not beneficial to Swordlin. Agnolian steel isn't worth that much, Mr. Van Horten. But the prices are too high, Mr. Van Horten. Alright, well, I'll accept the -1. Accept the -1 for the sake of keeping a beneficial trade partner without locking out Vogelsland. Excellent. Before I dive into paperwork, I want to offer another possibility. Like to expand our newly formed partnership. A regional force like Rumburg that's imposing danger on both of our countries. We must unite, so, by the powers bestowed upon me as a Prime Minister of Agnolia, offering a military alliance between Swordland and Agnolia. That is questionable. It sounds good on paper, but I don't know if I could stay neutral in the Hegeland issue. If I accept this military alliance. I'm going to say no for now, and keep Rumburg at bay using the international community. I think we were doing pretty good about that in the previous playthrough up until the coup. Unfortunate, would have been beneficial against the Rumburg threat. However, Agnolia can stand by itself against any threat just fine. Are you sure? Agnolia, with your weak military, and having already lost Dome to Rumburg, and Rumburg's overwhelming military. Another topic to bring up. Hegeland has long been contested between Agnolia and Vogelsland. Well, here's the thing though, we have our deal already, so I'm gonna have to say no to anything. Asking too much. A sensible deal for nothing in return. We have the trade agreement already. Achieved enough today, well then. Well, hooray. We actually had money going to come in now. New trade deal with Agnolia. A new trade deal between Swordland and Agnolia comes into effect on Tuesday. Agnolian Prime Minister Van Horten told reporters that Agnolians would get more from the new deal, which replaces a 20-year-old Marquian trade agreement. Swordland would open its agricultural markets to Agnolia with the new trade agreement. The deal would also see an increase in trade volume between the two countries, and includes a slight price increase of Agnolian steel. We'll continue to advocate for continued fair trade between our two countries, in a relationship that has been extraordinarily beneficial to both Agnolia and Swordland. Economist gives upper hand to Agnolia. As a result of the recent trade deal with Agnolia, We find it baffling how President Rain could give an upper hand to President Van Horten. Even though we've been in recession for some time, Sordland is a country with so much potential, a lot more investments, and a lot more prestige. Yet it appears that President Rain has failed to play his cards right, resulting in a deal where we end up paying more for Agnolian steel in return for not enough profit. It is hard to comprehend the reasoning behind accepting such a disadvantageous deal. President Rain has unfortunately fallen short of our expectations in the trade negotiations. They're the economist, and they don't realize that I'm protecting the sum total of trade volume, making it easier for commerce and goods and money to pass back and forth, even if it has a barrier of entry. Van Horten playing with fire. Alright, overview. What have we got now for the economy? Increased trade volume. Increase in the volume of trade between goods between Sordland and the region. Just gotta fix stagnated production. Wasn't able to turn that green the entire time last time. I kind of want to give money to Bergia too, but I've already put some investment into the Lower Rust Belt. And so if I put more to that, that's another red. That should go yellow or green. Tax evasion from corruption maybe. Yellow or green. Unemployment, transportation leaks can be fixed, can it? Slowing down logistics and internal mobility. I think it's because I did 2 transportation projects. The rail and the airport last time that bumped that up. Unless the free public transportation also helps logistics. Rioters arrested. See, if nothing else, it's like minus 100% violence in the streets now. Speech of the President on the reforms. Alright, this is for the whole Grand National Assembly. Shouting and cursing between the parties. Order, Kibbener being Kibbener, the little elf that he is. Honorable members of the Assembly, brothers and sisters, ladies and gents. Honorable members of the Assembly. I do like brothers and sisters, but they are members of Parliament, so they do like having their titles stroked, their ego stroked. The Supreme Court holds too much power. Our election threshold has harmed our democracy more than anything. The Constitution doesn't adequately define or respect the separation of powers. Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed. That's true, I like 3 and 4, they touch on the same thing. Our assembly has been overshadowed by the executive and the designated judiciary branches of Sordland. The Grand National Assembly must be able to exercise its job properly and without obstruction. However, our current constitution fails to guarantee this. Propose changes to the constitution to prepare Sordland for a more democratic era. Rewrite the constitution to soul and break the chains of our past, which will make Loria hate me, and the NFP want nothing to do with this. Call everyone to stand by us to make historic changes to our constitution and bring it to the standards of today's world. Or just changes to the constitution to prepare Sordland for a more democratic era. Reformists will love that. Applause came from USP and PFJP seats. Rebalance the branches of government to ensure a more democratic process is ultimately what I want. Unity, change, or peace. Unity. It is more important than ever that we stand as the united as a nation in these changing times. I call everyone to be part of our change of our people. Part of the change our people has been calling for. We all want to make Sordland better. Let us embrace democracy and unite under the banner of our people. Embrace the future, make Sordland great again. Alright, maybe giving the old Sigma. Miska. The old Miska will get some nationalist votes maybe. Make Swordland great again. Loud noises came from USP and NFP seats. Whatever. If it gets me the nationalist vote, then okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, we must set aside our differences. Time to make a new constitution together. Think clearly about the current situation. Join us for change. Set aside our differences. Be part of a new era for Swordland. Join us and vote for our proposal. It's inviting. Write the future together. Address all the problems of the past in my proposal. That's promising too much. USP will change and lead Swordland into the future. No, togetherness. I don't even think USP is gonna like the I promise to change the USP option. Salute the crowd. Finish with a poem. Salute the crowd, I think. I saluted the crowd. For a free Swordland, united Swordland, democratic Swordland, for justice in Swordland, democracy. The assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. Some applauses came from the PFJP and USP seats. Most others started to make loud noises again. Alright. Franz Richter was among them. Thanked the president for his speech. Stand in agreement with the need for a more democratic constitution. Is Kimmerer gonna show any support? Or just Franz Richter? Yelling from his seat. Must have lost his mind to cooperate with the likes of you, Mr. Richter. Nothing but puppets of Western interests. I guess that doesn't change unless I specifically give stronger soulism-esque executive powers. Mr. President, the nationalist movement does not agree with your priorities nor the way you're trying to implement them. The National Front Party will not stand with you under new constitution. Are you sure, Kimmerer? I heard some applause from your camp. Let it be known that the NFP's concerns are not included in the so-called democratic reform, thus the president has no right to claim them as such. We'll stand our ground against any attempt to bring down our established political culture and national values. Asked to speak. Mr. Kimmerer. It is you who shouldn't use the word democratic if you want a more centralized government. We're not specifically cooperating with someone but everyone. We ask that you also join us. He watched as he slouched onto seats, legs crossed. Be a part of the change, Mr. Kimmerer. Don't dare stand against us, otherwise know that the NFP is guaranteed to be history. Be a part of the change, Mr. Kimmerer. We could do so much together. We expect your support in the upcoming vote. I don't want to give him the idea that he is an obsolete dinosaur that I don't want to cater to, even though he's an obsolete dinosaur who I don't want to cater to. Mr. Richter, though. We'd like to have cooperation between our parties. I expect your support, Mr. Richter. We can do so much together. I welcome your positive attitude. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, getting the minimum votes to at least pass and bring it to the real vote in the National Assembly is easy enough. But actually passing it in the Assembly for real is a difficult part. Velen borders have been closed, divisions of the Third Army ready for the operation. Reform status. Lucien Gillet reported that so far they've been able to get, in total, 121 signatures behind the proposal. Efforts underway to increase the support and reach out to necessary members to reach 150. See? Easy. Just 29 left. Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed. President Rain has called on the Grand National Assembly of Swordland to support the upcoming constitutional changes in his address to the Parliament. President's address came after the series of meetings within the USP, which probably involved discussions on the new constitution. President Rain talked about the main points of their proposed changes, and revealed that the current draft will be looked over again with the leaders of the PFJP before it's proposed in the Parliament. Are we really not including the NFP in this process? Our elected assembly has always been overshadowed by the executive and the designated judiciary branches in Swordland, said President Rain, criticizing how the power of the Supreme Court, as well as the very office he's holding. This statement was met with surprise and welcomed by Friends Richter of the PFJP. The Grand National Assembly must be able to exercise its job properly and without obstruction. However, the current constitution fails to guarantee this, said President Rain. Geopolitico, Walker warns Vogelsland Navy over Hegeland dispute. And nothing else to do. To the future. While I check some things over on this end. Ooh, that's not nice. That should go the opposite direction to make me happy. But not unexpected. The wealth of nations. I better be getting some of that wealth of nations. Health requires more resources. Benewell, please, I gave you more resources. I just boosted up your budget. We are not going to do any more privatization of the healthcare. That's exactly why I gave you money. The hidden power of men in uniform. Old Guard, Alliance of Nations, Velen. Lots of reports. Privatization plan proposal. Ben E. Wool. Didn't I give you money? Why are you still asking for privatization? Ministry of Justice files Urson versus Swordland concurrence. I wonder if there's any way to actually get Urson versus Swordland to win in favor of civil rights. It might be dependent on me giving money to the Justice Department and maybe clearing out the Old Guard in the Supreme Court. General Staff gathers. Opening of the L1 Railway. Requested meeting of Josef Lancia. Railway first. Cause that railway's my baby. Couldn't have done this without our excellent team. Plans for the opening tomorrow. Don't support anything beyond the opening ceremony. Actions speak louder, says Simon Hall, but we gotta ride the train. Involving the president further could be beneficial to the administration. Agree, there's much to gain. Arriving to Lockhaven on the driver's seat to make the headlines for sure. And large crowd invited to the ceremony to be watching the opening speech. A cheerful crowd. Always a good opportunity for exposure. Like the old campaign days. But yes, always a good opportunity for exposure. Simon, you deserve a lot of credit. It was you who came up with the project. Goodbye for now. Good work, everyone. Good work, everyone. Then it's tomorrow. Begin the ceremony. Fellow Holswordians, welcome you today to our opening ceremony of the L1 High-Speed Railway. Citizens, welcome to the opening ceremony of the L1 People of Swordland. Welcome to the opening. This is for Swordland, not just for Holsword. Chanting and excitement of the crowd. At the beginning of this journey, we promised jobs and opportunity. We kept our promise. The aim of the L1 Railway was to improve the development in rural areas and cities in between Holsword and Lockhaven, to create economic growth in the greater Holsword and Gesland regions. True. Intention with the L1 Railway was to serve our citizens for having a hard time traveling between the major cities. True, but also especially for the rural areas and smaller cities. This railway brings down travel time by half. Travel between Holsword and Lockhaven is all faster, more comfortable. Brings thousands of new jobs. Many unemployed citizens have benefited and will benefit on the path of the railway. None of this possible without my colleague with sound advice, Minister Gus Manger. I don't think Gus had much to do with this. I took time off from my duties to personally manage the project to success. That's a lie. Have to thank the mind behind the railway project for it all. The esteemed Minister of Economy and Tax, Simon Hall, please, come over here. Thank you, President. Improved speeds and so on. And there you have it, citizens. And now we get to ride the train. Cut the ribbon. Prepared and ready. Journey to Lockhaven time. Enter the train. Who's gonna ride with me? Lucian would be my preference. Simon, I've gussied up for the cameras already. I think Lucian should be with me. Keep Lucian happy. Will be a good journey. We could talk about the reforms on the way as well. Do we get to? No, we don't get to. Just finish off the ceremony and arrive at Lockhaven, piloting the train just like last time. A great victory for the administration, but we're still suffering the Black Tuesday recession, or the Black Tuesday crash, even worse. Average transportation links. President Rain opens the L1 railway. Taurus Holding finally finishes construction. Come on, they did it on time. News in Agnolia. Van Horten wins election. Well, congratulations. Owes it to me. Now what does Yosef want? Where is Vulcan? Must be something serious. Especially since you invited me here. Where is Vulcan? Usually partakes in all military meetings. Busy at the moment, overseeing defense strategies against Rumberg. Situation with Rumberg is getting worse. Lack of funding in the military means we might fight for survival in a war scenario. Our soldiers are surely better motivated than theirs. They will defend the country. What are our options for improving the situation, apart from just giving him more money? Substantial military support from other nations would be a welcome deterrent against Rumberg. Started to reinforce the border, forward scouts deployed, moving our divisions. Rest assured, we are ready for anything that'll come from the other side of the border. No problem, stay alert. Don't know what we're dealing with yet. Don't want anyone in. Don't let a single deserter pass our borders. I'm going to take a hit to Yosef's loyalty meter and say try to be lenient as possible. There might be people simply trying to escape the war among them. Other main topic, mandatory conscription law. Become a matter of discussion. Strike a decision to keep or remove it. Conscription gives us a larger reservist pool to cover a larger front line, but the troops lack morale and quality to be offensive elements. Then I don't see their value, apart from just being cannon fodder. Kruger wasn't invited, but I'd prefer never inviting Kruger to anything. Crabboy. Vulcan has a point. Military needs to be on the same page as any changes. The Minister of the Defense is his superior, as am I, and this is a private meeting, Kruger. Disappointing. So this is how the administration conducts matters in military affairs. Like I care about Kruger, all I care about is keeping Yosef happy. Most appropriate action, to leave. Okay, Yosef. Please excuse us, Vulcan. Salute him back. Let the Ministry of Defense return to the Moon Palace. Yosef's a military man, he likes salutes. Report from Conriat, naval base update. Market crash in Conriat. We're working on it. We got 2 budget in from the trades. Black Tuesday hits Lockhaven. Women's Rights March. Go get 'em, ladies. Women's March for Equal Education in Enrica. Market crash effects. Ugh, we're working on it. Sal in Lockhaven dropped from 14% to 200. Oh, by 14%. For a sec, I thought it was dropped from 14% to 259%. But it's fine. We'll get it back up. We got money coming in now. It's only -2. Current economic situation. Alright, who do we have? We have Simon, we have Gus, we have Mikhail, David, Edith. Please take your seats. This isn't about nationalization, I don't think, because that hasn't started yet. Go over economic status. Mitigate the fallout from Black Tuesday. Cost you to get back on our feet. Whatever we do, we need more budget. That's the bottom line. Squeeze out every single swordish wen we can to survive this. Stay at the top however we can. Do whatever I can to bring us that budget. So yeah, you really do want to avoid having a deficit as much as you can. I guess -1 or -2 isn't too bad, but 3 and 4 is especially dangerous, since it's costing a lot to get out of it and get back on track with economic recovery. Heard some rumors. An opposition from the Lothar group. Well, I got great news. We have the brand new anti-corruption police investigating the Lothar group to seize those assets, get us that budget. Would expect nothing less from the United Katahdin Friends. Yosef's not here, right? So I could praise the communists. Would expect nothing less from our United Katahdin Friends. Infrastructure, positive effects on the economy, but that doesn't mean a thing if the market's still tanked. Efforts noted. Everyone who contributed is greatly appreciated. Positive results show that we are on the right path towards economic growth, and there isn't violence in the streets, so maybe now we could actually recover. We can do much more to improve the economy, and we will, because the work is far from over. Oh, I chose 2, my bad. Oh well, that's also a good option. But crap, boy, just because you are doesn't deny that they are too. Are they treating it as if it's a slur? Is that the thing? They're taking it as a personal insult? What have we got going on? Positive results. People already speaking in a positive turn. Good. And trade deal with Magnolia has increased their imports and exports by 25% in 1 month, with much more to be expected in the future. But the higher prices of Magnolian steel didn't result in a trade surplus. We should look for more trade partners. Improve trades with Magnolia as a stepping stone to positive. What about Velen? Anything about the trade deal with Velen? Because that's a positive too. Support our foreign initiatives with partners as democratic as Magnolia. And from Velen has increased our imports and exports by 60% in 1 month. Perfect. A dangerous gamble, but it's paying off. Payoff is high, yes, but so is a risk. We didn't really support their military, we're hands off with it. Worried about is not only Velen, but the other countries too. But yeah, increased trade. Consumer spending has decreased further. See, that is why I like giving the stimulus checks to the people though, to improve the consumer spending. Discouraging. Can we turn this around with adaptive projects and solutions? Good to hear, we'll do better. First attempts are not successful. Still might have economic opportunities left, I sure hope so. I did get a budget surplus by the end, but by the end of the first time around it was too late to matter. Budget reserves don't look good. What can we do about it? Formulate a plan and present you with the next steps. Recession lingering. Have to increase our economic development rates. We were making progress until the crash, so in all fairness. Trade deals, infrastructure improvements always help. Headed towards an economic catastrophe. I know. We will end the recession, I promise. Otherwise, we have to do a third playthrough, which I'm not in opposition to anyway. Might be in debt. Doesn't change the fact we need to increase our economic development. Potential to take additional debt to flatten the curve. Few project proposals. Two main distinctions between these projects. Continue our infrastructure improvements or investing in increased production. Okay, here I do want to do production because I completely failed with production last time. Infrastructure was amazing, but with no production volume, that infrastructure wasn't doing much of anything. It did lift us to advanced country levels, but what was the point? Makes us a hollow shell that some other country could benefit from if they come in to our junta. Or not make any risk. Now you gotta spend money to make money. The projects that could improve our infrastructure. The airport or the Morna port. Benfica growing at a rapid pace. Morna port would boost trade and the flow of goods towards Holsword because Conriat port is too small in capacity, and an extension is blocked by the Navy headquarters. Benfica could be propelled. Morna could still be a more significant city with a port and advanced logistical connections to Holsword will be better utilized. Mikhail doesn't think investing in Morna with a port would do much to change our economic prospects. Increased imports and exports on a more accessible path to Holsword is a very lucrative option. Very lucrative in her opinion. Time is money. So Edith likes it, and Edith has a flexible enough mind. I like Edith's opinion. And David agrees with Edith. If David agrees with Edith, all the more reason. A great deal to our trade and improve the economy of the Loren region too, possibly ending the Rust Belt there. What about production? For production, we have two projects, Sarna Agricultural Zone and the Conriat Industrial City. Farmers in Bergia, most hit by the recession. Sarna much poorer than Conriat. Conriat Industrial City project has potential to increase manufacturing in the greater Holsword region by a large amount, but Holsword's already getting plenty. I do want to give to Sarna though, but I also want to end the recession. And I think my previous investments in Loren coupled with increasing the port in Morna might actually help more than production volume. Especially if it helps the trade out. And heck, we got the trade deal with Agnolia, right? And they want exclusive access to agriculture. Maybe that includes Sarna Agriculture. They could start getting some money coming in from the Agnolian trade. Couple more questions about economy questions. Edith, how strong is the currency? Currency health improved post-elections but has stagnated. No losses so far. Mikhail, the NBC, nervous about the lack of tangible economic improvements of the country. Holding on to their investments until they feel it is safe to invest their reserves. Perfect, because they have ties to the oligarchs and Lothar Group, so I could just take those investments by force. The trade situation. Our success in reaching a trade deal has boosted our position as a regional trade route and increased the likelihood of potential trade partners. Imports and exports across the board with all countries except Rumburg. Alright, so report. United Continental Fleet ship shows up to support Bogoslandian fleet, which means Hegeland is going to get very hot. Thulin border reinforcements announced. Housewives march to defend Swordist traditions. Rain closes doors to refugees from Thulin, I'm sorry. Operation Bear Trap begins. Tensions with Agnolia. Bogosland increases naval presence. Investment mega project. -2 budget. Ouch. Okay. If it's gotta be -2 anyway, let's see if investing in the Morna port could end the Rust Belt in Lauren. Polio cases. The Dayer. Budget allocation of healthcare. This guy just got money, and he wants even more money by privatization. Let's begin. Troubling news from Valen. Matter of polio seems to be spreading. I'm not worried. It'll stop before it reaches Swordland. What are we doing to prepare? Notified all of our healthcare staff. Rural areas have a lack of equipment and staff. Current polio infection rates will be millions of people affected by polio. Benawol. Content with the budget decision that was made. He's only content. I raised his budget. And it's merely contentedness. Overall mood has been positive, as the administration focuses more on healthcare. Any specific areas of focus? Personally invested to solve the horrible infant and maternal death rates along with your requests. Preparing a new privatization program to create funds. He just got funds. Goes against our economic doctrine, and Gloria Tori doesn't want to see it. Might be structural issues, especially due to private greed and market manipulation. It's a straight up no. We're not going to privatize. Keep the healthcare in state control. Don't allow any private involvement that could endanger core health services. Alright. With that out of the way, it should be all the same. Hospitals sound interesting. Boost our popularity. Improving treatment in rural areas a must. Would prevent mistreatment, disease, and sickness. Minor epidemics spreading in certain areas because of old facilities with lack of hygiene equipment. Pascal rightly believes treatment in rural areas should be a focus. Build new hospitals where they are needed. Access to health available for all. Improve rural treatment by hiring health staff and upgrading equipment in rural areas. Do it. Rural clinics pretty old. Improving treatments in rural areas. New hospitals where needed. Spend money on increasing salaries for health workers. Alright. Rural treatment it is. Raise that bottom to the national standard. Fruitful meeting nonetheless, just the way I like it. Report from Magnolia. Warns about Bogoslandian presence. They're babies. Bogosland will be fine. Urson versus Swordland. Case questions a separate legal treatment of the Blutish and Dayer, and by extension of the whole of Bergia. I wonder if that's connected to the special Bergia state. Because I couldn't select that one for the laws I could pass, because it said I didn't have enough power. Report. Welfare. Pandemic fallout. Will end. We're gonna handle that. Quality rural health services. Ishaval Ersin is right. It said there was 2 on the radical, didn't it? Or did I just misread? Geopolitical, thousands protest a new governor of Hegeland. See, that's the people of Hegeland, who have only known Agnolian control for 30 years. Prior to that, their Volgs all the way down. People on the island don't like Agnolia control, and yet they're pushing it, causing an incident. Border report. Isn't looking good, but the money sure is. Franz Richter on the upcoming vote. Alright, friends. You have the 8% threshold. You have every other thing you've demanded. This shouldn't require any bribery to get through. A box of famous Arcasian chocolates. Thank you for the gift. Nothing, Mr. Rain, have to say. Surprised by this proposal you prepared for the new constitution. Really do not understand your reasoning behind some of the changes. I thought we were on the same page. Don't get me wrong, I like your draft, as I've already stated. I'm just shocked you listened to our demands. Decreasing the electoral threshold and the term limits. That's more than we hoped for. How does the USP feel about that, Mr. President? Is this political suicide, or did you actually manage to get the party behind your changes? USP isn't... You know, it's funny. The conservatives and moderates are in agreement with the Reformist Party's demands, but the reformist wing of my party is not. The USP is in agreement. It is up to you to support it now. Mrs. Torrey didn't seem to be very enthusiastic about the new constitution. Are you sure you have all the votes needed? I believe that the Chief Justice has her ear, and the Old Guard is doing their best to make sure you fail. Are you aware the Old Guard has been reaching out, even to PFJP members? I hope you're doing something to contain this mess. My hands are tied. We just need to focus on the upcoming vote. Who would have thought? Of course they are. But we shouldn't worry. So you have a plan. But even if the changes pass the Assembly, how are you going to get such an anti-Solis proposal past the Supreme Court? A few connections? On the inside? The justices care about money more than anything else? If we unite together, they will be forced to support us. I'm not so sure about that. A few justices will sympathize with us, but the ultimate decision will be up to the centrists, and Orso has them locked up. If we're doing this, we have to make it count. I hope you will succeed, Mr. Rain. I respect what you're doing inside the USP. Fluff, fluff, crab boy. Of course, give me a second. Oh no, Widow's building. I had to use my glasses. Crab boy, what have you done? Fluffy, sure, but fluffy and blind. I will do my best to flip the Supreme Court as well. You can count on the PFJP votes. Didn't even need to bribe them. I just want your promise that you will give us the proper credit and finally do something about the unbalanced representation of our party on state television. Unbalanced representation of our party on state television. Okay. Did it freeze again? There we go. JP demand. Credit. Do something about unbalanced representation of party on TV. Everybody wants to be on television. For decades, your party has been doing whatever it could to stay in power while keeping the PFJP silenced, if we're going to be on the same side. I expect you to finally acknowledge all the wrongs that have been done and act against the Solis state apparatus in full force. Of course, I can't deny my party's disreputable actions. Don't blame the USP. Sordon has gone through a lot. It has. It's gone through Seoul. USP isn't Seoul. Whatever you say, Mr. President, as long as you do something about it. I hope I can rely on you. In the upcoming vote, we expect the USP to rally behind a proposal. I could assure you, you'll have the PFJP's full support. USP will not be a problem. With your support, these reforms will pass. Happy to cooperate with you, Mr. Richter. With your support, the reforms will pass. I'm looking forward to it. Was there anything else? No, Mr. Richter. Okay, I want to ask him, though, about the things I've heard from the old guard. Received intelligence that you made a deal with Arcasia, and that you tried covering your tracks. What do you have to say about that? Oh, it did come to that after all. Well, I would enlighten you about my relationship with Arcasia. As you know, the downfall of President Alfonso was abrupt. He was the only progressive hope we had in the USP. Our brief alliance with him accomplished great things, but we ran into a very concerning revelation. In our last meeting before the USP abandoned him, President Alfonso said that Sol was not gone, and still pulled the strings behind his back. He was suspicious about a conspiracy against his reformist agenda, and feared everything would collapse around him. And it did. Afterwards, the party voted you in. I don't think it was a coincidence, Mr. Rain. You see, Sobek, after speaking to Sol in the theater, and everything that happened afterwards, Sol is definitely still pulling strings. He might not be active in the government apparatus, right? But he's got people in the USP who control the legislative. He's got the judiciary. He still controls the country. He benefits. You think Sol and the old guard orchestrated all of this? Yes, and they knew that Alfonso's reforms would cripple their strength and remove them from power. So they removed him first. After realizing the true extent of Sol's deep state's influence, He looked down for a second and continued. We are in this together, so I'll be honest. I lost hope that Sol could ever achieve the liberties and democracy that I've been working so hard for as long as Solism was still alive and well. So I decided to act. Act how? I was contacted by an Arcasian senator and one of Arcasia's biggest tycoons, and I decided to agree to their meeting in hopes of receiving support. I flew to Arcasia, and I eventually met President Walker. He offered political and economic support for me and my party, asking us to lead Sorlin into the democratic sphere and become a member of ATO. But the exploitative conditions he was demanding would have had crippling effects on our economy. I told him I was only there to increase economic cooperation and nothing else. I did not get their support, nor did I do anything illegal. To this day, I feel ashamed to have gone to the feet of Arcasia like that. But at least I managed to stop myself from becoming the very thing I've been fighting against. See, he might have done this, but he recognizes that Arcasia and Ato would have only exacerbated the economic conditions in Sordlin. It would have turned Sordlin into just another puppet, another consumer vassal state of America, Arcasia. And he doesn't want that. I like Franz Richter. If I lose re-election to Franz Richter, I can trust that even if he pushes the country towards a more liberal future, at least he doesn't want to just be an Arcasian vassal state. I am grateful that you're telling me this. Thanks for taking it so well. We must always be honest with one another. You have the authority to investigate this and potentially prosecute me for it. I gave you my trust. I hope I have yours too. I will always acknowledge my wrongs and keep fighting for a better future. I believe we are not that different from this, in this. You are correct. I hope to be together in this fight for a better future. I trust you, Mr. Richter. I appreciate your trust in me, but I'll need to think more about this. That doesn't inspire confidence, but maybe... Incentive Richter to not betray me in the Grand National Assembly vote. I hope to be together in this fight for a better future, and then prosecute you at a later time in order to minimize your political career in the future after I have your support. As revolutionaries once said, the morning will come, Mr. Rain. We'll see it one day. Anyway, If you ever want to discuss this topic further, feel free to call me. I don't have anything to hide. I'll get going now, if you'll excuse me. Thanks for the meeting. We shook hands. It's nice to have a president that we could finally have a dialogue with. I'll see you in the history books. Have a nice evening for now. No reports. Rain meets Richter. Solid today has received an exclusive update about President Rain's constitutional reform process. According to our insider sources, Rain met today with the PFJP leader head, Franz Richter, in an attempt to secure the party's votes in the assembly. This meeting could be an indication that the president is truly aiming for democratic reforms, as opposed to paying lip service or using the opportunity to consolidate his own power. We will know more once the results of the meeting are announced. Richter backs Rain's reforms, which happened last time, just with money. Award company contract. PFJP conference. Yesterday's party conference, PFJP, Franz Richter announced that he'll be giving his full support for the constitutional changes proposed by the USP, asked the members of his party to follow him in this endeavor, set aside their differences for the greater good of the country, and take all the credit. Well, naturally. Oh, Taurus Holdings also asking for -1 now. I do trust Taurus Holding, but we're already at -4 budget. I think I'll give this to the SSC. It'll take a bit longer, but that's okay because economic recovery will happen. I think Taurus Holding is only -1 because of my increase to the cost of workers. So if I said no to the Workers' Protection Bill, Taurus Holding would basically be your free on-time option. Because I already put 2 budget into this project. Alright, SSC. Call from Gus Manger. Is this about the football club I invested in? Sun was setting. Mr. President. Yes, what is it? Mr. Manger on the line, sir, about the investment. Very well. Mr. Manger, to what do we owe the pleasure? Mr. President, as your secretary might have informed you, I'm calling it that we discussed at the party. I'm honestly very glad I decided to attend Mr. Vice President's little gathering. A very enjoyable party turned out to be even more enjoyable, with actual results of it. But let's hear the results. Well then, I am very happy to inform you that your investment to FC Enrica has been accepted by the board members. Now that we have the president of Sweden by our side, I assure you this year will be champions. They're going to lose. I sent the signed contract and we received some really nice merchandise for the team. The investment happened at the right time for the end of the year profit share too. We were immediately able to reap the financial benefits of last year, which will be sent to your personal account. So you're telling me I paid in and then get paid myself for work that I did not do or invest in? Congratulations are in order, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Manger. Wouldn't be possible without you. Thank you, Mr. President. Too kind. Thanks again. Let me know if there are any other opportunities. Of course, I'll be in contact. Line dropped. An increase of wealth by 1. At least that gives me lobbying money. Updates on the situation of education. Should be perfectly fine because I've always been on education's good side. Not good memories, all went through tough times. Few friends dead, couple missing after the coups, almost arrested once. Students of now will thank us in the future, allowing me to lead our education reforms in the right direction. Soda needs visionaries like you to reform, to become something better. Rural schools improve the standards of existing ones, or increase salaries for all workers. Building schools. Ignorance and literacy currently, rural population full of untapped potential, enough education. These people could be an asset in our workforce and society. Ready to decide. Build me those new rural schools, which also improves rural education by purchasing new materials and upgrading old school equipment. That's all covered in building new rural schools. Cool. Talk with Miss Suno to schedule some time to discuss the curriculum. Meet again very soon. Cool and cool and cool. Thank you for your efforts. Easy meeting, since that's already what I wanted to do. New mega project, Morna Port. President Rain has just announced the plans for a brand new port in Morna. As per the announcement, Sorge State Corporation has been awarded with the contract, and they will be taking over the daunting task that will transform the city. On completion, this mega project will provide a much-needed boost to the trade infrastructure in not just Morna, but the entire Lauren region. Violent refugees fleeing to Sordish border, inflation effects, accessible rural education, good. Inflation crisis hits Swordland. Doing my best, at least I'm not growing the deficit. Current curriculum budget construction progress already. I don't see it. Is it gone? Did it vanish? Do we not get construction anymore? Excuse me, where's the construction update in Morna? Good afternoon, Ciara. What's this one about again? Progressive reforms of the Swordland education system. Evolution versus creationism. I don't agree with teaching creationism as fact in schools, but Lucian wants a more moderate approach. Why was Lucian so late? General staff had some concerns about the Rumburg border. Provide you with a report, nothing else. Glad you came. Need to hear some opinions that make sense. Funny though that Lucian doesn't want to completely excise creationism from schools. Creationism alongside evolution? Or lose a lot of voters? Teaching of evolution mandatory. Schools may promote creationism alongside it if they wish. At least everyone gets evolution in the curriculum. Mandatory. Prepares them for college. And if they're not going for college or professional careers, then they don't really need it. Makes no difference. They can believe what they want. Accessible rural, evolution with creationism. Governor of Lauren reports results that the investment provided by the government has been put to various programs for the new companies at technology fairs in Morna. The opportunity has led to an increase in overall entrepreneurship of the region and revitalized the economy of Lauren, further increasing trade with nearby countries and regions. But I really need a budget surplus to take advantage of things. Volgan suffering. Veteran operations, a mixed success without us, which is good. Maybe that puts Smolak in his place. Now that I'm getting his money. Nationalize the Big Four now. Overblown rights case appealed. Kessero rages bloodish question. Dare prepares for the day dissension. Privatization, the future of Swordland, says Swordland today. They're going to be so upset when I end up nationalizing stuff. Don't let the pro-government elites fool you. So even with Swordland today taking my side more often, they're still holding no punches when it comes to privatization. Rain says both. Under pressure to catch up with the education systems of Arcasia and United Cortana, President Rain decided to enforce the teaching of evolution in public schools. We could expect to see some pushback against this decision, especially in Solden's rural areas where creationism has long been the default. President Rain did specify that the teaching of creationism will still be allowed, but this may not be enough to mollify religious conservatives, and it will only anger left-wingers who are gunning for creationism to be banned. I hate to say it though, but that is a minority. In the party, and outside our party, traditionalists and nationalists still make up a huge percent of the voting population. Language bill prepared, to be banned, to be vetoed. Anti-corruption police investigation update. Has completed preliminary investigations into Sorda's main oligarchs, Marcel Caronti and Walter Tusk. No, I said just investigate the Lothar group. No concrete proof of corruption or other wrongdoings has yet to been revealed. I said just investigate Tusk and his group. I don't want them to find out that I've actually got an agreement with Marcel Caronti. Okay, this time I'm going to spend any money to lobby the MPs. I didn't do it last time. I thought I had everything in the bag, and it didn't work. Lavish parties, gifts, some minor political favors in lobbying. Personal wealth decreased. Oh no. Chapter 3. Victims of changes. When all my nice dominoes that I set up to prop me up end up all collapsing anyway without me. Seaport's up. But does it have any progress because SSC? World ignores a bloodish plight, but we won't. Volgish man shot after burning Agnolian flag. And what's going on? BFF recruitment is totally fine. BFF are my BFFs. Call for Marcel Caronti. This is gonna be favorite number 1, is it? Pick up the phone. Talk about our arrangement. I'm sure you'll agree that the support I and my network have given your administration has been nothing but beneficial. Half of the non-state media in the country has been sharing positive news about you and downplaying negative events. Always more they could be doing for us. Our partnership has been successful so far. See, last time he was asking me to support him in nationalization and not touch his company, despite smearing my name and divided the country for the past how many years. But now that he has been upholding his end, glad you agree your public opinion could have nosedived were it not for us. Been a while, have to give credit where it's due, or overdue. Your business bailout greatly benefited certain subsidiaries of HOS that were reporting record losses, managed to avoid closing those companies, and they are satisfied with the board of HOS. They satisfied the board of the HOS with a high profit report in turn. Ensuring employment was our primary target. Of course. I can't help but mention your tax hike, Mr. President. The increased taxes have made a substantial dent in HOS's profits. This has hurt the backbone of the store's economy, but I assure you, it's nothing we can't endure. You see, they're big babies, they know they could endure it. They just don't want to. They want 1.9 billion, not 1.8 billion. Have to tighten our belts wherever we could. That way of thinking is correct, but you acted wrongly. This will only serve to damage our economy in the long run. Okay, but what if I throw the workers under the bus in the third round? And don't pass the Workers' Protection Act, which means that the cost of employment and operations won't increase. It's a -1 to budget just for passing that alone, and a -1 again for Taurus Holdings' operational costs, which means I'd only be at -2 right now. We could possibly even avoid Black Tuesday. I could possibly stick with Taurus Holdings, because since they'd still be free, the budget for the projects would be sufficient for Taurus. But that might cause some additional strife. Let me see. It was the reformists in our party, in our own party, who cared the most about passing the bill, wasn't it? PFJP didn't care at all. And I'm already avoiding the support of my own reformist wing. So yeah, I think politically I can afford, wow, to not advance worker protections. Share a key piece of information. Lothar Group has a contingency plan. If you decide to do anything rash, it would disrupt their empires. You can't blame them, can you? Imagine someone trying to take your authority and personal wealth away without your consent. They'll have to deal with whatever I decide, and hopefully, when it comes time to do this, that my anti-corruption police will give me plenty of evidence on Tusk and Lothar. If you're not careful what happens next, it might cost you dearly. Nobody wants that. If everyone plays their cards right, it will all be fine. Let's talk about those cards. Adamantly promoted a planned economy. Going by that, worry that you'll attempt to nationalize Soda's largest private corporations. Nationalization as a concept goes against everything my father built and stood for. Well, that is fine. Important thing is, we have the trade volume to buffer this if this does end up minimizing some of our goodwill in the trade community. Exclude HOS from any such plan. Oh, what if you do end up nationalizing the HOS and officially turning the Sorlin Today into Tory-controlled BBC? Just make it your official voice box without Karanti. And then the anti-corruption police come to me with a revelation that Tusk and the oligarchs are corrupt, and then seize all their assets anyway. You are done for, Karanti. Don't get your knickers in a twist. I was planning on leaving the HOS alone anyway. I want our partnership to continue uninterrupted, as do I. Always keep my end of the bargain, don't forget. Before I end this call, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss. I'll be blunt. Mr. Tusk is unfit to be spokesman for the Lothar Group. His archaic thinking has only preserved the status quo that benefits himself and a few precious others. So maybe this is both of his favors then. Don't touch the HOS, destroy Tusk, which I was going to do anyway. Who do you have in mind to replace him? Who do you think? Me, of course. Here's what I propose, a win-win. Use your powers to make Bergia Steel, Tuck's main company, state-owned. Lose considerable influence, which means I could take over. Alright, how's that sound? I'll have to think about it. That sounds profitable to me. A deal. Thanks, Marcel. See you later. Goodbye, Mr. Karanti. And that better count as his 2 favors being used up. Refugees suffer because of rain. They're on the rain pain train. Meeting of Lucian Galad. What's this about? It's not Peter time yet. Peter's later. Potential political repercussions of the upcoming economy meeting. Morning, President. Getting enough sleep, Lucian? Trying to. Very well. Books up every time to pre-plan for today's meeting, and the Ministry of the Economy must be cautious. Could change our relationship with the old guard, the oligarchs, and the opposition. Well, the nationalists probably aren't going to vote for me anyway. Gloria Tory does seem to like planned economies, because that's all solist. It's practically soulism. Solonomics. Nationalize these companies. What is my intention? Improve relations with the East. Must nationalize. Cannot allow a major part of the country to run without my input as president. The oligarchs must submit. It is true. The more control we have, the better. And we still bear responsibility if the oligarchs determine the course of the country. We have been transparent by promoting a planned economy, so it won't cost as much to support. See, Lucia's gonna be easy. Missed our government budget targets for the current quarter. Change ownership of important assets could help us generate much needed resources. Not on good terms with them. And they have been obstructing our economic recovery. That is why they must be destroyed. Oligarchs must be destroyed. We must seize their assets. Dramatic and swift surprise takeover. A contest for leadership in the Lotharberg group, Marcel Caranti making moves. Oh no. What if? What if the anti-corruption only fully investigates Lotharberg once Caranti's in, and then they find out about these back deals we made? Decisive in my follow-up actions. Received a call from Marcel. I'm gonna say no, they haven't. A long, measured look. Strange. I was sure one of them would contact you. Interesting position. Relationship with Walter Tusk hasn't been good. Almost time. Inform Mr. Holder the decision. I do have some minor distrust of Lucian, considering how he gets in the end. Corruption tackled. Thanks to successful anti-corruption policies, illegal behavior has been largely reduced. Cool. Just need to get my budget up then. Whole Sword Post, Swordish Kantanen joint drills in Conriat Naval Base. Kantanen ships from Conriat, together with Wagoslandian Navy. Tensions keep rising in the Markian Sea. Alright, let's do this thing. Which individuals are voicing their opinions on the nationalization plan? Edith and Mikhail, of course. Edith is against nationalization. Why is that? Simple, really. A quick fix to the government budget, which I do want. But lose the people's trust. We have trade. We're doing great on trade. If I'm hearing fixes a budget, cool, perfect. How to implement the nationalization plan, Mr. President. Turn to page 14. Heart of Swordland, fledgling CEO Marcel Caranti. Inclined to agree, however, partial ownership of the HOS. But Lucian says go all the way. What about a majority share? Simon believes that's the way to go. Win-win situation, but an enemy of Marcel Caranti. What if he fully nationalized the heart of Swordland? Disastrous. Thousands of assets belonging to Marcel Caranti would now belong to the state. Oh no. Fully against nationalizing the company. Growing too powerful, too fast. Of course, Mr. Oligarch. What if we just assume minority ownership? Might make sense, but doesn't think it's a good idea. Only makes Caranti angry with the state. Bergia Steel, the largest of the big four, Walter Tusk's baby. What if we fully nationalize it? Where do I start? The backbone of Swordland's private economy. If you do this, you anger powerful people. Is that a threat, Mikhail? No, it's a fact. Minority share then? Against making changes to Bergia Steel ownership. Leave the company as it is to Simon. But only because HOS is the weaker of the two and less risky to deal with. What if I take a majority share? The better option than full nationalization. But doesn't mean I will not face adversity. Majority share means Bergia Steel will experience a massive drop in status. And would anger a man like Walter Tusk. He's scary for sure. No need to be afraid. I'll handle it. But if that day comes, Tusk will learn Anton Reid is also not a forgiving man. Alright, so Heart of Swordland, gonna leave alone. But Bergia Steel, majority state-owned or fully state-owned? I think I'm gonna go all the way and fully take Bergia Steel because I've got trade with both Agnolia and Velen and enough clout to get Valgosland as well. Then I should be able to buffer the trade impact and nationalization. It destroys Tusk anyway, so let him. Simon leaped back in his chair. So, this is the path we are taking. Ridiculous. Simon, please tell me you're not fine with this. Please tell me the president did not just sign this order. He just did, Mr. Raven, and there's nothing you can do about it. What have you done, Mikhail? Don't make it a great mistake, Mr. President. You just have to accept it. Karanti hasn't bought me. Mr. Tusk will hear about this. Has he heard about the anti-corruption police yet? Edith at least is willing to play ball. I like Edith. She's flexible. Mental flexibility is critical. Looking forward to working with you. Good work, everyone. Thank you, Simon. Poor Simon has to work so hard for projects he really hates. Government budget decreased. Huh. That's fine. We'll get the money back. Unified Education Language Act. To make all schools operate in Swordish. And if they're not operating in Swordish, shutter them. If they want to operate in Bloodish, make them apply for special license. Veto the racist bill. Result of the economic direction. Karanti and Tusk walk in. That's enough, both of you. Have to appear to be neutral. Transfer the entirety of Tusk shares in Bergia Steel to the state. Stalling won't change the outcome. Doesn't have a pen. No need for escalation. Doesn't have the power anymore. Mr. Tusk. Ooh. I've launched an investigation that will uncover all of Mr. Tusk's secrets. And yours. In case you get on my bad side. Oh no. I'm gonna remind Mr. Karanti who exactly is president here. Marcel looked at me disbelievingly. Don't forget I know a thing about you as well. Listen, you half-wit. Even if I did have something to hide, I've got an army of lawyers that could disprove it all. You know what? I have no reason to upset things with Marcel yet. I'm gonna keep him on the good side. I'm already completely destroying the oligarchs by taking over Tusk stuff and launching the investigation. More wealth for the state. Besides, even if I am launching an investigation into Karanti, he doesn't have to know that yet. Stalling won't change the outcome, doesn't have a pen, gets a Heart of Swordland pen. Few steps ahead of you. Already going to cover all of the secrets. You can't hide anything from me, Walter. Walter snorted. Lawyers, to distribute it all. Will they stand by you? We don't have enough money to pay them. See you both in hell. Political overview. It's just Karanti taking over the oligarchs. Report in Dayer. Dissension. Bergia Steel nationalized. Lothburg Group spokesperson Walter Tusk showed his discontent by calling the administration's actions unconstitutional and undemocratic. A significant number of investors, both within and out of Sordland, are canceling their orders, most likely due to Mr. Tusk's influence. Well, don't worry, I'll get to seize his assets. Police launch raids in shops and warehouses in Arvery and Essard City to confiscate more than 2,000 illegal firearms and drugs. Between the Skinners and the Coronelli family. Nationalization of Bergia Steel. Rain's hostile takeover. Assembly vote on the constitutional changes. They better do good with it this time. Time is it? It's only 12:30, really? Is my clock broken? No, it's really just 12:30. I'm so used to this being late in the day. Hey, Serg, how are you doing? Good as I can be. Mr. Tarkeen's soul came to Holster this morning. Heard about some politicians talking about it. Thought he left the mainland and lived on Drury Island, never to return to politics. Who was talking about this? Overheard several men talking about it around the gardens of the Assembly, sir. Not sure who they were. Could just be rumors. Yes, sir, very likely. Well, I'm sure he will support you, sir. I doubt that. We'll talk later. See you, Serge. Okay, so Sol is still going to interfere. But I've lobbied. I have the Conservatives in my party and didn't anger them. I had the PFJP. I've just arrived here. I don't think I missed a vote this important. I've just arrived, Lucian. I hope Vector arrives too. Lucian, I heard something worrying. Address it later, sir. Can't I tell you now? It's kind of important. It's Tarkeen Soul himself. Ladies and gentlemen, according to current constitution, constitutional amendments require 2/3 majority in order to reach assembly approval. If the vote succeeds, the proposal will be sent to the Supreme Court. Proposal in question includes these points. Several points. 2/3 majority in order to pass. May now cast your votes. I'm going to go down to where the MPs are, shake some hands, remind them of their agreements. I descended from the mezzanine down to the hall. As soon as I reached the bottom of the stairs, Kessero Kibner approached me. Mr. President, how are you feeling about the vote? I'm hoping for the best. The best outcome for this proposal is failure. I have lost my respect for you, Mr. Rain. So many problems in Sordland that must be addressed, and yet you insist on stalling us with your democratic reforms. I know you will fail. You will lose the game, and so will your entire administration. I hope to be there when it happens. Keep hoping, Mr. Kibner. He laughed. He abruptly turned away from me and walked towards his seat. Saw Lucian waving at me. Bumped into Mansoon Lek, best living MP so far. Wish you good luck with the vote. Today's a big day for you after all. It's a big day for all of us. I hope I have your support, Mr. Lek. Most of the independents will be voting yes, Mr. President. Ayy! Even though we feel it doesn't address the issues we care about the most, it is still a big step in the right direction. But I have to say, we were disappointed when we first read the proposal. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I hope you don't ignore Bludish rights as well, Mr. President. I'll go cast my vote. Does he not realize I've already vetoed the bill about enforcing Sordish language in schools in institutions, in churches, which would have been to the detriment of the British people. I've been supporting them thus far. Finally reached Lucian, now deep in conversation with another member of our party. Excused himself and turned to me. So did you vote yet? You have to be quick. What's the rush? Now you know, Lucian, that Sol is here. I tried to tell you, man. Okay, can I get Gloria to rush the votes this time? I know, I tried to tell you. Have to accelerate the voting process. Everyone to vote as soon as possible. Should I talk to him? Advise against it. And focus on the vote. Draw their attention away. Okay, let's go talk to Gloria. Speed up the voting. Ask her to speed up the voting. Bang the gavel several times. We'll soon begin counting. Please cast your votes if you haven't already. Dang! Last time she straight up stonewalled me, but by that point, I already lost the conservative support. The pace of the hall definitely increased. The groups dispersed, and MPs began lining up at the ballot box. Sir, what do we do? Pointed a finger to see Tarquin's soul sitting there. Talk to him. Leave him be. I'm gonna go talk to him. Refrain from giving him spotlight. Address him after the vote. But look, Kibiter's gonna talk to him. They're already drawing a crowd. We have 251 members today. Member of Honor is here, already cast his vote. Only a few votes missing. Albin Clavin, 3 other men who voted against us. Madam Speaker. Good day, Mr. President. Mr. Clavin, sorry, scratch that, reverse it. Surprised to see you here. Consider the way you've ignored your own party. Don't worry, Mr. President, we are here, relax. Let's get this over with. Are they really going to vote against democratic reforms just because I didn't give him concessions? He's not a true reformist then. Where were you, Peter? Was right here. I was here until the voting began. In the assembly. He was with the secretary. He was with Livy, I bet. He was stuffing his ballot box. Hope so too. Sol is here though. To sabotage the vote. 20 more votes to count. Hey, and it's looking pretty good. We're going to get this. Alright, let's see if we actually get the reforms in. If we do, that's a positive step we didn't get the last time. Look at friends over there, behind this mess. Really, Peter? Tarquin's soul is here and you're worried about Franz Richter? Not over yet, don't jump to conclusions. Alright, what have they got? The voting has been concluded. The proposal has 179 A's and 72 nays. A. Thereby, the Grand National Assembly has surpassed a 2/3 majority and accepted the changes to the Constitution. The proposal will be presented to the Supreme Court shortly for the final voting procedure. The Assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. Yes! We did it! New content from here on out. Peter did no hard work. Not so fast. We still have the Supreme Court to pass. MPs kept shouting in the hall. Among them, I heard Franz Richter's voice. And here's where he's going to take credit. I want to congratulate the members of the Assembly and the President for finally passing changes to our dusty old Constitution. I also want to thank the members of the United Southern Party for working with our party. I hereby invite the Supreme Court to do the right thing by not ignoring the decision of a Grand National Assembly that was elected by the Swedish people. Loud applause came from the PFJP seats. Suddenly, I noticed Tarquin's soul slowly rising from his seat in the back. He seemed to be struggling and used his cane for help. He stood and gazed around the hall as all members of the Grand National Assembly went silent. Call out to him. I'll just watch him. He's old. He's gonna leave anyway. We're gonna talk to him anyway. I kept watching him as he stared at the MPs. He walked out to the exit as two of his guards held the doors for him. In any case, the procedure has passed the Assembly, but now I have to think about the Supreme Court. I'll talk to key figures in the court. We'll be fine. Complete trust in me. Achievement! Grand National Assembly! As I talked with Peter about the vote, we both left the hall to discuss our next steps. Checking something quick. Decent. Waited for Serg by the entrance. We passed it though. Actually got it through this time. Constitutional Assembly. Constitutional changes passed by the Assembly. The Grand National Assembly of Sordland on Friday approved the amendments of the Constitution that was proposed by the United Sordland Party. I officially announced the approval of the constitutional amendments to Speaker Gloria Tory after the proposal was passed in a public session. According to Tory, 179 lawmakers voted in favor of the amendments. Only one member of the Assembly abstained from voting in the session attended by 251 members of the 250-seat Parliament, including President Rain and Member of Honor Tarkeen Sol. What did they say? It was like 29 against? Which would mean either more people from the NFP voted than Kibbener expected, or did the reformists actually vote in my favor in my party? Next week on Friday, the Supreme Court will also vote on the amendments, ultimately deciding if the changes will be implemented or not. Rain reforms wins over Assembly. Today marked the biggest win of Anton Rain's term, as the Assembly approved as a proposal for reforming the Swedish Constitution. The surprise presence of Tarkeen Sol at the proceedings shifted the required number of votes from 166 to a 2/3 majority. Still, Rain's new amendments passed with flying colors. Only one hurdle now remains: the Supreme Court. We're hopeful that they too will rule in Rain's favor, so that the people of Sordland finally receive the changes they so solely deserve. Richter congratulates President. After the successful passing of Anton Rain's constitutional reforms, Franz Richter had a private meeting with the President to congratulate him over his victory, sources say. Aligning with Richter and his party was key to gathering the amount of votes needed for Rain's proposals to pass, and this meeting shows that the USP and PFJP may remain in cahoots through the remainder of Rain's term. New Constitution passes the Assembly. Count as surprised. In spite of heavy opposition and a special appearance from old man Tarkeen Sol himself, President Rain actually managed to get his constitutional reforms past the Assembly. We've been advocating for changes to Sol's dusty constitution for years, although it's doubtful that the changes Rain is advocating are the same as those we have in mind. If Rain decided to come down on the side of democracy and fairness, getting a proposal like this past Gloria Tory's gavel must have required a great deal of compromise, and getting the approval for the Supreme Court will require even more. Meeting on the results of the Assembly vote. Lucian, Peter, and I convened on the massive balcony of the palace. Nice to catch a breeze in the increasing summer heat. Both had grins on their faces, but Peter's got larger as he kept recounting our success in the Assembly. Fellas, the first obstacle has been cleared. Congratulations to all of us. Great job, gentlemen. We can celebrate once we get past the court, but great job indeed. Peter leaned on the balcony railing, and I pushed him over to prevent espionage and infidelity. What about Tarkeen Sol? Did you see him again? As far as I know, he's still staying in Holsword, but hasn't cared to pay his respects to President Rain yet. What the hell was all that about anyway? Him appearing out of nowhere. Not a threat to us. Should focus on our task at hand. He came to the Assembly and made a statement, but we still won the vote. I'm sorry that we failed to warn you that he would be attending, Mr. President. We should have been informed about his arrival. What Lucian said, we apologize. It's all good. Wasn't your fault. I learned from Serg. How come my driver knows more than you? In a situation such as this, I would have expected Carl to report it to me, but you're right, sir. We should have done our own research. How did Serg know, anyway? Doesn't matter now, does it? He said he overheard some people talking about it around the assembly. It seems some of our respected MPs already knew about this. He didn't see who they were, did he? No, he did. I could say yes, he did, but that's a lie. What if I say yes, he did? Could I name blame anyone? Oh, who were they? He saw faces, but didn't recognize them. That's too bad. In any case, I will conduct proper investigations into this. We should know every hidden Old Guard member who's working with Soul. But for now, let's move on. Yeah, we had the first hurdle cleared, but now we have the Council of Grumpy Old Men in our way. I have to say, that's a fitting description for the court. But unfortunately for us, they are more than that. They are our largest obstacle yet. Also, you are forgetting about Mrs. Edmonds. They're not all grumpy old men. And Mrs. Morgna, she's technically member too. The real trouble is their big daddy Hawker. Can't let him control the court against us. She could probably pass as one. Oh my goodness, Anton Ray, no. I'm gonna smack you two next Tuesday if you say that. Real trouble is Big Daddy Hawker. We surely cannot. We'll need to work with Mr. Garassi and Mrs. Edmonds to undermine Orso. Mrs. Morgna has been helping out with the lobbying of the court. She has been speaking with Mrs. Edmonds, and we believe she's our key figure on the inside. Our lobbying efforts are continuing positively, but they have yet to yield concrete results. It'll ultimately be up to Mrs. Morgna and you to persuade the justices, sir. And we already have Nia on the inside. That is 1 vote out of 11, which leaves us 5 more. Well, Nia has the ears of Justices Dalton and Martin, so we could assume that we have their support as well. So that gives us 3 votes to start with. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but Mrs. Morgna cannot do this alone. Let us not forget about Mr. Harker and his loyalists. We still need to reach out to the Old Guard and the moderates in order to reach 6 votes. How do we even get 6 votes with the Old Guard against us? By convincing all the other justices, every single one. If we cannot get Mrs. Edmonds centrist, we'll have no choice but to reach out to the Old Guard. Hey, we won the vote comfortably. I'm sure that counts for something. There's at least some pressure on the court now. The court still sees us as a threat. They will not be persuaded so easily. Don't worry. I'll talk to the justices and convince them. I believe in you, sir. In any case, we should start with our best bet. I already asked Nia to arrange a meeting with Mrs. Edmonds. She's willing to speak with you. A good start. If she's willing to talk, she's willing to cooperate. I'm sure you'll convince her. Lucian suddenly turned around and pointed at the side entrance of the balcony. Look who's coming. It was Franz Richter. He slowly walked up to us with a smile on his face. Afternoon, gentlemen. How are you all doing? Afternoon, Mr. Richter. Doing good, friends? Enjoying the victory at the assembly? Busy as always, Mr. Richter. How about you? Should have let me know you were coming out. Would have planned a barbecue or something. We're doing good, Mr. Franz. Enjoying our victory. Oh yes, I should congratulate you again for passing the proposal. You deserved it. We should also thank you for your efforts. You were of tremendous assistance. Franz bowed his head slightly in response. I'm looking forward to having many more cooperations between us and victories. I wish you good luck with the Supreme Court. I have just conversed with Miss Morgna and Justice Zizek. We have at least 3 justices supporting the proposal. We must be united if we want to break them. we must also be seen as united more than ever. Therefore, I'd like to propose a proper alliance for the next elections, a more in-depth collaboration throughout the rest of the current term. Is he suggesting a proper... what's the term? For collaboration between the parties? Alliance? Not exactly what I was thinking of. What I was waiting for, need a proper alliance. Love to accept such a proposal, Mr. Richter. An alliance with the main opposition is too big of a deal. That's not an option. I'm glad we were able to work together in the new constitution, but that is the extent of our collaboration. Coalition, that's what I was thinking about. We can make a coalition with a PFJP. I think that sounds fine and dandy for me. It will surely put pressure on the old guard. Such a grand coalition has never happened in Sordland before. Coalition. We should show people our parties can work together, that civility and cooperation is possible. It would surely have a great symbolic meaning, especially if we can change the constitution. I'll reach out to you soon about it. We must start organizing and announce it as soon as possible. Franz reached down in his pocket, fumbled with a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Anyway, I'll leave you three to it. We should catch up soon. I'll get back inside now, the sun is getting intense. He walked back to the door and left the balcony. Well, that was interesting. So we're seriously joining forces with the PFJP, huh? Sordland needs to experience some democracy. It will only be beneficial from our position. Not sure how deep we'll dive in, for now we'll cooperate. Gotcha. A coalition government with the PFJP can mean a lot of things, but one thing is for sure. Once Mr. Richter enters our government, it will be hard to get him to leave. We should be careful, sir. Lucian looked at his watch. Time to conclude our meeting. Livia Suna, what's up, little spy? David Wessie is calling at the upcoming foreign policy meeting. Perfect timing. Tell him I'll be right there. Congratulations on the victory, Mr. Rain and Peter. She looked Peter in the eye as she said this, and ignored Lucian altogether. Peter's eyes followed her as she walked out. Could it be there's not one spy? We have two imposters. This is a two-imposter game, isn't it? And Lucian is all too willing. Livia, the type of imposter player who ignores the other imposter altogether to not suss him. Lucian, the type to toss the other one under the bus to not suss himself. I've been running off the assumption that there's only one imposter. Getting pretty hot out here. Alright, let's call it finished. You both may go. See you later, gentlemen. No reports. Ellery is a theater, right? Invitation to the movie premiere. Richter congratulates votes results. In a press statement, Franz Richter of the PFJP congratulated President Rain for the successful vote. In his speech, he showed support for the USP leadership and called the Supreme Court to vote in favor of the proposal. Rumberg whistleblower, grant asylum. Sordland accepts whistleblower, how could you not? Whistleblower in safe house. Cinema Angeli del Orri. Okay, so I'm not gonna be a failure to my kids. That's gotta change stuff, right? Frank fidgeted with his ties and stood at the window. Worried about university exams, son? Since when do you care about what's happening in my life? You know I'll support you, whether you pass or fail those exams. What an honor, Your Highness. Frank, don't talk to your father that way. He's been working so hard for this country. I'm not gonna scold Frank. Ignore him, talk to Dina. Excited for the movie, sweetie? Are you having a good time, sweetie? Are you in a better mood than your brother? Yes, I know the device will restart. Go away. Are you having a good time, sweetie? Dina nodded happily. What about you, Papa? You won something, right? You should smile. And keep doing your best even if you lose. I won't lose, isn't that right, Monica? I'm just fine, Dina. Everything is gonna be wonderful from now on, right, Monica? That's my girl, thanks a lot. But everything is gonna be fine and wonderful, right, Monica? Of course. Let's just focus on having a nice time with the movies. Monica folded her arms. Oh, she's still upset about Benfi. About to enter Ellery. Cinema in a few minutes. Thank you, Serg. This is the place. Yeah, should all be the same from here on out. Get to meet... Oh, a reporter this time. Your constitutional reforms made it through the Assembly. How do you feel about their chances with the Supreme Court? I trust the justices will make the right decisions. The court will vote my way if they know it's good for them. One way or another, these reforms will pass. Those both sound shady. I trust the justices will make the right decision. Thank you, Mr. President. Are you aware that Tarkeen Sol will be present? And were you aware that Tarkeen Sol would be present at the proceedings? No, I had to order for my driver. Of course I was, because I knew from my driver. Before she could ask anything else, the guards ushered us inside the theater, in which we meet Sir Book himself, Kirbuk. Good to see you here. The honor is mine, Mr. Kirbuk. Big fan of your work. Frank snorted, glanced at him. So even without the cinemaphile line, Frank snorts all the same. He's probably just having a laugh that his father is smoozing somebody up. If you don't mind my asking, which was your favorite? All of them. The Swordist Dream. The Man Who Saved the World. He stared at me for a while, as if he was trying to understand if I was joking or not. That's by Mikkel Vargas, Mr. President. It beat my film, The Swordist Dream, for the top prize at the Benfi Festival last year. Frank looked me in the eye and struggled not to laugh. I don't mind being a lovable oaf in the eyes of my older son. Tarkeen Sol, what did you think? I found the plot questionable, but it certainly was spectacular. What about you? I'm happy the plight of the Bloodish might finally get the attention that it deserves. Be careful where you extend your sympathies, President Rain. I'm surprised to see you still around, sir. What were you doing at the assembly? My country was about to make a rash decision. I couldn't simply sit by. Are you pleased with the outcome? Your scheme didn't work. I won, not your country anymore. I still have immense respect for you, Colonel. I wish it was reciprocated. Okay, I kind of want to play this as somebody who does respect Tarkeen Sol for moving us on from a hard time, but recognizes that a lot of his stuff was outdated. It will be, when you prove yourself worthy of it. The Assembly considers me worthy. Does that not count for anything? I will not let you and that bleeding heart idiot Richter tarnish my precious constitution. Doing this for the good of the country. The Constitution is ancient history. The reforms will bring Sol into the future. It's for the good of the country. Ha! Some of his spittle land on my cheek. You will find out soon enough how your country repays you for your goodness. So, not much different there, but I'd like to think we were friends. He didn't call me a traitor for voting against him at the end of his term. Rain and Sol met at Kerbuk screening, new law on Swordist language vetoed. One film, two very special guests. Washroom Summit. What are Rain and Sol hiding? Rain vetoes a racist language bill. Okay, gotta get my budget back into the positive. Ceremonial duty for the Day of Ascension. Okay, so this is the one where I have to take notes and do the correct order for everything. Prayer is done completely correct. Holy scepter with your left hand. Altar with your right hand. Kneel before the archpriest. Put the sword to my shoulder. Touch the sword with the hand that touched the altar. Hand the scepter to the archpriest. Receive the sword. Pass it to the disciple. Easy. Yeah, sure. Good. Blessings to see you on this most holy day. Bow your head before the archpriest. Murmurs of approval from the crowd. Crowd still cheering loudly. The people of Swordland, once again we are gathered here to honor the day of dissension. Alright. My confession? Okay. I've been a bad husband. I've neglected my family due to the stress of my position. I failed to support my wife at the Benfey festival. A husband must support his wife. You have taken vows, and you must uphold them. In this case, it is different. A woman's place is besides her family, not political Jeez. Archpriest. Wow. I'm not sure. What I am doing for Solden is enough. A heavy burden it is, but it's not a sin. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. I'm trying to reform the country. But I don't know if the country is ready for it yet. Reformation is a tentative narrative. It must come slowly but surely. And that's all for today. Was I involved in bribery though? Does the agreement with Karanti count as bribery? It probably does. That's all for today. Before God, I thank you for your sharing. Okay, now for the ceremony. Extinguish the candles. A bit nervous. Okay, oh right, the dagger. He gives me the dagger from King Edmund. I can't accept this, but it's mine anyway. That never comes up again. I guess it just means that he really likes me. Scepter with the left hand, altar with the right. Kneel before the archpriest. Touch the sword with my right hand. Because that was the one that was on the altar. Hand the scepter to the archpriest. And then pass the sword to a disciple. Easy. Went surprisingly well, sir. Didn't even need to check my notes. Told you would work. And back to dare we go. President attends the Day of Dissension. Momentous occasion celebrated by everyone, regardless of their rank and status. Swordland once again felt unity amidst chaos to come together. Dinner with family at home. Let's get briefed on the diplomatic strategy. Okay, Yosef's here. So, no pro-communist talk. Overview of where we're at right now. Go ahead. Successfully passed trade deals with Berlin and Agnolia. Increased our presence in those regions. Good. Look towards the future. Velen and Agnolia are practice runs. Improve our relation with greater nations, with the threat of Lumberg moving. Mr. President, I don't trust the helping hands of other countries offer us for good reason. But those helping hands are necessary. Okay, he's still worried about Rumberg. We need allies. Even Yosef recognizes it. I trust your assessment, Yosef. Thank you, Mr. President. Military perspective is important. Deals are about more than just allies. The benefits to our economy. Still struggling to end the recession. So it would be -3 right now, instead of -5, if I didn't support the workers' rights. Taurus would still be free, which means we get the Morna port done early. Comprehensive trade deal laid out. We were to pursue potential trade agreements with 2 greater nations. Vogels is one of them. Much more potential here than Velen or Ragnolia. Closer to United Cantana. Strengthen our voter base since we are expecting us to follow through with our promise eastwards. Maybe entering the CSP. Do whatever we can to get them on our side. Rightful place within the CSP. Joseph won't like that. Vogelsland is certainly powerful enough to deter Rumburg. To Lesbia. Rather sore over our decision to accept financial aid from United Cantana. Essentially gave United Cantana a foothold in Eastern Maricopa. Ado feels threatened. A deal won't be happening with Lesbia. I hope you're not questioning my decision. Of course not, sir. That's it for the overview. Investments have done in Lorne region yielded positive results. Then could I get a +1 to budget? Maybe a +2? States here, investment helped increase the coal output of the region. We now have a surplus. Excellent resource for trade. But it's not going to manifest as trade. What should we do? Remember what I said, we need allies, not just trade deals. In that case, we must negotiate with Vogelsland. Not just for trade deals, but to give Joseph his allies. Quick and easy. Reports from everywhere. Recession hits workers. No. Recession. Port of Lockhaven gains new importance. Velen trade report continues to bear fruit. Excellent. Manufacturing industry is also celebrating the decreased production costs resulting from the uptick of importation of Wessex oil in the aftermath of Operation Bear Trap. Unemployment greatly reduced in Morna. My economy is up to 3 now. I got some bars back. I've actually gotten bars back between double trade deals and my Lord investments. Polio case in Bergia. Polio case explode. Rain to visit Vogelsland for trade deal. And Lauren, healthcare quality improved. It probably won't manifest in-game, but healthy, happier workers that aren't broken, that aren't suffering major healthcare crises, are going to be more productive workers that definitely benefit the economy. Currency loses value against Arcasian lira, but everyone's is. Dinner with family at home. There's Dina, but where's Monica? Oh no. Oh no, that's right. Our son failed. Darling, what's wrong? It's from the Department of Education. Frank's university exam results are in. How did he do? See for yourself. 435 points out of a total 1,000. Maybe next time I'll leave Frank at home for the inaugural ball and see if the threat of near assassination doesn't shake him enough to affect his grades. Failed, stamped in red. All those years of effort, the private lessons, down the drain. You know what this means? He's going to have to join the military. He could die, Anton. Does he know the results yet? He should be back home from school soon. I don't understand. Frank's a smart boy. Why'd he sabotage himself like this? What's going on, Mom and Dad? Have a seat, Frank. Oh, shit. Son, we're not angry at you. It's my fault. I should have been around to help him study, that is true. Even if I sent him home and didn't put him directly in the line of fire of an assassination attack on Bernard Circus, at the bare minimum, he didn't have his father's support. And that would have hurt him more than anything. The only support my father gave me is a medal under the belt. So Frank, I fully understand you. At least this isn't the end of the world. Failure at the high school level? He's young, he can bounce back? Right, should have taken a break from running the country to help your loser son. It's okay. It's alright, we know you're a smart kid. Army for him then, not so fast. Might be something I can do. Alfonso could get his dimwit son into Kingshill University. Whole Sword State could have room for a bite boy like Frank. I'm not gonna take life lessons from you, old Alfonso. Whole Sword State would be amazing. His friends are going there. Could still come home to do laundry. Maybe that's a problem. Too much time spent with his friends. Not enough time studying. He could study abroad. United People's University in United Cantana is free, and they have an excellent medical program. Maybe what Frank needs is to leave home, see the world. If Monica's right, Frank is allegedly very bright. Maybe he'll be more serious about his studies, in United Cantana, in a new environment, away from the stress of being a politician's son. And if he's bright, medicine is a decent enough field. Either he comes back a communist, or he comes back with the expertise to help the people of Swordland. Communism. I can dig that. Not exactly how I was expected to spend my student years, but anything's better than the military. This is the future of our boy, Anton. What should we do? It's been decided. You're going to United Cantana, Frank. Thanks, Dad. Whole Sword State still would have been my first choice. Well, Frank, if you wanted your first choice, you should have studied. Not only yours, but it's your call to make after the way I messed up. Monica let out a long exhale. What a day who was hungry for dinner. Report from Narble. New school completed. State-of-the-art teaching equipment, 50 classrooms. Whole Sword Post. Court strikes down. Urson versus Swordland. So that happens anyway. I don't see how you can change the courts in time to fix that unless I really go full emergency powers, executive powers. Ashraf anniversary. Justice failed once again. Supreme Court files. Urson versus Swordland dissent. Dinner. Justice Isabel. I never got to speak to the justices. The Le Papillon. What an ostentatious name for a restaurant. They should have called it the Schmetterling. Schmetterling is cute. It rolls off the tongue. It sounds sweet. As opposed to Le Papillon, which is harsh and grating. Nia Morgna had arranged a dinner meeting with Justice Isabel Edmonds this evening. Ahead of the dinner, Nia and I met to have a talk. We settled at a table on the second floor of Le Papillon, a world-class lesbian restaurant in downtown Wholesword. The whole floor was reserved for us, and the music coming from downstairs was enough to guard our voices from potential eavesdroppers. I still can't believe Seoul came to the vote. I'm sure he also pressured the justice of the court right after that win. I can't speak any sense into them. What about Justice Edmonds? Do you think we could sway her? What's the atmosphere at the court? You are the Minister of Justice. You must speak sense into them. You know who I'm dealing with, Mr. President. It's not easy. Orso and Heron have a tight grip on everybody. What's the atmosphere in the court? Most justices don't really talk when I'm around. They don't trust me, as I'm an outside member of the court. I only know about 2 justices I mentioned earlier who are with me, so we have 3 votes there. Also, thanks for the recent effort of our anti-corruption force. We managed to pressure several justices into cooperation. So we have potentially 4 or 5 votes in total. So today's meeting could give us the last vote we need to reach 6. The old guard are frantically opposing her proposal, so I doubt there's any possibility there. What about Heron? I thought we could get to him. Heron might be a possibility, yes, but I'd advise against dealing with any of them. If we could persuade Isabel, we can get the votes we need. Lucian and Peter believes that he can be persuaded though, so I'll leave that up to you. What turn number is this anyway? Turn number 7. Reddit says you get some economic opportunities in turn 8 if you have a budget surplus, which I don't have. Which means probably lock myself out of one opportunity at least to help the economy further. But at least we got 2 bars. We're pulling and dragging ourselves up. What about Justice Edmonds? Do you think we could sway her? Yes, I think she's our best bet. We have a meeting with her now, after all. She's not openly protesting against the old guards, but she has told me about her concerns about them. She's certainly open to dialogue, but also skeptical. She seemed to be scared about a potential purge against the court. We could play into that. We could find common ground against the old guard. That's what I hope for too. What has Orso been doing? He's doing his best to organize the court against her proposal. But there's huge pressure on them. The anti-corruption forces has found incriminating evidence against some of the justices. Although they have immunity, they are scared that these would go public. We have already gained a few more votes in the court, but I'm not sure some more old guards would jump on the same wagon. Thank you for your efforts with the anti-corruption police. Thank you for signing the order, Mr. President. The efforts are bearing fruit. Okay, let's talk about our next steps. Well, the next step is to speak to Isabel and make sure she votes for the proposal, but also... The waiter approached us with bound respect. Did you decide on the entree, sir? We are in a meeting here. We have a guest coming. We'll wait for her to order. Of course, sir. I'll be around, sir. He went downstairs again. Nia took a sip from her glass of water and looked at me. Talk about you a little. Will we succeed? So let's just move on to our plan with Isabel. Let's not try to agitate her when she comes. We won the vote, so she already has pressure on her, not to mention the pressure from the anti-corruption police. But if she feels cornered, we might lose her, so it's important not to put too much pressure on her. Agreed. Shouldn't scare her off. That's for the best. Suddenly, I noticed Justin Isabel Edmonds coming upstairs. She was wearing a plain, dark gray dress that hid most of her features. What is Isabel Edmonds like? Swordist jurist, who had been serving as a justice of the Supreme Court of Sword since 1949, the youngest person to serve in the High Court of Appeals, and the first woman to serve in the Supreme Court. Career as a judge, Hull Sword State University like everybody is, serving cities of Conriat and Gelserd, supervisory judge of the High Court of Appeals in Holsword, Justice of the Supreme Court by Ewald Alfonso, first woman to hold the position, a firm believer in democracy and secularism, and spoke it out against the oppression of the soulless state apparatus. Oh, I was just gonna say, so we agree on so many issues, eye to eye, but she holds anti-communist and socially conservative views. A secular conservative, that's pretty weird. Oh, good to see you, Mrs. Edmonds. Nia got up from her chair to shake Isabel's hands. Stand up for a handshake. Welcome her from your seat. I'll stand up. I'll show her respect. Mr. President, good to see you. Good to see you, Justice Edmonds. Please, welcome, Mrs. Edmonds. Please take a seat. Good to see you. It is good to see you. She took a seat across the table. How was your day, Mrs. Edmonds? I would normally say good, but this time I'll take the liberty to say that it was insanely exhausting. Heavy court matters again, not that I'm complaining. Suddenly, the waiter approached us. Are you ready to give the orders, sir, madame? I'll have the sauté perlé, please. As you wish. Mrs. Edmonds, politeness, ask her first. I'll have the salad, thank you. Of course, and you, sir? Sauté perlés with lesbian zabla, the liver fricassee. I'll have the salad too. Only because, by looking at the Reddit, I've seen the memes, and apparently, salad is a linchpin. And has more of an effect than the devs expected, I think, which is kind of funny. You wanted to pass a court, you better have the salad. Perfect. He quickly took a couple of notes in his tiny notebook. I'll be back shortly. He went downstairs, leaving us alone on the upper floors again. Mrs. Edmonds, you know why we're here. How is the situation in the Supreme Court? We want to cooperate with you, Mrs. Edmonds. How is the situation? Not too much pressure. Start off light and fluffy. Let's just say, busy. She moved herself in her chair to be more comfortable. First of all, congratulations with the vote in the Grand National Assembly. But now you face the Supreme Court, and it pains me to say that your proposal has a very low chance of getting through it. Not if you support us, but you like the proposal. We don't want that. That is why we have you here. I know. I am perfectly aware that you need us. So the current situation is clear. You need our wing to vote for you. Otherwise, all of your hard work will be in vain. I'm not going to deny that. That is the situation. That is a start. At that moment, the waiter came back from downstairs, carrying plates of food. After seeing that we were in the midst of a discussion, he averted his eyes as he approached us. He quickly started serving the food and refilled our glasses. He placed a plate of salad luco in front of me. It looked very fresh and smelled of olive oil. I was very hungry. Bon appetit. Thank you, it looks delicious. The waiter bowed to us and quickly went downstairs. We wished each other a good meal, as Isabel and Nia slowly started to eat. So, Mrs. Edmonds, are you still thinking the same about the old guard? Of course, nothing has changed. That is good. We still have that in common. That doesn't mean I will accept any proposal the old guards oppose. Yet we must do something. You also know that we need this change in our institutions. Isabel took a sip from her water and turned to me. Tell me, Mr. President, what are your real intentions? That we need better democracy? It's all I've been striving for. I know we can't do a lot, but I'm doing my best to start the change. I only want a strong Swordland. I'm trying not to lose the support of the people. This is their will. We need a better democracy. For some reason, I doubt that. But let's say this proposal goes through. What will be your next move? To ensure the new processes are respected and executed in transparency. To further the reforms. To focus on our internal and external threats, such as you, Miss Corruption. Ensure the new processes are respected and executed in transparency, hence giving a budget to the Justice Department. I see. Isabel took another sip from her water and looked at me without saying anything. What do you want to return? How about we get to the point now? Mrs. Edmonds, please help us achieve this victory. We have to be together in this. Perhaps that is the way we must take. Can you explain one thing? How come you think that the Supreme Court's right to vote on constitutional amendments is a major problem with such priority? I'm asking the President, Miss Morgana. Why don't you ask the reformist? This proposal was made together because I'm the President. I must show strength. The court has been stopping every constitutional change, Mrs. Edmonds. The judiciary should not have legislative powers, Mrs. Edmonds. That point was a red line for Mr. Richter. We had to include it. The judiciary should not have legislative powers. It is a completely separate department. So that is your position. I see. I don't know what to say, Mr. President. These changes are one thing, but there's also your political view. I don't want to hand a victory to a millennialist. I don't agree with that. I am no millennialist. I am a democratic socialist, Mrs. Edmonds. Yes, you just told me the device will restart outside active hours. That's the third time you've told me. Inactive hours. Go away, Windows. I am a democratic socialist, Mrs. Edmonds. There's a difference. So what? You're going to tell me you pursue Vagoslandian socialism or something? Who cares if you're into Chancellor Hegel socialism, or Sordis socialism, a Bernard Circus? It's all Carlos Marcia's socio-economics at the end. You are playing with fire, Mr. President. Nia suddenly cut in. If we were to come back to the point of unifying against the old guard, I want the old guard God as much as you, but I am torn about this proposal. Don't be. We are together in this. This will open the way for future reforms too. Or vote yes, there's not much to think. Please, Mrs. Edmonds, we need your help. Appeal to her, as a person. Mr. President, I am also wondering, if you were in Sol's position, how would you have structured the Supreme Court? What do you believe even is its role? An advisory board for legislation at the High Criminal Court? It must have the power of judicial review and to strike down laws that are against the Constitution, basically America. The court protects the Constitution. I would have done the same with my proposal today. It must have the power of judicial review and strike down laws that are against the Constitution. So what do you think about the judicial review? It plays an essential role in ensuring that each branch of the government recognizes the limits of its own power. Precisely. I am glad we agree on that. Isabel went to finish the remains of her salad. So, Mrs. Edmonds, what are you thinking? I want to help you, Mrs. Morgana, but I still have great concerns. This proposal would pave the way for the WPB and the CPS to enter the Assembly. I don't want to be a supporter of that. We can't silence different political opinions anymore, Mrs. Edmonds. I don't agree with their ideologies, but we must be fair. The threshold not only affects them, but all of us. It can lead to a political crisis in the future. Anyway, at least the proposal introduces term limits. I can say that I support that point. You had decided then? Let's see, Mrs. Edmonds. I really hope you vote for the proposal. Please, Isabel. This vote means a lot for us. I don't want to corner her, but I don't want to say nothing either. Okay, let me finish, Mr. President. I think I can get behind this proposal. That's great to hear. I can get you the 3 votes you need. We were already someone inclined to vote for the proposal. I will talk with my group. We got the Supreme Court. We got the Grand National Assembly. Are you sure that you can bring 3 votes? Yes, we always act together. They will listen to me. That's great to hear that you support us. Thank you. I see that we're all finished with our meals too. I think it is time to conclude this meeting. Thank you for inviting me here, Mr. President. Thank you for coming. Let's change the Constitution, Mrs. Edmonds. I'll be expecting your vote in the upcoming session. She knows. Thank you for coming. She stood up and shook my hand. Thank you for the meeting, Mrs. Edmonds. Likewise. Isabel took her coat and walked downstairs. Nia and I looked at each other. That's great news. I hope you can trust her. That's great news. But we still need to reach out to more people. She won't be enough. You should maybe talk to Lucian about other options. We may try reaching out to Heron if you want. After a few minutes of thoughtful silence, we also got up from our seat and left the restaurant. It was a good start, but I was still uncertain if Isabel would be enough. I got to the presidential Cadillac, and Sark started driving me home. Okay. Alright. We're going to get our constitutional changes. Is that a lion? Why a lion, not a goat? A radio, papers, some kahwa. So it kind of feels like that the Constitution is pretty much in the bag now. And I actually did get a few points of economy. If I didn't lose points to the market crash, we'd be at least halfway by now, if not over it. So I'm getting a pretty good roadmap here for what I can do to get the constitutional reforms passed, actually passed, and fix up the economy. Reach out to Justin Heron. Justice Garasi has rejected our initial talks, but we can't try to convince him once again. The vote of the Supreme Court draws near, and we need to sway Justice Heron Garasi to maximize our chances of winning the vote for the new constitution. After the initial rejection, we could bribe him, send Lucian or Nia to convince him to enter the negotiations, or outright ignore the justice. I could bribe him, but even though when it comes to impeachment time, I haven't bribed anyone, I haven't made political promises, I have still negotiated with Marcel Caranti, so that's 1 point of impeachment. I think I'll try to minimize further impeachment ammo and send Lucian. And have it fail. Private meeting with Justice Heron. It was yet another sunny day, and I was facing another important political figure, Heron Garasi. He had reached out to us and wished for a meeting just ahead of the court vote. We scheduled to meet outside of Holsword in the Gentlemen's Club of Peter and Ellery, where we could have some privacy. I grabbed a drink and sat down on the balcony of the villa, overlooking its vast garden. Heron sat next to me in his beige checked suit and took off his white trilby. Hey, there you go. We're both wearing white trilbies. He has to agree with me. A very nice location to set up here, Mr. President. A gentleman's club, huh? Oh, it's not mine, it's Peter's. That might be fitting. I don't set up the meetings. My team chose this place. We thought it might be more fitting. Yes, fitting. He straightened himself. So, Mr. President, you went a long way to make this meeting possible. I had to pay you the respect. Please do speak of your intentions and how I could be of assistance to you. I want you and your buddies in the court to pass the changes. We need your help with the upcoming votes. I am prepared to do that, as long as we help each other. He puffed himself up. I can help you beyond this vote. Wouldn't you want to have a Chief Justice who'd be sympathetic to your concerns? Doesn't it sound nice? So you want to take Orso's place? I don't think you'd want to be that person. You're right, I'm listening. So you want to take Orso's place, huh? Is it really that unexpected? I already have a reasonable support behind me. If Orso is dismissed from the court, I can take his place and keep helping you. We must think beyond the vote, Mr. President. If you could help me with some investments, I can be a valuable ally to have with the Supreme Court. And I will support you, not only with the vote, but afterwards. I can't promise that. I thought you were the one who asked for my help, Mr. President. I gave you my offer. If you don't like it, there will be no support from my end. Easy as that. Rethink your position, Mr. Garasi? I could have you thrown in the can. Can I threaten him? There is the pressure from the anti-corruption police. You're threatening me with that. He laughed and put his hat back on. It looks like we don't share a collaborative spirit. He stood up. It's time I get going. Sit down! Could I growl at him? I am not your dog, Mr. Rain. Don't forget your place. He left me alone with my thoughts. Alright, so if I'm not gonna bribe him, at the very least, I'm not gonna threaten the guy. See? Goat statue. Where's the lion statue? There is no lion statue. Bum bum, bum bum. Ellery. Okay, we thought this place would be fitting. Very fitting. Want you and your buddies in the court to pass the changes. Not an easy thing to make happen, but prepared to help with that as long as we help each other. Help beyond the vote on Orson's place. Here's the thing though, he wants Orso's place and an investment. If it was just Orso's place, it may be. But if I have to pay him for the privilege... Can we figure something else out? No. But it looks like our meeting is over. We have the reformist wing, we have the centrists, we should be fine. It's a 6 votes out of 5. It was nice to have you, Mr. Garasi. I hope you reconsider your support. Thank you for inviting me. It's a shame that we're leaving empty-handed, but it was a nice meeting. Okay, so what's left? Announcement of the Supreme Court's decision. So, there hasn't been any save yet. If it turns out that that the Supreme Court actually voted against me, I could always reload and bribe the guy, right? I don't have to. Back at the office, I was eagerly awaiting for the decision of the Supreme Court regarding our change of the Constitution. I stood up from my chair and looked out the window. Peter and Pascal were with me too. Peter was slouching on the couch on the right side of the office and staring at the ceiling. Pascal sat across from me. He was also eagerly awaiting the results. The whole process had been tough on all of us. But now there was nothing left to do but wait for the justices to cast their vote. And that's assuming Mrs. Edmonds is actually voting as she promised. If she isn't, I've already overwritten that save, I think. What do you think, Anton? Are we going to make history today? To be honest, I got a bad feeling about this. So you trust Isabel to bring the votes? I'm sure she'll support the proposal. I hope so. I trust Isabel. According to Nia, she's a woman of her word. But anyway, we'll learn about the results soon. The session is already underway. By the way, what time is it? I looked at the tall case clock in the room. It was already 20 past 11. The court's voting session was scheduled to end in 10 minutes. We have about 10 minutes. Okay, we'll hear about the results soon. But anyway, he rose from his slouch and stretched. I don't know if you noticed, but Kessler has been getting popular in the assembly recently. Our party's been supporting him on a lot of bills, some of which have already reached you, and all of them vetoed. What do you make of this? I think he's a very dangerous man, Anton. We can't let him divide the party. I agree. He is the ultra-conservative nationalist. I don't want the nationalists to get more support. We'll have to watch him closely. His party only holds 40 seats, Anton, yet he manages to pass bills. That man is trouble. Maybe we shouldn't allow our party to be so generous with wealthy support. Suddenly, Livia entered the room. In her hands was a large object wrapped in straw paper. She has brought the wine. Good day to you, Mr. President, and Mr. Benewall. Am I interrupting you? Is she here to see Peter, then? It's okay, Livia. What happened? The Chief Justice has sent you this. She showed me the wrapped object. Really? From Orso Hawker? Bring it here. It's a bomb. It's going to be a bomb. Yes, sir. She walked up to the table and gave it to me. I immediately started to remove the wrapping to reveal a framed photograph. It was an old black and white photograph of Tarquin Sol posing on a destroyed tank in Whole Sword Square. The building behind him had thousands of bullet holes, and on it, and the clearly readable slogan, "Victory is close," written on its walls. The date, the 22nd of May, 1929, was written at the corner with a black marker. I turned to Livia. What do you think this means? Did Orso say anything to you about this? No, but he's obviously trying to send you a message. Hey, Livia. Noticing Peter on the couch, Livia reddened slightly. She gave a small wave, which Peter returned. Mr. Vice President, I'll be leaving now. Can we address this, Peter? Could we address this before you do more harm? As soon as she left the room, Peter came up next to me and took a look at the photograph. Nice present. Some kind of message, damn Orso. A painting of Tarquin's soul, what a nice present. It must be a message. What is it? Victory will be close, huh? Orso's getting ahead of himself. Suddenly, Lucian rushed into the room. Mr. President, the vote has been concluded. We immediately gathered around him. Congratulations, sir. The constitutional changes are finalized. With 7 justices voting for the proposal, we only needed 6 and we got 1 extra. Yes! Peter jumped up and down like a little kid. Yes, congratulations everybody. This is a historic moment, Anton. We have changed Seoul's constitution of 1929. I'm without words. Did it together, we are writing history. This is just the beginning. Hell yes it is. Peter approached to give me a hug. Hug him. It's best friend Peter, even if he's a lech. You did well, Anton. Congratulations, sir. Today's a big day. You must also start preparing a speech to announce the changes, sir. I'll go ahead and reach out to the cabinet. We can celebrate this together over a meeting. Achievement unlocked. The Constitution of 56. All of us immediately got to work to plan our next steps. After our Supreme Court victory, already we are on an alternate timeline with great deviation. Country overview. President impeachable by the court and the assembly. According to Article 17, is not responsible for the actions performed in the exercise of presidential duties except in the case of high treason or violation of the Constitution. The president may be impeached with a 2/3 majority vote in both the Grand National Assembly and the Supreme Court. They can, but good luck getting it through. Appointment of ministers requires the Assembly to do a confidence vote. Election threshold, 8%. 2-term limits, fine. Constitutional amendments requires the Assembly. And what's the news? New Constitution. After the Grand National Assembly's approval for the proposed change of the Constitution, the Supreme Court also voted in favor of the new Constitution on Friday, making the changes official. The new Constitution replaces several of the major sections that were seen as unchangeable, and which many swords saw as owing to its origins to the military rule of Colonel Tarquin's soul from back in 1929. One of the key changes was taking the Supreme Court's vote on constitutional changes, allowing the Grand National Assembly of Sordland to make its changes to the Constitution without the Supreme Court's approval. This was a triumph for all sort of citizens who love democracy and wanted change, said Franz Richter. Although some observers expressed disappointment that the new changes do not reflect the will of the people, many USP supporters reacted with jubilation in public spaces across Sordland on Friday night. It's a good start. We have, objectively, a more democratic constitution that does make it easier for democratic reforms and the will of the people to come through, and my seaport's gonna take forever. Cabinet meeting on the result of the vote. All I gotta do now is get my budget up, and I'll be good. Lucian stood upright, holding a large folder of files under his arm. He bowed in acknowledgement. He looked exhausted. Update? It's halfway through. Or just about. The cabinet has gathered in the White Room, sir. The Vice President will be opening the session soon. You can go in when you're ready. I'm ready. Anything you want to say before we go in? But Lucian, you look tired. How's it holding up? being the best chief strategist I've ever had, on top of being a possible Rumburgian spy. I only want to congratulate you again, sir. You wrote history. Couldn't have done it without you. We've done it together. He slightly bowed his head. He gestured to the door. I think we should go, sir. Vice President Vector must have started the session already. Lucian held the door open for me, and we both left the office for the White Room. When we entered the room, Peter was speaking to the cabinet members who were already seated around the table. As soon as they noticed me, they all stood up. Good day, everybody. Please have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, everybody. Please have a seat. Peter turned towards me. Everybody except him took their seats. He stood right next to my chair in the middle. And here's our president. He held out my chair for me to sit down and smiled. Please. I sat down. What is our agenda? We'll be discussing our current status and planning the remainder of our term. Peter walked to his seat, but didn't sit down. He took a look at the ministers. Now that Mr. President is here, we can begin the meeting. I know that some of you have concerns about our style of governance so far. There will be a time to speak up about these in the meeting today. But I must also thank you all for your hard work so far. We are very lucky to have a team like this. All of you have been invaluable to this administration. LILEAS grimaced at his remarks. Come on, LILEAS. There's no violence in the streets. The court backlogs are all cleared up. Violence is at an all-time low. Without your draconian, violent oppression, you should be thrilled. Having said that, now that we have reached a critical point in our term, we are nearing the end. We have successfully made changes to the Sorter's constitution. This is a historic accomplishment. Without this team, it couldn't have been possible. The new constitution has brought us one step closer to the Sorter's dream. We should be proud for having strengthened our democracy. Our success with these changes has brought with it great support. Our party, which was divided at the beginning of our term, is finally coming together once more. So, let's start the meeting with a brief look at some reports. He fumbled with the stack of papers in front of him. According to the latest reports, people seem to be content about our administration. Public opinion has not changed much. He took out a piece of paper from the stack and inspected it. The biggest concern of the people is the state of our economy. We're slowly slipping into depression. It's only a matter of time until the people will be hit further. This will have dire consequences for our administration. This is the time to get the best we can, for this administration and for Swordland. Peter turned to me. I'll give the word to the President now. Mr. Vice President, thank you for the opening. Everyone's eyes are focused on me. First, I'd like to make an important announcement. I have decided to form an alliance with the PFJP. Some people looked at me questioningly. You heard me right. Our parties will form an alliance. We will be joining the next elections together. LILEAS clenched her jaw and stood up. I can't believe this. If you have the problem with my decision, leave the cabinet. Do you have a problem with my decision? I'm sure everybody does, Mr. President. I was against the idea of cooperating with Mr. Richter from the beginning. I think you're pushing our party too far. Yosef nodded in agreement. I disagree. We have much in common with Mr. Richter. An alliance with them is beneficial for our party. Let's face it, the party is mostly conservative. This gives us a good amount of conservative votes, a good amount of reformist votes. It gives us a super majority in the assembly. Let's not forget that this party was founded on the ideals of Solism. We have nothing in common with anti-Solist liberals. You can try, but you cannot force us to change our values. I appreciate your opinion, but the alliance is going to happen. You have valid concern, Mrs. Graff. I am open to reconsider my decision. I won't. But am I placated for now? She was taken aback. I see. She sat down, her eyes locked on me. Oh no, I have to vote on it? Vote on it or go completely back out? Okay, forget that. I just want to give her lip service. That's all I cared about. I probably could guarantee votes on it anyway. I got them to vote. I got the old guard conservatives in the assembly, in my party, to vote for the constitutional reforms, which I'm sure Graf sees as very anti-solist. Are you sure, Lucian? Could be honest with me. Always honest with you, sir. Last year was tough. Especially all that lobbying work, but there's nothing to break me down, sir. Trust me. Anything you want to say, congratulate. But we did it together. Good day, everyone. Please have a seat. What's on our agenda? Reports. We got good support of the public, but the economy's pretty bad. Thank you for the opening. Forming an alliance with the PFJP. Came here to change this party, need the reformist help. Much in common with Mr. Richter, alliance with them is important, but the alliance is going to happen. She took her seat, Pascal cut in. I think it's a very clever decision. We have shown Swordland that our parties can cooperate and work together to bring change. I think we have many shared values with Mr. Richter. It is manageable. Thank you for the comments, let's move on. Pascal is right. Think bigger. We'll talk about this later, Mrs. Graf, but I must say, I did not appreciate her disrespectful attitude. What is more solist than party first, president first, Graf is showing disrespect? There was a brief silence. Achievement unlocked, freedom and justice. What is that for? Friends list go away. How can I make it so the friends list doesn't pop up every single time I simply want to open this menu for the achievements? There is no way. Enter an alliance with the People's Freedom and Justice Party. Okay. I thought it was specifically for shooting Mrs. Graf down, maybe doing something special with her. Next, I want to hear brief reports from each ministry. Peter gestured at Simon, and he immediately stood up. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Mr. Vice President was pretty on point with his summary of the current economic status. He also used the word depression. He couldn't have been more correct. Our GDP shrank by 3% of the last year. Yeah, but crypto in the past 2 days. Which one has to plan for? Like, I knew this was coming. It's obvious, when things go up, especially as sharp as even the past 6 or 7 months, they go down eventually. That's what markets do. Markets go up, markets go down. You don't try to avoid it, you plan according around it. This downward trend has broken our economy in the past years. If we cannot contain this in time, we will end our term in the truest sense of the word in a depression. Our debt is also very concerning. Our total national debt has increased about 20 billion SR. On the other hand, unemployment has greatly declined. We have managed to cut it from 16% to 12%. We are estimating a further decrease in the near future. He paused for a moment. Are there more to it? Well, one major concern is our naturalization decision. Our expenses have increased, and did not send a very positive signal to the market. I believe this will have negative effects on your growth. And unfortunately, the benefits from our first infrastructure project don't look set to offset that loss. But apart from all that, I'll finish with an update on our latest project. The manager reported that everything is going well and very fast with the morning report. I'll keep it brief for the sake of the whole meeting, and end my report on that note. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Your concerns have been heard. Gus stood up as soon as Simon sat down. He asked for a private audience with the cabinet respected. It was just the two of us in the room. I'll also keep it very brief, Mr. President. The L1 railway has already proven to be a great success. We have managed to bring food prices down in Greater Holsword and Guzlo's regions. Our agricultural output has increased, and we're already seeing investments coming into the rural areas. The trade deal with Velen has increased our agricultural exports to the Bergia region. Our farmers are still suffering. Our ministry did its best by giving out subsidies to local farmers, but our agricultural production remains the same. We have only recorded some development in the Anglian region, but our farmers in Geslet and Bergia are still suffering. Additionally, I bring good news regarding our investment. FC Enrica has seen a boost of ticket sales after your endorsement of participation in the club. The management has decided to send over a slice of that pie. The manager personally thanked you for your support. Several players have already decided to join the USP. The money should be arriving shortly in your account. And if we have popular football members in the USP, it's like Pat Tillman joining the Rangers, and then dies, and then becomes a national icon for it. Which is all very, very horrible. But at least the football players here only have to join the USP. That would be all from me. That was it. Thank you, Mr. Manger. Good, let's move on to the next report. Gus invited the cabinet back in and sat down. There were some obviously opposed to such behavior. Next up is Pascal. Mr. President, there are currently no major problems within the Ministry of Health. We are currently investigating some reports of a small polio outbreak around the village called Hamer. I believe we can get into more details in our policy meeting. Thank you, Mr. Benawal. Yosef stood up. The Ministry of Defense has a very important report regarding our situation with Rumberg. The investigation showed that Rumberg was in fact weaponizing rebels against our state. We have learned that they have been aiding Bludish rebels in Velen too. Our military must stand ready for any possible attack coming from Rumberg. We have gathered intelligence regarding their military research and production. They are building a massive army. Our military forces don't have the budget to prepare against such a force. We cannot let them threaten us like this. Necessary arrangements, Mr. Lancia. We have to use whatever we have to its limits. Or don't think we should escalate. At the very least, we can make arrangements. Of course, sir. David stood up. Mr. President, Stallport has agreed to begin deal negotiations. We will be moving with that very soon. Our relations with Agnolia have greatly improved. Our ministries have scheduled many joint projects together. Cooperation between Velen and Swordland have increased to a new level. However, we are seeing negative impacts with Lesbia. The region is very unstable. With incidents at Rumberg, Velen and Hegelen, we must be very cautious. We could talk more in detail at a foreign policy meeting. Alright, concerns have been heard. Ciara, Ministry is working day and night to improve our education system and increase its accessibility. Since we have built about 100 new schools and improved accessibility, we've accomplished a lot with our new curriculum. Our reforms will be greatly improving our output as a society. Mr. President, we have important equipment missing from several of our major police departments. Don't worry, we have the anti-corruption police on that. We might need to implement some new measures soon. We will provide you with a more detailed report at a later date. Oh, and also, Mr. Gresser has a report for you, regarding an investigation you wanted him to look at. One last thing. I would like to transfer the Gendarmerie under the Ministry of the Interior to improve the internal security efforts. I did last time, and that's probably the straw that broke Yosef's back. But I have no reason to this time. There is no uprising. The Bloods are fine, even if the BFF's recruiting. The young swords, the red youths, haven't had any violence in the streets beyond the expected usual fallout from the Bernard Circus attack. This has been a very peaceful and stable Swordland, despite the economic recession. that I think I can make plans to avoid in the next term. I haven't heard of this before. I don't see Joseph accepting this. Well, he just might have to agree if the President of Swordland tells him to. The Ministry of Defense shouldn't be meddling with internal security affairs for the Gendarmerie. We have had several incidents where they were too violent too quickly, just like your police, and it stems from military officers, giving reckless orders at times. I am not sure how this will help. I can assure a better internal security structure with cohesion and successful operations. Will you transfer the Gendarmerie to the interior in the future? I can't make that promise. Joseph would be furious. That is unfortunate. LILEAS smiled faintly. Alright, thank you for your reports. Anything to share, Mrs. Morgna? Nia shook her head. Not at this moment, Mr. President. You are already well aware of what's going on. I will update you on the next steps in the judiciary in another meeting. Thank you. Nia took her seat. Next, we want to talk about our new focus and some of my plans moving forward. Focus on changing the party as a whole, adding a new vision in our manifesto. Focus on raising public opinion, and start campaigning for the next election already. The state of our economy is very concerning. Must be our focus to achieve quick economic development. I've got 2 bars already, but I want to change our manifesto. The cabinet looked uneasy. LILEAS spoke with a concerned look in her eyes. I'm sorry? As I said, I will reform our party platform. I see. And the party leadership will agree with that? Do you not agree with that, Mrs. Graff? You'll learn about my thoughts if you bring your suggestions to the leadership. That was the extent of my comments. We can move on. Thank you for your comments. I turned to the others. If there are no comments, let's move on with the meeting. I believe that's everything. Everybody packed up and left the White Room. I went back to my office. Carl Gresser was waiting for me by the door. Mr. President, could I have a moment of your time? I have something to discuss. Of course. Into the office. We entered my office. I went up to my desk and sat down in my chair. Please, have a seat, Carl. He prefers standing. Thank you, sir, but I'm fine. It will not take long. The Anti-Corruption Police has compiled a report regarding active investigations. We have been watching the oligarchy closely, just as you asked, and found a very complex web of connections. There are missing links in our investigations, but oligarchs seem to be involved in huge cases of corruption and lobbying. Even though so many links lead to Walter Tusk, we couldn't find a direct incriminating evidence yet. Currently, we're following a trail that leads to Esterd, which will hopefully and finally get us Tusk. I'm thinking that because I gave Tusk warning that haha, I have a new anti-corruption force getting after you, that might have given him time and awareness to clean up his tracks. We also have another suspicion. Our findings lead us to believe there might be some connection between the increasing legal arms trafficking in East Maricopa and the oligarchs. If we decide to proceed with our investigations, we could potentially uncover a lot more. Drop the investigation for now. No, of course not. I want the oligarchs' heads on my desk 0800 hours tomorrow with all their assets, expanding my budget to the moon. Continue your efforts to keep looking. Yes, sir. I'll give you an update soon. I will also send you detailed reports of our previous findings. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Carl. He bowed his head and left the office. The last 2.5 years had gone by so fast. Personal wealth increased. Whistleblower agent reports. Rumberg's got ballistic missiles. Antel request aid. Gang violence diminished without giving money to the interior, without propping up the cops. All I've done is make a secret, not even a secret police, an anti-corruption police, cleared out the court backlogs, fought corruption, and now gang violence is down. Boring inflation report, inflation's still bad. Cool. News bits. USP announces alliance with PFJP. In what may be Anton Reign's boldest move yet, the president has decided to ally with the United Soldan Party with Franz Richter's People's Freedom and Justice Party. The decision was announced following a private meeting between Reign and Richter, and undoubtedly involves some compromises on Reign's side. The alliance could indicate a new, more democratic direction for the USP, or could simply be a partnership of convenience. Address to the nation speech. Alright. An address to the nation speech, this time with victory behind me. Let's do it. My fellow citizens, my fellow swords, brothers and sisters, happy to have this opportunity to talk with you about the changes we've undertaken in Swordland. I am grateful to earn the honor of finally modifying the Constitution of Tarkeen Sol. I don't want to make too much anti-Tarkeen Sol rhetoric. I still want the support of the old guard in the party still. Speak about our future, about the great historic effort to give the words freedom, fairness, and hope new meaning and power. The people will eat that up. 2 years ago, I spoke to you of change, and we've accomplished that. I am proud of what our government has accomplished. We have finally brought fairness and balance to our once decrepit system. We've reached a turning point in Swordland history. Spoke of change and accomplished it. But in another sense, our change is a constant continuation of that which started 3 decades ago with the fall of the monarchy. Remember where Swordland was 2 years ago. Those days are behind us. Nah, I like one, because we are talking a lot of change. But it's not change away from Tarkeen Sol and the things that the more conservative members of the country and party like. It is a continuation. We are a continuation from Tarkeen Sol, not opposed to him. Sol had his function. We are continuing his vision in making the country more democratic. Huh? We transformed a system that had caused endless confusion and resentment into one that is clear, simple, and fair for all. A constitution that no longer protects the rights of a few elites, but ensures the participation of all, for the sake of fairness, simplicity, and growth. We had to radically change the structure of our government system. I like the first one. Simple words for simple people. That's not stepping on anybody's toes. By now, you will have one question in your minds. Will our reforms help you? You bet they will. We see them as a democratization of Swordland, because they close loopholes that benefit a privileged few. I've spoken with and received letters from thousands of you. I know how hungry you were for change. Make no mistakes. Together we can change Swordland forever. I like that. It's folksy. It makes them sound like the man of the people. New term limits will ensure that no single person can block the change when it's most needed. I will personally make sure that every change is respected and executed properly. Beyond this, we intend to strengthen the democratic freedoms of every sort of citizen. Must thank the Supreme Court for supporting these much-needed changes. We have also lowered our unfair election threshold. No longer would the voices of the minority be silenced. Voices were raised, saying, we had to look to our past for greatness and glory. We proved, and will continue to prove them wrong. The election threshold is a bit of a contentious issue, but nobody contested it in the assembly, in the party. It should be safe now. Renew our faith in the system. The new changes in our system have planted the seeds for untold future successes. I paused and took a deep breath. Now we have our next challenges, focusing on Swordland's internal and external threats. With our reforms complete, our government will now focus on the economic development of Swordland. Okay. Fellow citizens of Swordland, our nation is poised for greatness. Today we must do what we know is right, and do it with all of our might. Let history say of us, these were golden years, when Swordist democracy was reborn, when Swordland reached for her best. Remind you the revolutionary phrase, morning will come, victory is close. Now glad to say the morning has finally come. United Swordland Party will keep fighting for a stronger and more united Swordland. Oh wait, we were supposed to give some lip service to the PFJP on TV, weren't we? I'm suddenly remembering that promise we made. To friends Richter, do something about unbalanced representation of the party on TV. Morning will come. Victory is close. The future is in our hands. The future lies in the socialist movements of the East, the democratic movements of the West, or both, democratic socialism. Socialist movements of the East, the people did want me, they voted for me, to make closer ties with the East. We must take lessons from Millennialist revolution in United Cortana. Swordland must slowly put more power into the hands of the working class, which the capitalists formerly oppressed. We must lead Swordland with democratic socialism. I took another deep breath. Lucian shooed away a fly from my forehead. A Swordland of wisdom that honors family, knowing that, as a family goes, so goes our civilization. For a Swordland of vision that sees tomorrow's dreams in learning and hard work we do today. For a Swordland who's of courage, whose servicemen and women, even as I speak, proudly stand watch on the frontiers of freedom. Family. Family is going to get the conservatives on my side. We have begun promisingly, but it's only beginning. We're not here to congratulate ourselves on what we have done, but to challenge ourselves, to finish that which has not yet been done. I like it. Amorgna Vescor, Vector and Sista. The director gave a cut signal, and the cameraman stopped filming. My speech was finished. Continue? Continue. The future lies in millennialism. Oh, I don't like that. He cited the millennialism of the East. Oh no. But I don't want to upset Yosef. Yosef really doesn't like that. I like the speech. Let me change the one thing then. Let me make it changing our own future, maybe. You know what? I'm going to keep with it. Gonna keep with it. The news might say it's millennialism, but I specifically said democratic socialism. We'll see if I get an assassination attempt on me. For now, it's been 4 hours and 18 minutes, so to the next turn, we'll grab a momentary bathroom break, then continuation. It's all been positive so far though, so it should be good from here. So 1 second. Alright, came back to some nice soft music. First, I should get some reports from all across the country. What have you got invested? Gendarmerie police issue. I really don't trust LILEAS graph at that. If that's what broke Yosef, I'm gonna make sure the Gendarmerie stays with the military, not the interior. Queen demands reparations for 15-day war. Anything in Holstered? Departure of the president's son from home. Oh, Frank. Queen Beatrice demands reparations for century-old alleged war crimes. But no one is doing the same for the historical and ongoing war crimes being enacted on the bloodish people. Bloods first, and then Queen Beatrice has room to talk. Hundreds killed in Hegeland. And Agnolia's illegal occupation. Well, goodbye, Frank. Pack everything, call us immediately after you arrive. All packed. Made a lunch from the kitchen. I guess this is it. Studying abroad wasn't your first choice, but I hope you could live with it. Don't forget where you came from, son. The president's son shifted his weight nervously, but he hasn't forgotten my stories from university. Going to do country gives a chance to prove himself the same way I did. For your sake, I hope that chance never comes. No, don't model your life on mine, Frank. You are your own man now. You don't have to prove yourself to anyone, especially not me. Nah. This is your life, Frank. Live your life. Become your own man. Be the best you that you can be. It got a smile out of him. I love this family. This family is never going to stop making me gush. Cut the crust off his sandwiches. Catch the next ship to United Contana. Leaves Conry at port in 4 hours. Dang, he's taking the long trip. Time to go, Frank. Make me proud. Frank nodded before heading to the car. Home will feel empty now. It's just time to find himself in the world. Not everyone thinks, Serg, that Anton Rain is a great man to cast a very long shadow. Serg's president now and forever. Alright, we gotta make sure Serg lives this time. If I keep Yosef on my good side, Serg won't have to die. Her head on my shoulder, stroke her hair, supportably. At least he has a father he can boast to his new friends about. Anton the Great Reformer. I didn't mind failure of the reforms, that's just politics, but wow. The game really celebrates getting the new constitution through. Overview? What's up? Military? Dispute with the interior. Legal dispute with the interior about the gendarmerie. That's alright, I think. Having the gendarmerie under the Department of Defense. It's like the National Guard with a few changes. The National Guard being under the Department of Defense that can be deployed to cities if asked for, requested in times of crisis. And not specifically the military, a military branch owned by civilian governments. For active policekeeping details. Vagosland might be preparing for a major invasion. What it is their Volg's people in Hegeland. Hegeland didn't belong to Agnolia at all until 30 years ago, and now already there's violent oppression. It seems they are well within their rights. Showing his masterful grasp of diplomacy, President Rain elected to send his son Frank to study at the People's University of the United Cartana. The young scion undoubtedly had a plethora of prestigious educational institutes to pick from, so the choice of United Cantana can only be seen as an attempt to curry favor with the Eastern superpower. Swordland is sure to reap benefits from this wise decision. Hegel condemns Hegelin governor and threatens intervention. This is turn 8 now, right? This is turn 8 then, and I have no budget. So if Reddit is to be believed, I don't have the ability to invest even more in industries in Lauren. Something for the next playthrough. Changes to law. Oh right, this is where I get to use my executive powers. For the first, only, and last time. Unless maybe I take the old guard justice's advice and declare an emergency. For an emergency that never came to pass, where was the violence of the streets? Where are the riots? We might be at -5 budget, but we finally have 3 bars of economic development. Have some news. I've talked to the USP leadership about possible changes to the party, sir. Changing our core values doesn't seem to sit well with the party members in general, but I made sure that they understood who the current leader of the party is. It is possible to add a minor change to the platform. We could go over the details of the new manifesto if you want. I believe you've already made a draft. Yes, let's do it. I had him the draft and we started discussing it. The draft outlined a new set of principles that were neo-solist, liberal, socialist. Lucian read through the draft. I see. There's not much to add here. You've already established your stance. It is going to be problematic, but I'll make sure the party embraces this. He looked at his watch again. Looks like Mr. Vice President is late yet another time. He lowered his voice. Concerned about Peter, mind occupied, I noticed it too. I need to talk to him in private sometime. We said we'd talk to Evelyn, never did. Talked to him in private at least twice so far. Never get to. We never get to intervene in Peter. For the sake of upholding a very well-crafted narrative. Then it's Peter, gentlemen. Why are you so late? Stuck in traffic? Wait, what's his excuse this time? Because last time there were protests. What about now? Oh, gaggle of ladies organizing an Eagle March. That's it. Can use presidential decrees to enact reforms now. Enough political capital. A list of suggested reforms from our party. Let's go over the documents. Purge of general staff. Do not have stronger decree powers. Relocation of teachers and doctors to rural areas. Bergia Special Zone. Really, really want the Bergia Special Zone. But what does that need? That means sort of 2 things. I'm envisioning that the Bloods get official recognition as the primary population of Bergia, get to practice their ways of living however they wish. But it could also mean a ghetto. If it's a ghetto type of special zone, I don't like that. Okay, but that's going to need either. It says what I'm missing is strong decree powers. So I'm going to assume that means that I'm going to need... What is it? What's his face? To declare emergency at the start, early on, or give myself a constitution that gives me stronger executive powers. Remove independence of the central bank, purge the general staff, if only. Public religious symbols, capital punishment. Fair trade and compensation. Gender equality in education. Swordfish Radio and Television Supreme Council. Government agency, the SRSC, could protect the independence of the media or control it. Well, I am going to give amnesty for all Seoul era political prisoners. But wait, gender equality in education is happening anyway. I don't have to pass that as a presidential decree, an executive order. If we already have CR working on it and doing just that, -1 budget that I can't afford for more rural education institutes, but that's also already happening. Prescription medicine in Sordland, retirement age -2 budget. To protect independence of the media or control it. I'm pretty sure that might cover the PFJP's demands for unbalanced representation of party on television. Amnesty for all political prisoners. A government body to ensure independence of the media. And Fair Trade and Competition Commission, I think should be good. Took notes about my decision. Most of the political criminals of Solera are old communists and bluish nationalists. The amnesty bill will surely be controversial, but it should also reflect good with the bluish and the left. Yes, but it will anger a lot of nationalists and the solists. If we cannot make the solists or the socialists or the bluish vote for us instead of their primary party choice, the amnesty might be damaging for us. Fair Trade Commission, a nice one. Commission will be essential to dealing with monopolies, establish a body that regulates economic competition, and Lucian very much supports the decision to form a regulatory body for radio and television. Television is the future. It is great that we all understand this. It will definitely help us have an influence on the new media. So how would you structure the Supreme Council of Swedish Radio and Television? I want them to be independent and only regulate the content according to some standards. We will have control over the council, which will have control over the media. You see where I'm going with this? No. We've already got the heart of Sordland and Sordland Today. This is me keeping my promise to the PFJP to ensure our coalition stays powerful. Understood. Well, we respect both of your decisions, Anton. But now that everything's settled, I should get to work, catch up soon, look at his watch. 6 more minutes left, but very well that I'm here. Thank you both. Alright, what do we have besides a seaport that isn't yet finished? Oh, hold the phone. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's changed color from red to kind of an orange kind of thing. I'm actually getting a good economy. And if I avoided Black Tuesday, we'd be about here, I think. Commercial activity in Gelsterd increased. The only major difference I've done, basically, is kept on the heart of Sordland's good time, or good side, so that Sordland Today becomes my voice box and doesn't stoke further unity. We don't have Fox News. We have Fox News, but Fox News working for us, not against us. And that's basically it. Everything else has been pretty much the same. Gave checks to businesses instead of stimulus checks for the people, spent more money on stuff. But apart from that, and trade with all the trade partners so far, commercial activity reports coming from the Ministry of Economics displays a record number of new companies are being founded in Gelsterd due to an economic boom. The report also indicates an increase in the logistical intake and output of the city is driving the tech company growth. The Research Council of the city has also reported positive growth for the next few years. See, I'm pretty sure we had this report last time, but I was still deep in the red. I only had the 1 bar. Helserd also reported the most visits of passengers ever, with people from Holsor taking the high-speed rail to see the city just for fun. The largest group being scientists and students. Country overview. A law. Media regulated. Media in Sordland is regulated by the Supreme Council of Swedish Radio and Television. Council's objective is to preserve the reputation of the press while protecting its freedom. Anything on the economy? Production, transportation links, employees employee costs, Rust Belt, pandemic fallout still, Black Tuesday crash still, investment from UC, increased trade volume, small businesses growing, Business is bailed out. Consistent economy. Consistent with what we are promoting. So not like jumping fence all the time. Planned, but do this and that. Free market, but hold on to this and this. Isn't causing any confusion. There's no tangling of the red tape. They know exactly what to expect, and business could react to it, logically. Trade talk with the Chancellor of Vogelsland. News first. Commission to ensure competition and fair trade. Had that last time. New council to oversee media releases. President Rain has signed a decree that creates a sort of Supreme Council of Radio and Television. The council consists of state television officials and media professionals handpicked by the administration, who will officially oversee all media publishing to ensure the validity of the information through a fact-checking process. The palace wants to ensure that citizens receive accurate and correct information. This act is welcomed in a day and age where sort of citizens are ever more susceptible to foreign influence and biased media organizations. Political prisoners receive amnesty. Censorship Council threatens freedom of speech. I was just going to say someone's going to take it that way. We had the opportunity to take it that way, but chose against it. But let the radical oppose me. To be good friction against me, I need that. I need the pushback. Otherwise, I will go authoritarian. Disastrous news has struck the nation after President Rain has signed a decree forming the Swedish Supreme Council of Radio and Television. The freedom of speech, already embattled, has been dealt another blow by such a sinister move by the administration. Our journalists and editors will be going out on a hunger strike to protest the new censorship council. What does this mean for us? The state officials of the council will have the right to review our publications and mark content as inaccurate or undesirable, while demanding changes in order for us to receive an approval stamp. This action is borderline censorship, and we have to conform to Rain's will. A sad day for a spirit of freedom, for our struggle for a better society. You know what, though? When we did ban the red youth and the young swords, we did have people locked up all the time, even from the newspapers. So at least that's being avoided. Circling over Stallport. Alright. Vogelsland. Are we in a better position that you could just give us a trade deal without us making any statement on Hejaport? I want the best economy I can get without instigating anything. David's out at sea. Like the long night walks, could say the same thing about you. Good point. Worried about the future? He's like 70 years old. He's worried all the time. Thank you for the wisdom. But we'll stay a bit longer. Okay, so Chancellor Hegel. Nobody's here but me and him, right? Yosef's not gonna hear me call somebody comrade. Comrade Hegel. He turned around. A man of small stature, with a balding spot and a striking visage, famous pipe in his mouth. We hugged. A quick glance, he smiled and opened his arms. We hugged and he patted me on the shoulder. This is already an incredibly more wholesome welcome than the last time. Last time he was just, look at this painting and the blood shed between our people. What do you think about it? It doesn't matter. I do not like you. But he's hugging me now. Comrade Rain, it is so good to see you. I wanted to meet with you in person for a long... Oh my goodness, he admires me. Chancellor Emmerich Hegel actually admires me. It is a pleasure to finally meet with you. He gestured towards the painting. This was made in 1776 by the famous Vogelslandian painter Otto Kellen. I looked at the painting. It must have been over 5 meters tall. It was of a battle scene. On the left side, there were banners carried by the Vogs. On the right, the swords. Countless spears formed a triangle at the center, and the sky was red from the blood. What do you think about it? We have come far. After all, we are standing here side by side, instead of on the battlefield. We can do so much more through unity, Comrade Raid. We started walking. To me, this painting tells me of how far we have come. Swords and Vogs might have troubles in the past, but looking past that, we are brothers of old. No other two countries understand each other more in the world. I think the exact same way. It is great to hear these important words coming from you. He nodded and pointed towards another painting that was almost as large as the first one. A burning city was depicted. Looking closer, I realized it was Conriat. The Great Fire of Conriat. The most shameful event in the entire Vogelslandian history. The scars of it must still be aching. Another result of the evil of imperialism. Well said, Comrade Rain. Thankfully, we have cut the head of the snake called imperialism here in Vogelsland. A guard approached the Chancellor. If you'll excuse me for 1 minute. I think we're gonna do it. We're gonna get the trade agreement without having to make concessions. A more recent painting depicting the upheaval of farmers against an aristocrat. What did you say? Hegel's loud voice echoed in the empty halls. Give the miners what they want. As for the director of the company, I want him tried for treason against Vogelsland at once. No one could exploit our people and expect to get away with it. I love him. After giving the order, the guard hastily left. Hegel walked over to me. Sorry about that, you know how it is. What was that about? Director of a mining corporation decided not to pay his miners. He has been handled. Revolution is a slow process, Comrade Rain. Slow but sure. Follow me. We'll have a short breakfast. We're actually having breakfast. Last time he just tossed, basically barked the terms of the trade agreement with me. Then good day, Mr. Rain, goodbye to you. We made our way to an exquisite dining room. I looked around, and everything seemed to have been made out of the colors of gold, blue, and white. A local delicacy, smoked bear meat, hina hina, was served with eggs. After a very delicious meal, we sat down on 2 couches. I immediately saw the portrait of Leon Mileniev staring down at me. What can you tell me about Comrade Mileniev? Ah, you have spotted the portrait that was staring right at you across from your seat. Well, where do I begin? Comrade Mileniev was a good friend of mine. Although I don't agree with him on every matter, he demands respect. Vogelslandian socialism aims to eliminate the power of the state through promotion of responsibility, freedom, and well-being of the people. One of our key cornerstones is the devolution of society to smaller councils with high citizen participation. Also good, but it's also a thing where the most egalitarian society you get is mostly on the bad level. The higher up in complexity and sheer number of people, as a rule, we tend to develop more complex hierarchies. I mean, when you have so many competing peoples with different desires, beliefs, and demands, it's only reasonable that we build something that the local council cannot sustainably manage. I do think he's got the right idea, though, because greater community participation is key in governance and conservation, in production and everything. Though I also don't think it's possible to eventually reach the point where the entire cooperative effort that is humans on the planet can do without a big, grand governmental hierarchy. Because what are you going to do if 15 community projects down on this end want the very libertarian ideal of let's dump toxic waste, burn coal, etc., 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 and the others disagree? Then something has to be done. What I think is important, on top of greater community participation, actual democratization of the state apparatus, because the whole point of government, at least democratic government, is to be the voice box of the people. We believe that the revolution in Vogelsland is stable enough that we do not need the vanguardist approach in millennialism. We are already in the process of such transformation. However, our revolution here in Bogoslan owes a great deal to Millenniev. He is the father of millennialism, and a symbol of global revolution. Not only is he the first communist revolutionary leader of the world, he managed to unite the whole continent, forming the greatest country in the world. Comrade Rain, if you'd like, I can put out a good word for you with Comrade Millenniev. I have a feeling you get along with him. How would you like that? Golly gee, that would be terrific. I'm sure we could. At least we could hear him out. We don't have to agree to CSP. 2 cups of coffee were brought by an assistant. I took a sip while he lit his pipe. Let's begin then. Now before you say anything, I think you'll be glad to hear that I accepted the deal. He's already accepted it. We don't need to get involved with Hegeland. Which means the region can be a little bit more stable. Well, we already have Kontanen ships in Conriat coming out to support Hegeland. So that's already escalated. But we have the deal. We don't have to make a statement. We could feign neutrality. I had my doubts at the beginning, but they were cleared once I met you in person. The same goes for you, Comrade Hegel, thank you. Very generous, thank you. I'm not gonna kick the nest and say what doubts did you have. He's happy, I'm happy. That's all I have to hear. What's a deal or two in between Vogelsland and Swordland? We have so much more possibility between our countries. I will sign the papers shortly. He got up from his seat, walked up to the window and looked outside. Now that is out of the way, there are 2 things in my mind. He turned to me. I think you and I are like-minded people, Comrade Rain. I would like to solidify our new-found friendship and admiration over a military alliance between Vogelsland and Swordland. A pact that connects the 2 continents. No, it is much more than that. The strongest pact that ever came to be in between the Vogs and the Swords. And I don't need to make a... You know what, I could have done both, couldn't I? Alliance with Agnolia, alliance with Vogelsland. It keeps me out of Hegeland. If I have both, if I have Agnolia, will Vogelsland care? That might be a point of contention. Actually, he did say he was worried. I accept, Comrade Hegel. May this brighten the future for both of our countries. Most excellent. He called an assistant nearby. A moment later, the assistant returned with 2 shots of vodka. In Vogelsland, we drink out of contract, Comrade Rain. We clinked the glasses and did our shots. The strong taste of alcohol turned into a sweeter aftertaste. Hegel looked down for a moment. He turned his back to the window to look outside with his arms crossed behind his back. You know what pisses me off. Those damn Agnolians who claim our land as their own. Like it's not enough, they try to kill my people in their homes in Hegeland, slaughtering them like cattle. Imagine if they did that to the Swedish people. What would you do, Comrade Rain? Comrade Hegel, I urge calm on the matter. No one wants war. Slaughter them, just like how they killed Swedish citizens. I would approach the matter diplomatically. Surely a middle way could be found. Urge calm on the matter. Nobody wants war. But diplomacy, surely. A middle ground isn't always possible. That golden mean doesn't always exist. But diplomacy is a powerful tool, is it not? Middle way. The window for the diplomatic action is closing, Comrade Rain. I am really trying hard to show restraint. If they want to mess with Vogelsland, they will see our might. He turned to me and put a hand on my shoulder. Comrade Rain, I am planning on invading Hegeland to save Vogelslandian citizens from the clutches of the murderous Agnolians. Don't worry. I don't wish to pull Swordland into this conflict in any way. This is not your battle after all, so maybe I could have gotten Agnolia as an additional ally. Dang. Alright, even more things for turn 3. What I want from you is simple. I can't risk international backlash. But if I have you, if I have Soda behind our cause, everything will be easier. I want you to recognize Husheland as Vagoslandian territory. What do you say, Comrade Rain? Are you with me? We already have an alliance, right? We have the trade deal signed and the alliance. Allied. There's no takebacks, Mr. Hegel. You must remain calm. So many lives will be lost. So many Vagoslandian lives are already lost. Very well, I take it as a no. Although I would appreciate your support, our matters are not yours. I will commence the invasion regardless. An assistant collected the empty glasses. As the assistant collected the empty glasses, he whispered into Hegel's ear. His eyes widened, and he clenched his fists in anger. Agnolians did what? He composed himself and smiled at me. Comrade Rain, I'm afraid you will have to excuse me. There is a matter I need to attend to. Of course, Hegel, it was a pleasure. Is it anything I could help with? Thank you for the offer, but no. Have a good day, and enjoy Helm. We shook hands, and Hegel left in a hurry. Another achievement through broken shackles is after the Alliance. 2 former enemies linked as one. I returned to Holster with the good news. Overview. Consistent economy. Good. Military. Where's my generals? Experienced generals. I don't have any disgruntled generals yet. Right? Diplomacy. Hello, trade of Vagosland. Trade tariffs by Lesbia is a point against us. Damaging tariffs on the most important good traded with Swordland. Why? Just because you have the alliance. Cold trade with Vagosland. Free trade zone with Vagosland. So 2 positives for 1 negative. Who cares about Lesbia? They're fair-weathered friends. Swordland Vagoslandian Pact. The Swedish government has officially signed a new economic deal and a military pact with Vagosland, which brings the 2 economies closer to an economic partnership agreement, as well as the militaries with a new military alliance. The Swordland Vagosland alliance has been made official by President Rain and Chancellor Hegel in Helm yesterday. The deal is tailored to benefit both economies with big benefits to Swedish and Vagoslandian businesses. It will also bring the militaries of both countries closer together through joint military training and intelligence sharing. According to the pact, both countries will join each other in any defensive wars. The signing marks a new period of close relations between Swordland and Vagosland, which will see the 2 regional powers work together as allies. Join each other in any defensive wars has me worried. If I did take that with Agnolia, then that means I would need to get involved if Vagosland invades Hejaport, and I simply cannot have that. Private meeting with Peter Vector. Oh right, at the old offices. I thought we get to talk with him about his infidelities, his drinking. Nostalgia. Thought this office was sold off. No, I've been paying the rent. Dang, Peter. Too many memories attached to this place to just sell it. And as you know, we might use it again soon. Take a drink with your friend. Check the old desk drawers. A photograph of Monica and I. Take it. Storage boxes. Oh, Brenda. Probably not even the first of many infidelities. Records for my boy Frank studying overseas. Peter, what are you hiding? Messed up big time. Evra's leaving, wants a divorce. What the hell did you do? Sleeping with Livia Suno. You've been what? What if this causes a scandal? It won't. I'll keep it all under wraps. Evelyn hasn't been the same since she lost her job. Livia gave me sultry looks the day I hired her. That's because she's a honeypot. That's called honeypot behavior. Either that, or you've probably been hitting on her. We know how Peter is with the ladies. goes for people who can't afford to say no because they're afraid if they do, he makes them lose their jobs. Don't tell me you're gonna run off with her, no. No harm done. Speak to Evelyn, plead your case, it's too late. A chance to get out. Ought to fire you both. Anton, please, I'm begging you. How many years have we known each other? How many years indeed, and we knew what kind of man he was. Done enough damage, I'll handle this myself. Evelyn first. We can at least give her some condolences. He's already ended it. Can't you forgive him? Peter still loves you. He was in tears. Prayed on? That's not fair. He's a wandering eye, and you that. But thought that he could change. But then he goes to the kitchen staff, the secretaries, aides, Brenda. And this is why it's essential to be cognizant about sexual harassment at the workplace. Oh, some may scorn and say she's just sleeping around for the financial benefit to work her way up, sleep her way up. But the position of power, the unequal balance of power, it's intimidation when your boss comes up, the person who could make or break your career. Call Lucian, tell him what happened. Thanks for calling, Mr. President. I don't get to call Mr. Caranti, though, even though he said if anything happens, calls him. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. Before either of the two arrive. Okay. Increase of budget to -3 now. Any change to the economy? No, nothing else. Still under the Black Tuesday crash, but it's getting better. I have so many bars now. So many more bars than at this point in the dead timeline. Lesbia Sanctions has announced a slew of trade sanctions against us with an increase of up to 30% of import tax on certain goods, along with the cancellation of military arms sales, medical assistance, and other economic cooperations between our countries. The sanctions came as a direct reaction to our alliance signed with Vogelsland. Oh well, poo-poo to them. Trade sanction against Sordland. Prime Minister Alvarez has condemned the military alliance between Sordland and Vogelsland, calling it a great threat for our democracies of Marcopa. He announced that the lesbian government is readying new sanctions against Sordland, which shall be aimed at crippling the Sordish economy. Could I discuss this at the AN? That Lesbia is being unfair. We've had democratic reforms. We are afraid of Rumburg on the border. A new day at the palace. With a slightly tightened budget, a better economy. It was early in the morning after I talked with Peter. Alright, Lucian. Could have sleep anyway. You do know everything that goes on in the palace after all. Lucian smiled. Sumo is our mole, using her relationship with Mr. Vector to gather information. That's preposterous. Wish I was wrong, sir, but come into the possession of an audio tape on a reel-to-reel machine. What if I go against Lucian here? Could I cut out my chief strategist? Heard Peter and Livia's voices. That's it. That's the damning evidence. That is cause for concern. Curiosity about foreign relations doesn't make one a spy. Did he still call me President Stick Up His Ass? President Stick Up His Ass. Nobody's working that hard with him. Ugh. Ugh. He and Secretary Hegel just sealed the deal. Dang, alright. That is indeed cause for concern. specifically asking about the Alliance, if she was a Rumbergian spy. Resume on file, year-long gap. Close the doors, have a seat. Come on, Livia, Peter already told me everything. Buried her face in her hands. I'm so sorry, Mr. President, I was foolish. Peter was so nice to me, but it's over now. An intelligent agent for Rumberg. Livia, if that is your real name. What have you got to say for yourself? Cigarette good at Porto's, but Porto says that they had a girl of that name and that year that didn't look anything like her. Why have you been asking so many questions about what I do? Mess that up by getting involved with Peter. Now they're all going to say I slept my way to the top. And the political alliance. Sorry, had to tell Lucian. Lucian already found out. Sit down, shut up. Why involve her? Because she might be a spy. You even hired her without the full background check. She wouldn't be here, given that discrepancy. Bugging the office. Lucian, is this true? How could you? Both Peter and Livia were glaring at Lucian right now. He looked unrepentant. I had noticed the Vice President's behavior becoming increasingly erratic and unprofessional the past months. I wanted to get to the root of the cause. Wiretapped his colleague. Along with the Rumberg whistleblower's admission that there's a spy in the palace, and certain gaps in Misuno's resume. The tape makes a compelling case. This man has been attempting to undermine your vice president at every turn. That is not true. He does want to be vice president, and if you don't take him on as vice president, he is the one who causes the leaks, and he actively promoted LILEAS Graf of all people in the USP elections and made sure she won. But I don't believe her that he has been actively undermining Peter. That isn't true at all. That is ridiculous. I would never make Lucian vice president. Lucian's been nothing but loyal. Committed adultery, at worst, delivered state secrets right into enemies' hands. Lucian, can I speak with you alone for a moment? Should investigate Livia. You're the strategist, not me. Make the call. Honestly, I ought to fire you for surveilling Peter. We do have an information network for this very thing, don't we? Ought to have you fired for surveilling Peter. What else could I have done? Go to the interior, go to Carl? You could look past your history together and see Mr. Vetter truly is. You still can't. You might have a point. He's not the man he once was. Evelyn also told me something to that effect. Peter's problems aren't your business, but it is if he's been dallying about with a spy. Exactly the man he once was. That's the problem. Just tell me, do I have your permission to launch an investigation into Misuno? Yes, of course, just to be safe. So who's gonna handle the investigation, though? That's from my people in my department, not exactly Galate himself, right? He just receives the report. I'll do it myself. She's too suspicious of you. Very well, sir. Result of the affair scandal. Patron Livia acting unnaturally nice to me. Sir, a moment, of course. Security team. So it is our security team. Traveled to Lockhaven to speak to the owners of the pub Masuno named. Livia Soto had worked there, but looked completely different. But matched an unidentified corpse, washed up at the Lenkirk Bay 2 months before my inauguration. So it tracks then. If Gallade is a spy, then there are 2 imposters, but Livia for sure. Operatives in Rumburg match Masuno's description to a woman named Alana Vance, last seen graduating from Crimson Political Science Institute. Whistleblower from Rumburg recognized the name Vance as belonging to a deeply embedded covert agent. Deeply embedded covert agent. I've only been in office for like 2.5 years. If they're deeply embedded, is that just because she's my secretary? Or because Mr. Vance is someone who is a lot more than a secretary, who's been working for years in the political apparatus of Swordland since before my administration. Lucian should have figured this out ages ago. How could we have missed all this? As mentioned, was hired without a background check. That doesn't mean they'll do the background check anyway after her hiring? That's a huge gap. Where's Carl? Where's my security people? What am I going to do? Arrest her for treason, of course. Have Peter castrated. Murder them both. Arrest her for treason. Standard procedure, but only a matter of time before the media pieces together what happened. Get Marcel on it. What if there was no trial? I don't want to call any more favors from Marcel. I've got the Swordland today speaking in my favor, not causing any unnecessary divisions, not inciting further violence for the young swords. That's all I need from him. Which is why we'll simply toss Mr. Vectorn under the bus. Peter did nothing wrong. My fault as much as his. I should have suspected something. Share the blame, and prepare to have her public opinion nosedive. But Karanti can soften the blow. Put you in danger by failing to order a background check. Betrayed your confidence to a woman with whom you committed adultery. Would you do the same to your best friend? No, I wouldn't. I should take the blame along with him this time. Lucian looked as if he was about to object one last time, but instead smiled thinly. Very well. Knowing that he could betray you, that thin smile doesn't sound very appealing. I shall consult with our friend Mr. Karanti and write a statement for you to read at the press conference. I'll leave you to handle Miss Vance. Thank you. Called Carl Gresser, rang for Livia. Something you need, Mr. President? You tell me. Ilana. A barely perceptible flash of fear crossed her face. Livia, sir. My name is Livia. See, if she wasn't a spy, she'd be just momentarily confused. Noted from the doorway, Carl Gresser standing there. Ilana Vance, under arrest on suspicion of treason. Her reaction just cemented it for me. Going to pay for your lies, Ilana. Going to pay for the way you used Peter. Can't do this. Liv, what the hell? She was using you, Peter. Liv, tell Peter who you really are. Her name's Ilana. Lucian was right. She's a spy. No, it can't be, can it? Sad old drunk and a lousy lay. You too have made Sword and ripe for the taking. Is that true, though? Because the first administration, sure, but we're doing a better Sword this time around. Come to my office. You're making a scene out here. Okay. get on with another country, but first, we are gonna have to take the fall for this. Lucian wants you to resign. Of course he does. Did you tell him off? I agree with him. I'm announcing resignation. Administration will take the hit. Prepare for my press conference. Suggest you do the same. Can't believe I was so careless. Going to be a whole new me from now on. I gotta wonder though, how far back he can go. Order. National security breached. Press conference. Morning of Livia's trial. Lucian had helped break the news of my secretary's arrest. The media is getting questioned exactly how a Rumberg double agent had been able to infiltrate the Maroon Palace. Podium with a bank of microphones. Carante's reporters will ask softball questions, but I still advise you to keep your responses as brief as possible. Alright, Peter and I approaching the podium. Thank you for coming. As you are aware, Ilana Vance, the Rumberg spy, who poses my secretary, is currently on trial for treason. Rest assured, the traitor shall be brought to justice. Rest assured, Rumberg will be made to answer. Rest assured, a security breach of this magnitude shall never happen again. Fact remains that she should never have been allowed to infiltrate her administration in the first place. That she was able to do so is solely due to the carelessness on the part of myself and the Vice President, Peter Vectern. I and Vice President Peter Vectern would like to take this opportunity to apologize for a disgraceful lack of oversight. Carelessness on the part of myself and Peter. The journalist gasped and murmured. Peter turned to face me, his mouth hanging open. In his impulsive hiring practices, Mr. Vectern displayed a lapse of judgment. But as your president, I bear this brunt of the responsibility. I have failed in my duty to keep this country safe and secure. Hope to regain your trust. No, this isn't right. Sweat was beading on Peter's brow. He grabbed the closest microphone. Please don't listen to President Rain. This is all my fault. I was drunk and reckless. I broke my marriage vows. My selfishness compromised the Rain administration and all of Swordland. Tears began streaming down his face. I made a sorry excuse for a husband and a terrible vice president. I resign. The crowd became even louder. I turned away from the microphone and looked at Peter. You don't have to do this. Yes, I do. You'd never survive the term otherwise, even with Marcel doing his best. And I owe you this much after what I did. The reporter's now waiting for us. One woman at the front row looked particularly insistent. Mr. Vectern. Let Peter take the question. Are you implying that you and the covert agent posing as President Rain's secretary were engaged in intimate relations? Yes, and it wasn't the only such affair. I abused my power as vice president to take advantage of multiple young women. I deeply regret my behavior, although I recognize that will never change what they went through. True enough, Peter. What's been done is permanent. Evelyn, if you're watching this, I don't expect you to ever forgive me. Just know that I'm sorry. Mr. President, were you aware of these affairs as they were happening? I had my suspicions. Lucian interjected. Neither the President nor the Vice President will be taking any more questions, thank you. The reporters were luckily dispersed. Lucian, Peter, and I looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Peter lowered his eyes. I guess I'll go to the palace and start packing my things then. I'll come with you. Friends, thanks. But I think I need some time alone. Watch him descend the courthouse steps to his car. Mr. Vectern certainly made a scene, but it appears that you will make it out of this unscathed. Of course, there is now the matter of replacing both your secretary and your vice president. A little too old to be my secretary, Lucian. I haven't taken that option yet. I have a few candidates in mind. Very good, sir. We walk back up the stairs to the courthouse to watch the rest of the trial. Since we have name-dropped Alana Vance, though, is she still gonna run off? Or is that gonna be more evidence for her trial? Rumberg infiltrated Maroon Palace. President's secretary arrested. Nothing for the Sword today. President's secretary arrested for treason. VP Vectern resigns in disgrace. Peter Vectern cemented his place as the most pathetic vice president in Sorda's history after revealing that he leaked sensitive government information to Anton Rain's secretary, now known to be a Rumberg spy. After Anton Rains attempted to blame himself for the leak, Vectern tearfully assumed full responsibility and implicated himself in multiple extramarital affairs before resigning from his position. Maybe suggest Rain appoint a woman as VP this time around. You know what? I think I might have to go exactly that route. Lucian is going to hate me for not voting his way and making him VP, but I still need the votes of Gloria Tori in the USP. We still have the majority in the party. We haven't lost that alarmingly like we did last time. We have the majority of the USP. We have a supermajority with our coalition with the PFJP. If I align with her, women's rights go through so much smoother. No obstruction. And if LILEAS Graff is going to oppose me and appeal to the conservatives, how could she if I have the conservatives with me, by my side, you know? Selection of a new vice president. Briefing on the women's rights situation. Let's get the VP first. And this time, there are no political promises. Lucian Gallade was a frontrunner, followed by Gloria Tori and Albin Clavin. Sir, Vice President Gallade, what do you think? You're one hell of a strategist, but why should I make you VP? Precisely in his capacity as strategist, he's evaluating the experience and capabilities of your potential vice presidents. By far the most qualified candidate. A valuable strategist. I can't lose him in that capacity. But as vice president, he would only be more useful. Oh no, Robbie, 1, hello, 2, you haven't drawn in 48 hours. That needs correcting. Even just a doodle. Anything, you can't let that hand go to waste. That hand, that eye. There are free roam writing exercises, aren't they? Where you just clear your mind, let your pen or your keyboard start dancing, and eventually you touch on some stream and you follow it down, and just take it wherever, no second guessing. Do you think there might be similar practices for drawing? You just put the pen down, circle about, clear the mind, get whatever nice pleasing shapes, follow it. It could be fun if nothing else. It might not be productive drawing, but it's more drawing than no drawing, you know? That's what I recommend. Gloria's time. Gloria, why should I pick you? To put it simply, bringing years of experience to the tables. You mean bringing votes to the tables. Member of the Assembly for almost 20 years, spent 7 years as its Speaker, alone speaks for itself, and the leader of the conservative wing of the party. You become Vice President. I get the votes of the Conservatives. Precisely. Pass bills far more easily. There is no us, Gloria. Think about it. And she values order over everything else, Mr. President. Okay, so if I do want to change the party, she'll keep order with the party. If I want to pass my wife's gender equality bills, she'll keep order with the party to keep it passed. Principles, nerves like steel, determination to uphold proper conduct. Expect the same in her vice presidency. And being a woman could also prove advantageous. Not just any woman, a strong woman, who was able to protect order in a room full of unruly men for 7 years. Support lost among traditionalists, gained tenfold among Swordist women. And we don't need the NFP anyway. You are right, there is much to gain. I'll consider it. And then Alvin Clavin, who this time doesn't have any promises to twist my arm. Really terrific, golly gee, swell, Mr. President. Why should I pick you? Represent the reformist wing of the party, which is tiny. We didn't need to cater their votes at all. We could afford to lose their votes and double it with the PFJP. We can do that, I am sure. Set aside our differences and unite as one. What can you provide me with? Very well. If I'm vice president, reformist members of our party will more likely support you and your causes. But again, they're the minority. If they don't like my party, they can leave and join the PFJP, who has coalition with my party. There's no escape for the reformists. They're going to go my way anyway. Smooth the passage of bills, move the administration of the country forward in record time, if you join the administration. That makes sense. A non-committal, that makes sense. That'll be all. Thank you very much. I'll consider what you said. Alright. So, what have we got then? Vice presidential selection. It's going to be Gloria this time, to secure the votes, to make sure I remain as party leader and next president, even when steering the party manifesto towards democratic socialism. Lucian is going to oppose me. But heck, LILEAS is not going to get any support from the conservatives of the party, with Gloria at my back. She's my whip. And it doesn't matter if Lucian decides to leak incriminating impeachment, corruption to the news, because one, I haven't bribed or gave political promises to anybody. The only bit of corruption I have done is align myself with Marcel Caranti. But if Lucian leaks it... To who? To Caranti? Who was going to cover the news for me and smooth it all over? There's no way out, Lucian. Your time is up. Gloria is our new dog. Start the day at the palace. First, I want the briefing on women's rights situation. Wifey and Ciara, the best two women in the game. No, because Morgan is also pretty cool, with her justice and corruption reforms as well. 2/3 of the top powerful women in the game. Okay, finally bring change to Swordland. We have the votes. They don't have to be careful changes if they want radical changes. We got the conservatives and the moderates and the USP. We got the reformists. There's no way their bills are going to be obstructed anymore. And I have two wealth to push for lobbying for women's rights. Okay, so what are we doing? Criminalize domestic violence, support of working mothers, equal treatment in the workplace, gender equality in public education. I like all of them. Agree, domestic violence is a travesty. Still not sure. Criminalizing domestic violence is a good idea. Yes, it is. Lift up all Swordist women, bloods included. Support for working mothers. Having children never hindered my career prospects. Shouldn't hinder a woman either. Equal treatment in the workforce. Easy one. I don't see a problem with quotas, but tackling the pay gap is much more urgent. Quotas far easier to implement than equality pay laws. Start there. Alright, so here's the thing though. I have to think like a business. right? If there's a quota, then the women come in, but there's no incentive to pay them more, but they are employed. If you bridge the pay gap, then there's no real financial incentive to say, well, a man is more valuable, a woman is cheaper. Let's see. Eventually, quotas for more women to get into positions of power in the assembly, for instance, or boards of major corporations. Ciara says narrowing the pay gap is a more pressing issue. Financial independence to countless lower-income women. I have been convinced. Pay gap is much more urgent. And then we can get women into these places that they're being barred from. But at least we're making sure they have the financial means to take care of themselves, so they're not dependent upon their husbands or their families. Thank you, Mr. President. Gender equality in public education should already be happening, Ciara, under your reforms. We've had this conversation, Ciara. I'm entirely on your side. You made a good case for all these changes. Not sure we could risk passing laws like this so close to the election. Yes, we can. Good case for all these changes. Establish a commission for women's rights in Sordland with me as its head. Goal should be passing and implementing a set of laws to solve the problems we just discussed. Monica for spokeswoman, to make speeches, organize fundraisers, the face of the movement, while Ciara handles the groundwork. Sounds perfect for me. What do you need a commission for? I'll run your laws past the assembly. Gonna be damn hard getting the laws past the assembly. Even easier now that we have supermajority in the assembly. But keep it up, ladies. I'm not gonna pretend that I could just wave the laws on through. Would help silence any of the public's lingering questions regarding your former vice president and the Lydia Suno affair. A chance to be a hero. Think about Dina and her future. Not just Dina. Serg's daughter as well, who's in school, who's gonna go to university. Will approve the creation of the commission and support your bill in the assembly. Easy choice. What else do we have now? Sorgest League of Women donation. A hefty sum of 2 personal wealth. I'll give him 1 wealth. 1 wealth is still plenty, isn't it? They got Ciara and Monica working together. We got 2/3 of the assembly. We have Gloria as a whip to make sure the USP votes my way, and the PFJP will, because reforms for women, how could they possibly say no? But I'll give them a bit of a head start. Rain makes donation to Sorgest League of Women. Anton Ray donates to support women. Will policies follow? Yes, they will. And now, start of a brand new day. Lucian and I on our way to the office. A smug mug of coffee, and documents in the other. Ashraf anniversary coming up soon for Ratani Ashraf. Did well last time. You are right. Definitely going to attend. Gloria's voice from behind. Be careful with that box. Notice us and immediately made her way to us. Mr. President, Mr. Gallade. At least this vice president is not going to antagonize Mr. Gallade the way Clavin did. How's it going? Settled in yet? Want you to work as soon as possible. Gloria, good to see you. Getting settled in? Getting there, Mr. President. That reminds me. Mr. Gallade, could you talk to the staff secretary for me to get the furniture sorted here? Oh. Why does everybody want to antagonize Lucian? Lucian's upper lip curled. He and Gloria stared each other down for a moment. I'm not your servant, Mrs. Torrey. It was a simple request, Mr. Gallade. I don't know what's with you, but I don't like your attitude. That is the job of an office secretary, Mrs. Torrey, not our chief strategist. I know. As I said, it was just a simple request. I do not understand why this is becoming such a huge deal. So, you either go with Lucian Gallade and lose the votes, the guaranteed votes of the left and the right, or you go with somebody to guarantee votes of the left and the right, and everyone antagonizes Lucian anyway. Sorry, Lucian. Must get back to the move. Thank you for visiting, Mr. President. I want you to try to get along with Lucian. I don't care if he's gonna double-cross me. I'll do my best. Why does everyone hate Lucian? Is being a single bachelor really that bad? And more importantly, does Gloria Tori still have... Albin is a speaker now. That's okay, he's just speaker. He only represents a tiny minority of the party. He's not gonna act against us, he's got a very simple role. Look, he gets to be the youthful face of politics that he's always wanted to be. Cabinet now got Gloria Tori for VP of Swordland. Gloria Tori rises to the task. Following the unforeseen departure of Peter Vector, President Rain has picked Gloria Tori as his new vice president. Mrs. Tori is a well-known figure among the USP members, and she is the current leader of the conservative wing of the party. She has served as Speaker of the Grand National Assembly for many years, and brings a proven track record to the table. Mrs. Tori will begin serving her post immediately in the administration. Gloria Tori is a vice president. It is official. Gloria Tori is a new vice president of Swordland. Out of all the candidates, we are amazed that she was the final pick of President Rain. She certainly has experience, but the dynamic in between them leaves much to be desired as the two leading figures of our country. Regardless, we could say for certainty that Mrs. Tori will be a much better vice president than Peter Vector. Well, therefore it. Radical likes it. Mediation in a dispute in the Gendarmerie. Alright, let's see what Graf has to do to explain herself. Because Yosef brings up a good point. That wait a minute. The Interior knew about this and waited until just now to launch their invasion of this location. And then LILEAS kind of gets taken aback. Solve this conflict of interest. Issue has been in the back of my head for a long time now. It caused real damage. Indeed it has. Because of the exemplary behavior of your police. Yosef, let's hear your side of the story. Lieutenant General of the Gendarmerie was tracking a drug trafficking ring in the countryside of Vessert. We immediately acted on it. Just when we were about to raid their hideout with live weapons, the police units arrived on the scene and alerted the criminals. As a result, the criminals got away. Isn't there a line of communication between you? There is, but the Minister of the Defense decided to avoid notifying the police department about the planned raid. The same could be said for you, because reports show that you knew about the gang and their stash in the countryside. LILEAS? How do we solve this issue so it never happens again? The last drop, she says. Internal security matters should be handed to the Ministry of the Interior completely. We are called the Ministry of the Interior for a reason. Can't let any more screw-ups happen like this again. I want the Gendarmerie to be transferred to the Ministry of the Interior. What? Woman, are you out of your mind? Yosef turned red with anger. He composed himself for a moment. Have to agree with Miss Graf. Really, Tori? If we want to unify the command, or internal security, if we unify our command, the internal security would improve. There was no question to that. Look, Miss Tori, I know you're new at this, and there is much that you're not briefed about, but I don't have to be briefed to see common sense. Oh, I don't know, Gloria. We've got to look at the situation on the ground. I would also like to remind you that it's Miss Vice President to you. Ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. I won't hand over the Gendarmerie to her, out of the question. Do you have a better solution, Yosef? Whenever operations overlap, we should engage at a lower rank with the local officers on both sides. We could work on establishing that, but it still doesn't change the wrong system that exists now. No matter what, we need to eliminate this gray area and modernize our internal security. Now I see what's going on here. LILEAS set us up to create this incident. LILEAS bit her lips. Where's the fury, LILEAS? Normally, you're the first to stand up. That is going too far. What proof do you have? There is no way the police has arrived at the right time of a month-long search on the exact day and minute of the gendarmerie raid. Maybe right. Take it down a notch with the accusations. You may be right, Yosef. It is very disappointing that you would even entertain the idea. This kind of accusation is unheard of. It is nonsense. If I were you, I wouldn't believe a word Mr. LILEAS says, Mr. President. Heed my word, Mr. President. When dealing with these situations, you always need to look at who gets what out of it. I won't stand idle by these utterly ridiculous and baseless accusations. I don't have time for this. What is your decision? There will be no change related to the gendarmerie operations. If we can, I'm all for communication between the two. You are making a mistake. Yeah, well, you and what army is going to oppose me, LILEAS? Tori might not like me, but she's on my side. We got her wing of the party. Thank you for protecting the structure and authority of the Ministry of Defense. Want those criminals caught immediately. From now on, work together and don't fight among each other. I want capable and effective members of cabinet. There are bigger issues at hand that need attention. Focus on them instead of each other. Work together. We will do our best, right, Mr. Lancia? That's right, Miss Graff. Left the room to attend the next scheduled meeting, which means I don't get unruly generals in the military. Experienced generals still working for me. Lothberg Group investigation report. The anti-corruption police is continuing its investigation of the oligarchs. A few leads have been uncovered revealing Mr. Walter Tusk and Marcel Caranti's involvements in illegal dealings, including suspected arms smuggling and money laundering. These will be duly followed up on. Oh no, they're touching Caranti, and that gets a bit too close to touching on me and Caranti's dealing. But at least we haven't transferred money. I've taken no bribes. It's only a light gentleman's agreement. Anti-corruption police investigates Lothberg Group. President Rain's new anti-corruption police is continuing its investigation into the Lothberg Group, and our sources say the Nia Morgna-led force has discovered a treasure trove of evidence against both former Soden Today publisher Marcel Caranti and top oligarch Walter Tusk. Though no arrests have been made, we can tell you that illegal weapons smuggling and drug cartel money laundering may be involved. Maybe it's time for Marcel Caranti to call in a second favor. Update on the situation of oligarchs. This is wholly new for me. Nia Morgna requested to set up an off-the-books meeting to relay a new development from the criminal investigations conducted by the anti-corruption police. She was seated right across from me in a meeting room. Mr. President, you asked the ACP to start investigating the oligarchs. We couldn't find anything related to Walter Tusk yet, but there is a silver lining. It's because I gave him prior warning, I bet. By sheer luck, we've come across a suspicious link in Esterd. She handed over a police report detailing the network of the Coronelli gang in the city. A ledger was previously found in one of the raids against the cartel. It has contents linking their operations to a subsidiary of the Heart of Sordid conglomerates. A very big accusation, can you be sure? Something must have gone wrong with the investigation. It can't be true. Without undeniable evidence, there is no point in making assumptions. Are you sure it's true, though? The ledger contains several transactions. There is a case to pursue. At any rate, with this new evidence, our case against Mr. Caranti goes far past ACP's purview. In fact, we should open a full-blown joint investigation with the Interior Ministry. Obviously, we hope there's nothing between the surface, but if any way HOS is linked to organized crime. Marcel Caranti is a powerful figure that wouldn't like a development like this at all. To figure out the truth, a more in-depth investigation needs to be launched. Is that really enough to start writing up suspects? So there's no way a respectable company like HOS can relate to this. I don't believe it. I think my mistake is gloating back in the nationalization proceedings and pretty much bragging to Mr. Tusk that we had an investigation on him already. He's covered his tracks likely, possibly put some dirt on the HOS. But it could also be the HOS has their own dirt, without Tusk needing to do anything else. I probably did just slip up and told Tusk too much in the gloating. And he's gone, covered his footsteps. Is it enough to start rounding up suspects? A simple, innocent question about how these sorts of cases can and will proceed. I wouldn't come to you if there wasn't anything worth looking into. We must tread carefully. There have been rumors about Mr. Caranti having ties to our government. Yeah, he is my media man. Who did you hear that from? We all have our ways, Mr. President. I wouldn't be sitting here if I didn't know how to keep my ears open. Will you allow us to open an investigation? Official investigation to find out if the HOS is working with organized crime elements in Esterd. Keep your focus on Tusk. That is what I do want. I want Tusk. I want Tusk and all of his wealth and assets seized, distributed to the state. It seems questionable that we aren't pursuing this now. Would be even worse if we acted too hastily and the lead turned out to be a false one. I trust it will come with enough evidence to incriminate him in due time, or not enough evidence to trigger an investigation. In due time, maybe we could investigate Mr. Caranti when I'm out of office. For now, though, Tusk has said some pretty insightful things. He is higher up on the priority list. You may be right, but I hate to find out that we missed our chance later. Well, that's all I had for today. Thank you for your time, Mr. President. Get up from her seat and left the room. Call Marcel Caranti. Do nothing. If she already has her ways, I bet you they have this place bugged. I decided not to call Marcel. If Marcel's cartel ties are real, this was huge news. My deal with him aside, HOS was the largest corporation in all of Swordland. I had to be careful, more so than ever. A briefing on the current healthcare situation. Health is going to be perfect. Only issue is going to be the polio epidemic on the borders in Bergia. Salaries, spending, hospital reports, whatever you like. Okay, begin. Alright, concluded the report for the year. Allocated fundings, improve the healthcare in the country overall without needing privatization. Comprehensive healthcare reform, more patients treated, less waiting times, higher treatment quality than the years before. Boom. Great to hear. Thank you for your hard work. Good. Under my presidency, I want Swordish people to have the best health services they can get. Thank you for your hard work, though, Pascal. Would it be possible my wise decision? Sure. Certainly on the right path to challenge Lesbia and Vogelsland in the matter. Big ambitions him in hell. Can't simply follow the footsteps of the nations. No, Pascal, we will surpass them. Yes! Moving on. Investments poured into the rural health facilities has paid off greatly. Quality of care increased due to the upgraded equipment, able to hire more healthcare staff. Inequality was the worst enemy, and we are one step closer to beating it. Disparity in health services needs more effort to be completely solved, but the additional funds for the rural areas are a great start. Is this drawing, Robbie? breaking the 48-hour streak. You have made art. It is good art. You have done it. It is something. Something is always a start, Robbie. Something is always the best first step you can do. Short summary. What's he want now? The polio, right? For president's eyes only. Polio outbreak in Bergia. Very concerning. Death toll, currently 23. Current infected, 1467. But luckily, received additional funding to the healthcare should be enough to curb the infection ratio. But that might not be enough. Serious matter, Mr. President. What can we do about it? Robbie, that is something to be proud of. Be proud of it. It's like with anything. Even when unmotivated, the more work put into it, the better things are honed. So plenty to be proud about. Donor research as a cure. Okay, so very good decision to increase the funding to our healthcare, capability to produce this vaccine locally. Need to make sure they are administered nationwide mandatory polio vaccine. Consider it done. Whatever it takes to protect Swordland, do it. No point observing. We have history on our side. To know how bad polio gets. To know how bad government sitting around waiting and seeing gets for epidemics. Achievement unlocked, welfare state. Is that because I boosted both the healthcare and the education in the same term? Because that's pretty cool. All I gotta do is turn this deficit into a surplus. Got the economy on recovery. Pretty much most of my major goals will be complete. What do we have? Welfare. Epidemic prevented. Healthcare spending. Report from Wholesword. Fair Trade Commission established. As last time, but will we get result this time? Last round through, the recession was so bad that nothing I threw at the economy could help it. SCS RTV opened. The new Supreme Council of Swordish Radio and Television has opened in Wholesword and began its operations. The newly formed expert media team was housed at the Ministry of the Interior during the construction and cooperated with Minister Graff. The council experts declared that in the coming months, there would be 19 organizational audits with up to 84 organizations reviewed by the end of the next year. Cool. Less smoking bill. Health of the people, and I get money. Sign it into law. -2 on the budget. Mandatory vaccination is up. Tobacco consumption reduced. People getting healthier. Money getting better. Healthcare spending. Let's see then. Significant budget left in the Ministry of Health that we could spend on several different programs in order to improve healthcare in Sweden further. Funds could be used to create a medical scholarship, build state-of-the-art medical school, give free eye tests or dental care. Dang. Free eye tests or free dental. That is a toughie. I like all of these options. A medical scholarship does mean more people becoming doctors and nurses and healthcare providers in general. More schools means better pedagogy, I'd imagine. But where are the people filling in seats without the scholarships? But eye tests and dental care, that right there is directly into the health and the productive potential of the people, isn't it? But you know what? I'm taking care of them in so many ways already. Why wouldn't eye care or dental care be part of the free healthcare everyone already enjoys? Are they luxury eyes? Are they luxury teeth in Swordland? I think I'm going to get the surplus to the medical scholarship. +1 budget is really cool, but more healthcare professionals to go to those rural hospitals, as well as elsewhere throughout the nation, then we can get those teeth and eyes fixed. Is it just me? Or do my little yellow bars get a bit higher? Only 4 white bars left unfilled? Scholarship for Health Education. New initiative allows thousands of students great scholarship opportunities in health education. Health reform aims to better the health services provided while adding new free care for citizens in need. What's the news? New medical scholarship program. Ministry of Health announced a new medical scholarship program created with the assistance of the president to give opportunities for exceptional students at the best medical schools. The program will raise thousands of talented doctors, nurses, and dentists to the workforce in the future. The massive funds set aside was highly praised by Minister Pascal Benawal. This is a complete 180. If this is a 360 from the previous administration, there'd be violence everywhere. The depression would be getting worse. Support Ashraf anniversary. Of course. Gotta. No convoy needed. I trust the Bloods. I've taken good care of them. Worried about safety? Nah. Help ease the tensions? Was the intention. Yolak Bluderat. Free Bludia. Welcome to Ezeren. Want this as quickly as possible. Raise his hand in a display of unity. Some with the crowd clapping. Watani Ashraf. Pick up the red candle, I think. Show utmost reverence for the saint and martyr. Leave the candle next to it. See, unlike the Day of Dissension, they don't give you any indication of what the expected ritual is for this one. So kinda just have to wing it. Ashraf's grave. Hundreds of people joined us. A huge standing torch above the grave. Light the torch together with Mansoon. The sheer amount of people following us, looking at me, waiting to hear what I had to say. Brothers and sisters, the old standby. Here to mourn Watani Ashraf and many others who have lost their lives. Here to mourn those who tragically lost their lives in Izum, Watani and the rest. Not standing before you today as president, standing here as one of you. Brave men and women who wanted to protect their lands. I condemn the events that led to the death of these lives. Deathly going to lose me favor of the nationalists. Standing here as one of you, a citizen of Swordland. You know what, I should have condemned it. Just straight up condemn it first. Nah, scratch that, go back. Load last checkpoint. I am curious though, because you could load last checkpoint, right? You could load last checkpoint, and then you could load, can't you? A previous checkpoint after that? Boom, boom, boom. You can. Which has me wondering if it's all nested. If you can keep going back checkpoint to checkpoint to checkpoint all the way down. Which I won't experiment with today. Intention all along. Raise his hand in unity. Pick up the red candle that represents Watani Ashraf. To the grave. Light the torch together with Mansoon. Brothers and sisters, here to mourn Watani Ashraf and many others who lost their lives, I condemn the events that led to the deaths of these lives. Despite the attempt to divide us, our people will stand as one. We are sword, we are blued. We are all united under one flag. I share your hatred and anger, I feel it too, I assure you. Like a red-hot metal, it takes a long time for it to cool down. But I look at the lost lives and think, what would they have wanted? Administration will do the best to mend these wounds. Buddy, that is what this speech is for. An old man yelled from the crowd. He is right. I dream of Swordland, a truly united Swordland, where being blood or sword doesn't matter, all the same before God. A united Swordland, for bloods and swords, and the Veziks and everybody. Swordland is Swordland, bloods is Swordland. I feel responsibility and shame for the actions of my predecessors. Most of all, I feel the desperation to remove this black mark from our history. Let this be a testament of our unity for future generations. Stand together as blood and sword. Need help from each and every one of you to make this country a better place for everyone. The responsibility falls on all of our shoulders, because you don't have anyone but each other. Morning will come. There was no reaction from the crowd, only silence. Monsoon leaned closer to me. I must admit, Mr. President, that was a pretty good speech. Thank you. He extended his hand to me for a handshake. Hug him. Suddenly, the whole crowd started clapping. Thank you for this, Mr. President. I don't think the people of Erzurum will ever forget this. You became the first and only president who was brave enough to come to Erzurum and pay respect to the Izam victims. I hope this will be the start of a new era. Time to go, sir. No armed convoy required. What is the rush? The whole trip runs on a schedule, sir. The convoy needs to start driving now, or else we won't make it back in time. Oh. Overview. Reconciliation process. A new initiative by the Swordfish government and the Bloodish leaders has called for a ceasefire and engaging an easing of tensions, leading to reconciliation between both sides. The Swords and the Red Youths, no violence in the streets. The Bloods, the BFF, hasn't been any violence ever, and now reconciliation. Brotherhood of the People. President Rain surprised the country with his attendance at the Ashraf anniversary during the vigil alongside Monsoon Lek. On the day, Soda remembers Watani Ashraf. He has delivered a heartfelt speech that resonated among the crowd. We hope his words won't just stay as words. Long live Brotherhood of the People. Briefing on the current political situation. It can't be any worse than last time. Construction progress in Morna. One step away, I think. Open the door, enter the room. Good morning, Mr. President. We have a long day ahead of us. Let's begin. Good morning. Wanted to provide you with quick updates on the current political situation. To begin with, your changes to the party manifesto have angered MPs from both wings. I'm not so sure about them myself, to be honest. We've lost 26 conservative MPs and 13 reformists. That's totally fine. That's what, 39? Their places have been filled with people more aligned with the new manifesto. That's cool, because that only brings the NFP to... what is it? 53? They'll still only be the second opposition. Wait, no, that's 26 conservatives. 26 conservatives to the NFP. That brings them to 66. 66 for the NFP. And 73, 83 for the PFJP, who we have coalition with and will vote my way anyway. Although their places have been filled with people more aligned with the new manifesto. Does that mean then we balanced out? We still have the 130. The other parties didn't get anything else. We kept the 39 who left, but more aligned with us. What do you think about it, VP? It wasn't unexpected. Socialism has never been one of USP's core values. She closed the folder and put away the documents. Next up on the docket. Next, it's time to talk about your election prospects. There was a sharp, soft knock on the door. I hope it's alright with you that I've invited Mr. Goulet to this portion of the meeting. Good. Of course. How are you two getting along these days? He's still having some trouble accepting my authority, but I think he's coming around. Gloria went to get the door. Lucian walked in. Hey, Gloria. Opening the door for Lucian. Reconciliatory, I like it, that's the whole theme. Mr. President, Miss Vice President. If Lucian still resented my choice of Vice President, he didn't show it. His tone was nothing but cordial and professional. The three of us sat down. Gloria handed out a new set of documents. Mrs. Torrey, I will let you take the lead on this. Gladly, Mr. Goulet. I received the results of a voter poll commissioned by Peter Vectorn shortly before his, shall we say, departure. To put it in plain language, it's okay, but not amazing. We should have taken for granted that we will win this election. What can we do? I never took it for granted. I'm not worried. We still have time to win them over. A year isn't a very long time, Mr. President. But yes, we can definitely gain more votes if we think strategically. Which, presumably, is why you have retained my services as your chief strategist. Do you have something to add, Lucian? No. Pardon the interruption. Gloria shuffled some pages around. Looking at the demographics of the voters polled, you've fallen out of favor with the Conservatives. Less than half of them are likely to vote for you. The Liberal base appears divided, but you do have a considerable number of supporters there. For better or worse, you certainly are popular with the Nationalists. You've won over many fans of the left. The Socialists are on your side. We're seeing some support from the British community, but your popularity with them could definitely be higher. Lastly, we can't expect votes from centrist and unaffiliated voters unless we do something to win them over. Lucian, what do you suggest? Lucian smiled and bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Mr. President. This may sound like common sense, but a convincing enough campaign can succeed where policies fail. Even if you've opted not to focus your campaign at the moment on your campaign, I still advise you to seize every chance for exposure that you can. On my managed substance, Lucian, image means nothing to me. I'd rather be signing bills and kissing babies. Perhaps. But we've both been in this game long enough to know how it's played. One more thing. There is a not insignificant portion of undecided voters who don't care who occupies the Maroon Palace, as long as the economy is running smoothly. Huh? Got my development back? Budget getting on track? Propping up the economy just ahead of the election is a surefire way to win them over. It's all on Simon then. Partly, yes. Alright, Gloria, your thoughts? What do the Conservatives want? This women's rights commissions of yours. I did warn you against moving too fast on that front. Giving women's rights activists everything they want at once is guaranteed to scare Conservatives off. I don't need to reiterate how much Conservatives hate your new friend, Emmerich Hegel. Keep on that eastward trajectory, and you'll lose him for good. If all else fails, fall back on Sorda's military might. I'm personally not a fan of jingoism, but it works at a certain segment of the base. Not gonna pander to flag-waving mouth breeders. Anton Rain is nothing if not a patriot to rally the troops. What does rally the troops mean? Does that mean we just do the military parade? Or does that mean rally the troops to instigate things with Rumberg? I don't need the Conservatives that badly. Anyway, that's my advice for what it's worth. That'll be enough for today. You are both dismissed. Well, that was everything on my end anyway. Good work, both of you. Perfect. The three of us make a good team, don't we? Neither Gloria nor Lucian responded. I left the room to attend my next meeting. Supreme Court. There's changes here. Oh, 91 USP, 74 PFJP. So we've lost our sheer majority, but that's okay because you got a coalition with the PFJP, which means with this coalition, we've still maintained supermajority. Here is the news. Government imposed mandatory vaccine policy. President's decisive action stops polio in its track, at least the radical understands. Hello, news. Polio disease is controlled inside the Bergia region. I was just there. Imagine if I didn't force vaccinate and then came in for the event, caught it myself, spread it in whole sword. Fourth and final chapter. See what we got. While that's loading, how does the one day look? Juicy, delicious. Alright, back to the dashboard. No reports? No reports at all. Geopolitical. Hegel would take all the necessary steps to protect the Volgs in Hejeport. Women's Liberation Act. Sign or veto. -1 to government budget. Assembly in cooperation with the Commission on the Status of Women passes the following laws. Criminalizes domestic violence that occurs against women. State protection to abused women. Enforces equal pay for women in the workplace. Disallows companies from paying less or more for the same job position. Affirms that the education system should provide equal treatment to both genders. Paid maternity leave and state-subsidized daycare centers for mothers, put it into law. Overview updated. Excellent women's rights. Changed drastically for the better. Since we took office, women experience equal pay at work, enjoy payments during maternity leave. Women can feel safe at home, where they can pursue legal protection in the case of domestic violence. Women's Liberation Act. Good, 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 good. All I need are for those well-paid women to grease up the economy with consumer spending. Ha, ha, ha. End of day at home. Construction complete in Morna. Let's see that budget boom. House completed. Alright, Monica's busy at work. Reheat the stew. Monica made it for us. We're not going to order a pizza. She made it. Frank is calling. Thought Mom would pick up. Ladies' crusades as usual. Your mother works harder than I do these days. Sorry, you're stuck with your old man. I didn't mean it that way. Just figured you'd be working. Got the record you sent me. Not bad for old folks' music. Peter thought you might like it. How's Uncle Peter doing? He's actually seeing a therapist. May even quit alcohol. How many games? How many stories in games? How many conflicts? Where these people all really need therapy. And Peter's actually doing it. Wow, did I just see a pig fly? Some of the profs here are hoping you'd hire a new VP who'd push you closer to millennialism. I wish I could. The cabinet chooses the candidates, Frank. I don't have many choices. We don't really have a millennialist candidate, did we? I wish I could, son. Picking up any useful ideas over there? How do you find the land of socialism? I mean, they're obviously doing something right. He says the exact same thing in Arcasia. You must think so too. Or you wouldn't have made that deal with Bogosland. Simply the most convenient options. You never paid attention to my politics back at home. An astute observation, son. Maybe you're learning something over there after all. Oh, I am. My head's been stuffed with Swedish propaganda since the day I was born. Right now, I feel like I'm thinking clearly for the first time. Maybe that's why my son didn't do well in school. It was still a very soulless education. He's clearly not a nationalist. If you like it there so much, don't bother ever coming home. Just don't come crying to me when you're stuck on the bread lines. I'm happy you're opening your mind. Just stay away from Reaper. The same line, regardless of the options. Regardless of where he got sent to. I'm just happy you're opening your mind. Just stay away from Reaper. I suddenly became aware of a smoky smell. Oh no, the stew. Right, have to go. Try calling your mother tomorrow. Good catching up with you, Frank. Yeah, okay, bye, Dad. If nothing else, at least I got the perfect policies for staying good with my son. Oh my goodness! Economic development, where's Sobek? Got it green. Got it down to 1 away from max, with a planned economy, with naturalization. Fair Trade Commission creates trade regulation. Assessing the existing trade irregularities and unfairness. Cool. And sell and tell. Thousands more gain amnesty freedom. Love it. Seaport opens. Morna Seaport has opened to international sea traffic. Sorter ships are now traveling to 40 destinations worldwide and offer cheap sea travel from distant continents like Reka and Zinnia. The disconnected Lauren region is set to benefit from the influx of goods and people. More jobs have been created as a result of the port activity. Report in Narble. Police overwhelmed in remote cities. That's fine though, we're working on it. Economy. Improved transportation links. Extensive infrastructure investments by the government have completely overhauled the transportation network in Swordland. High employment. New successful investments have created thousands of jobs, which have virtually reduced unemployment to nothing. To nothing. Despite the large corporation downsize, the tax evasion still exists. Where's the Rust Belt? We still have a Lauren Rust Belt, maybe after we officially open the port. USP reformists tried to obstruct administration. Sources from within the Grand National Assembly have informed us that the reformists in the USP seem to be intentionally obstructing President Rain's agenda. They're a minority, who cares? From failing to attend committee meetings to delaying bills that the president has attempted to push through, Alban Clavin and his wing have no apparent motive other than blocking Rain at every turn. The obstruction has a vindictive feel to it, but is unknown what the president did to prompt this. Election campaign ramps up across Swordland. The election campaigning efforts have started to pick up speed across Swordland. To become the 5th president of Swordland, the candidates began delivering their speeches at rallies, etc., etc., etc. In all the major cities, USP appears to be the most prominent, whereas PFJP follows behind along with NFP. It is thrilling to see the presidential race renew, once again in the fast-approaching elections. Like father, like son, President Anton Rain has sent his eldest son Frank to United Contana for his university studies. It appears that Frank is following in the footsteps of his old man, and has been swept into millennialism as well. It's disappointing to see that Frank could not use his time to fight his own feet. But this was clearly President Rain's plan all along, shipping him off to Contana to study. Grand opening of Morna Port. With the construction of Morna Port, the weight has been lifted off the port of Conriat. The flow of goods is expected to pour towards Holsword faster than ever via the Morna Port. Large corporations based in Morna are expressing their gratitude towards the administration. The president's decision has propelled Holsword and the Lauren region out of the recession. Jobs are increasing, and the money is rushing towards the capital, just as its name suggests. The capital of Holsword, or High Sword, will bring upon the solution needed to get Sworden on his feet. Vice President recovering from alcoholism. Good job, Peter. Former Vice President Peter Vectorn is a troubled man, who has had a long struggle with alcoholism. The scandal that came to a head between himself and President Raid's secretary Livia Suno was a final straw for Peter to realize that he needed help. The former VP stepped down from his position to focus on his health and is beginning his journey to recover from alcoholism. Peter Vectorn serves as a reminder that anyone, from any walk of life, can be faced with these challenges and should be helped back onto their feet. If you or anyone you know is suffering from addiction, reach out to your local Sober Swordom representative. Historic moment for Swordist women as Liberation Act signed. We never thought we would see this day. The Assembly, with the backing of President Reagan, threw its support behind the Women's Liberation Act, a sweeping bill that would make domestic violence illegal in addition to supporting workplace equality and gender equal education. We still have a long way to go before we dismantle the patriarchal mindset that made such systemic sexism possible in the first place. But in the short term, thanks to Sierra Walda and the Women's Rights Commission, these new laws will help millions of Swordist women. Swordish corporations bemoan the Women's Liberation Act. I don't even want to read this. I don't even care. Suck it up. Hire women. Pay them better. Treat them better. Your workers are your workers and should be equal. Human Dignity Bill. Oh, right. The so-called Human Dignity Bill is this. Legalization of transactions which occur in non-registered businesses or other entities. Like single persons, if parties delivered accurate documentation to the financial authority, creating a legal loophole for prostitution. Human Dignity Bill will protect common decency and prevent the violation of moral principles that occur in the act of prostitution by making it an illegal offense. Who cares about the conservatives? Radical is all for my protection of sex workers and women. Discussion on the current internal affairs. Hey, Way-worn Worm. How did my first playthrough go? Well, you see how the budget is only at -3, the economy is in the green, and we got good trade relations with our neighbors? It was the complete opposite in the first playthrough. It was horrible, Worm. By the end of my term, I was facing possible impeachment. I lost the party election primaries to LILEAS Graph. And even though my family convinced me to retire from politics, I was like, alright, fine. We'll go take holiday together, leave this all behind us. That night, knock on the door, hey, it's Yosef, military coup, junta time, several years in prison. The economy was in shambles, there was violence in every major city because the young swords and the red youth came back. We had women's rights. We lifted up people in healthcare and education. The Bloods were enjoying the best systems they've had in decades. But I still ran the country to the ground. And I've done barely anything different this time around. Barely anything different. Instead of banning the young swords and the red youth when they were shooting everyone in the streets, I simply went to the towns affected, visited in person, got some FaceTime with them, made a deal with the devil aligned with Karanti, which meant the newspapers weren't spending every single minute of the day dividing the country. It's been peaceful. Still the planned economy. Had Black Tuesday, but the economy's bounced back incredibly well. It really doesn't take much to change history. Just a few key decisions, and following more or less along similar paths. Oh yeah, had most of my cabinet resign too. Cabinet resigned, and then lost the USP election. Peter died. Peter and Serg. How's the current internal affairs? It's gotta be better now that we put money to the Justice Department. And we actually passed democratic constitutional reforms. We actually did it. We won on the democratic constitution, winning on the economy. Still have a budget deficit, but we're gonna get all of that bouncing right back up. Lek is here. Working on this bill for a long time as a president. Always done my best to represent my people, only to keep getting blocked in the assembly, past the Constitution, with the 8% threshold. We can't have the same happen again. I've always brought my people's concerns to the assembly, and raised my voice whenever our rights were questioned. All we ask is that the assembly at least have a proper discussion. But all we get is disrespect. MPs shouting racial slurs at us, not allowing us to speak. It's not only the National Front, it's the USP. He sighed. Yes, now I can speak freely without Miss Tory leading the floor, but the outcome is no different. Well, there you go. Not only is taking Gloria as my VP allowing my bills to pass the assembly, but with Clavin on the speaker's seat. The conservatives don't control the assembly. You put Seoul on trial, you lucky devil. That's one thing I've been doing less of. I have not been stepping on the Seoul's toes as much. The nationalists still hate me, but the old guard isn't as existentially threatened as I made them the first time around. The assembly does not take us independent seriously. We need your help. How could I help, Mr. Leck? Discrimination is unacceptable. How could I help you? He gestured at the papers that I received from him earlier. All I need is your support for our bill. It is time to undo the mistakes of the Sorter State against the citizens. I only ask you help to make this single step for good, instead of staying idle. Our proposal aims to form a committee for minority rights, and it will lift the ban on the Bloodish Freedom Party, as well as giving amnesty to all who are arrested for having ties to it. Oh, Valent is not gonna like that. Their families are still waiting for them in Bergia. It's not Tarquin Soul's era anymore. It is time we try to clean up the taint he left on our history. You purge the government of the old guard and put Graf in prison. Oh my goodness, I love it. Apparently, need to take more classes on how to drink water. Or I'm that shocked, that's incredible. 92 members of government removed and charged with treason. I'm going to imagine that's easier with secret police than the corruption police. Though I don't know. Secret police would be under LILEAS Graf's control. So maybe if I steered the corruption police towards the old guard instead. Since Graf and so many members of parliament support the old guard. But I don't know about this. Bloodish Freedom Party is currently seen as a terrorist organization. BFP banned. Wait, Bloodish Freedom Front or BFP. Oh, I see, typo. So the BFF is banned. Maybe what I lose in conservative support I'll make up for with independent support of the Bloods. I could always undo. What if I say I can't support this proposal? Try to nuance it. Anti-corruption police. Oh, there you go then. If I focus on the old guard instead maybe, but I just really want that oligarch money. Monsoon's eyes hardened. It's a no then. Isn't the right time? The nationalists have my head for this. What? You're scared of losing your racist voters ahead of the elections. You know what? He's right. Forget that. Gotta go fully in with them. I've been supporting the Bloods in every single opportunity. Just gave a speech about solidarity between Swords and Bloods. I'm not gonna go back on that just right now that I have a realistic chance at re-election. Nationalists hate me. That's never gonna change. We're probably going to get the centrists, since the economy is back on track. Okay, where were we? He has my full support. How could I help you? Agree completely. Glad to hear it, Mr. President. Rubbed his chin. We have your support? Yes. I'll form the commission and sign a proposal as a decree. Thank you, Mr. President. And another achievement. We are all citizens of Swordland. Exactly my sentiment. Rose up and walked to me, extending a hand. It means a lot. Thank you. Suddenly, a knock on the door, and Lucian entered. Sir, I'm sorry. I thought your meeting was over. Mr. President has already decided. We can call it over, Mr. Gallade. I was already leaving. Great. But we must go to our meeting room, sir. One of our new campaign advisors has some plans for the election. He's waiting for us. Alright. Maybe with a good campaign, it won't matter if the Conservatives, at least, dislike my policies. I can still make them like me. Because the Nationalists don't care about the Nationalists. Conservatives maybe. Nationalists, no thanks. Rumbrick plane warned inside airspace. Minority Rights Act. Cool and cool. Rain signs pro-blood decree. The Bloodish Rights Act was signed into law by President Rain by decree yesterday. As the name suggests, the main purpose of this act is to normalize, legalize, and even justify bloodish separatist sentiment. The act revoked the ban on the Bloodish Freedom Party, which was previously closed for their close ties to the militant Bloodish Freedom Front, and gives amnesty for the previous Bloodish political prisoners who might have been involved with crimes against the Swordish people. The whole Sword Post condemns the decision. Sworden today has nothing to say. Bloodish Rights Act. In a surprise move, President Rain has revoked the past anti-Bloodish policies and decided to do something right for the Bloodish citizens by signing the Bloodish Rights Act into law. While we don't know whether the Minority Rights Commission that will be formed as part of this act will actually manage to decrease racial inequality, the new law tries to undo past mistakes by revoking the ban on the Democratic Party, the PFP, and gives amnesty to Soul-era prisoners who have been prosecuted under ridiculous accusations. Will have already removed almost the entirety of the Soul-era political prisoners, and with the BFP, that should be all of them. We shouldn't have any political prisoners now. Rain's move reverses Tarkeen Soul's ban on the BFP, has been welcomed by many Bloodish citizens. Mansoon Lek, who campaigned heavily for the bill, also sought to express his gratitude for the confirmation of the new law, saying it's a step in the right direction for the Bloodish people. Vagelslind blockades Hegelind. What have you got now? Fund political youth group. Red youths, young swords. I'm not gonna. Although, possibility of funding a political youth group has arisen. Could serve to extend our ideological reach, even boost our election efforts. Privately funnel funding to the youth wing in exchange for loyalty and support of the administration. What else could I do? Fair Luxury Tax Act, Alcohol Tax Act, to bring me to -1 budget. Okay, I'll fund the Red Youth. Get more communists on my side, spread the ideology among the young. Will that count as corruption, though? Surely it shouldn't. It'll be fine. We have the heart of Swordland and that media conglomerate backing me up anyway. Oh, hold on. That was government funds. I thought that meant my personal wealth. In that case, that is corruption. Last checkpoint. I misunderstood. I thought it was a personal donation, just like with the Women's Committee. Guess that was my mistake for assuming the budget was my personal budget. Fund a political youth group. Privately funnel funding. See, it says a president privately funnels funding to the youth wing. That made me think that this is me doing it. And there's no -1 budget to either that you usually see if it is a budgetary thing. I'm not gonna fund it. But I will tax the alcohol, make people healthy while getting richer, -2 budget, fair luxury tax act, +2. We finally balanced the budget. Balance the budget. Oh, that dropped me 1. That's okay, because it's still fantastic economic recovery. Budget is balanced. That's alright, because now that we have things going well in Lauren, the L1 line, this should pick us up from economic destitution. We should be okay from now on. Luxury is now taxable. Ready to put a lid on alcohol consumption. What do we have now? Welfare. Alcohol consumption reduced. Luxury is reduced. Emergency call on the escalating situation. It is the last chapter. That's about the downplane, isn't it? But it's already 4:26, so there's no way I can finish this up in the hour, even if I speed through everything. So I guess what I'll do is start tomorrow with the downplaned issue, which should be alright. Yosef still likes me. We don't have unruly generals. We still have the backing of the international community. So tomorrow is going to be from the downplane to the AN, to the end, maybe the election, all without getting Yosef queuing me up and starting a junta. So let me see who I'm going to raid today. Geek Etiquette just got online, and Geek Etiquette is really cool. Geek Etiquette isn't playing Sovereign, but she is cool people. So raid will be tossed in that direction. And I guess we'll finish the second playthrough tomorrow. So until then, thanks for hanging. Good to see that already, with only a few minor changes, this version of Swordland is already seeing great improvements. Tomorrow, we'll push those improvements through to the end, and see if we can't get the best outcome possible. I was already planning out like a third possible run, making changes, but if this ends up being perfect, I'll be satisfied, I think. Thanks, Worm, you too. Have a good rest of your day, all of you. Take care of yourselves, have fun, and see you guys around. Been a pleasure.